但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。酸奶就在烟中啊！你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
是会打手枪的选手吧？哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Peter Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A-bombs, you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mengerikan.
This will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 的歼灭者，一个
火了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。酸奶就在烟中啊！你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
是会打手枪的选手吧？哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Peter Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A-bombs, you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mengerikan.
This will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回他白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀！
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The feet of Williams once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb, they better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorge will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Okies have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定，哦，被抓太命了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回到白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The Cheetah fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya kalau ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Mark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个。
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定，哦，被抓太命了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回到白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The Cheetah fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya kalau ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Mark will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！我一下白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
Welcome back to the last day of the group stages here for Call of Duty Spring Invitational action. Yesterday we tackled the last 3 remaining series for Group A, and now we move over to the other end of the spectrum. We're finally going to be meeting Doyu Gaming, Kagendra Wolves, Vault, Kingzone, eStar Pro for the last time before we head over to the knockouts. And AJ, 4 will rise, 2 will falter. It's going to be another exciting day, man.
I think 4 have already risen, 2 have already unfortunately faltered. Unless today a miracle happens, there can be a couple of miracles, right? Number one, we do have eStar going up against Vault. And if eStar happens to get their miraculous first victory throughout the whole group stage, then Vault is going to be in trouble. But of course, that will also include Kingzone taking down Doyu Gaming. Now you understand why I said miracles.
Miracles, exactly, man. I mean, if ever by a miracle, like, Vault will lose the series up against their series later on up against eStar Pro, then till then we might just be able to include Kingzone into the equation. But obviously on paper, eStar Pro hasn't even been able to put up any points at all throughout this group stages.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Not a single series won, not a single map won, in fact. And that's just a little unfortunate for eStar Pro. I don't think they've got the kind of quality to take on a team like Vault, who are the better Japanese team, if you want to compare them against Z1, who are in Group A. Vault has proven themselves more than once, right? I think in the matchup that they took against Kagendra, this is exactly where we saw the true qualities of Vault shine. They did reverse out the score against Kagendra, where it looked like Kagendra was about to run away with that matchup with the gentleman's sweep. They made that comeback in that SND as well as Hardpoint, beating them 5-2. This was later on shown against Kingzone as well. It went all the way to a map number 5. They won that 3-2. The only 2 games, of course, they did go ahead to lose was against Doyu Gaming and Wolves. But I don't think that's going to be much of a comparison here, because you are still talking about eStar Pro, who have been struggling all throughout the competition thus far, right? And then on the flip side of things, you're looking at DouYu Gaming, and DouYu has got a simple task of taking down Kingzone, and I think we've seen this kind of a matchup one too many times already, and DouYu have already shown us exactly what they can do out there in the battlefield. So this might just be all over, unless once again, WardeN, we do have a couple of miracles out there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think so far, I mean, the highest impact match here is honestly just going to be all about KAGE and Wolves, you know, battling for better placement for the bracket itself.
Yeah.
So all eyes on that one for me. I think it's going to be played on the last match for today. So, I mean, out of the three matches here, first two, I don't know how to feel about this one, man. I mean, not unless something like the run with AMT against SPG would happen today, then I'd be pretty thrilled, to be honest.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly how I'd feel about it. If the predictions are wrong, then like I said, you know, it's unexpected, right? And when unexpected moments arise, I lose my mind. I don't think I'm going to be losing my mind all that too much within the first two series, though, because, you know, like you said, on paper, data, it already shows us exactly how these matches are going to go. Except, of course, that third and final series, KAGE taking on Wolves. This could go either way. You know, a potential 5-match or 5-game best of 5 going all the way down to the line here between the two. But it's not going to be making a huge difference because the top 4 teams, of course, being DouYu Gaming, KAGE, Wolves, and Vault, most probably are going to be making it through to the playoffs. The only difference here is they are going to be playing for the ranks within the playoffs itself. Within the knockout stage, whether you're going to be starting off at the top or the bottom, this is going to be very, very impactful as to how your journey is going to continue the competition.
Yeah, definitely. And now we start things off here for the list of teams that has been competing here for this group stages. We got Kingzone, Q9, and I think we do have two play-ins teams here that didn't really make it for the side of the CDM region. That's gonna be MTG and AG, and the rest will go on for DouYu Gaming, eStar, SPG, and Wolves. Now let's talk about current standing for this one here, AJ. As we did say, as I did say, we've already tackled the last 3 remaining series for Group A. Yeah. So what's on the screen right now will be final. Group B, things can still change.
SPG and Z1, they did not make it through for Group A. And in Group B, Kingzone as well as eStar might just be the unfortunate two that get knocked out before we move on to the next stage of battle. Kingzone, if there can be some sort of a miracle play here out of eStar, they will be depending on their brother who is sitting down at that 6th spot. If eStar can find a crazy revolt against Vault themselves, take them down 3-2, 3-1, it really doesn't matter. eStar just needs to win and hold Vault at that 4th spot. And then there can be a little bit of hope for Kingzone, because you know for a fact Kingzone needs every single bit of motivation to take on DouYu Gaming. Just like how it's going to be impossible, close to impossible for eStar to beat Vault because they've not won a single map. It is pretty much the same situation here for Kingzone to take on DouYu Gaming, who have not dropped a single series.
You know, I mean, as we've been speaking already, like the first few minutes in this broadcast, I mean, you can completely agree already that, you know, in terms of like the first 2 matches, should be said and done. But I think me and you are open as well for some shockers. So yeah, I just can't wait to see how the matches will pan out. And, you know, with 2 CDM teams battling it out in a very dire series like this, I think there's still some sort of room for some shockers now. And let's talk about the matchup for this one. Here is the schedule for today. eStar on Vault on the first series, DouYu Gaming against the Kingzone on the second, and on the distance we have KAGE and Wolves.
That is exactly what we were discussing just moments ago. What are your thoughts, WardeN? How do you think we're gonna get a little bit of a shocker here?
It's so hard to call, man. I mean, eStar against Vault, statistics-wise on paper, I'm the type of guy to neglect that regardless. I'm a very hopeful guy here for eStar, so if ever they can put up and take the series out away from Vault, then I think there's still a chance for Kingzone.
Absolutely right. And I think, okay, so wait, let's rewind that just a tad bit here. So you think that it is going to be a possibility for Kingzone to beat DouYu Gaming?
I mean, okay, so Kingzone,
yeah.
You know what? Okay, if ever, let's say, Vault loses the series 3-2, they get 10 points.
Yes.
Kingzone, oh, math isn't mathing, AJ. It's not enough.
Matt
exactly.
isn't mathing.
Well, nonetheless, Doya Gaming is gonna be like, okay, you know what, little brother, come up. No, okay, we're not into match fixing, guys. No, it's not allowed, guys. Okay, but you know, disregarding that, I mean, very little chance. But you know, if you're still alive and kicking, still breathing, then you couldn't obviously put up the difference. But now, here we go. Lineup for the side of eStar. We are gonna be seeing the same set of talents that we've been seeing throughout. Here we go for the side of Vault as well. I mean, they didn't really have the best. They haven't really. No, actually, I'm losing my mind here, AJ. But you know, this is the same Vault that's hanging by a thread, but they're pretty convincing already into securing their tickets here for the knockouts.
Absolutely. We've got Callie in the YouTube chat saying that Doyu Gaming will throw today's game. I don't think anybody's going to be throwing any matches out there. If they do, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. But you know, it's going to take a lot, man. I think even a Doyu Gaming that trolls around is still going to be pretty difficult to beat if you're King Zone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just baffled, to be honest, and what's about to come here. It might be a long day. It might be a short day.
It's going to be a short day. It's going to be a quick one.
I mean, that's what me and Neptune expected yesterday, and guess what? It all had to reach like 11 p.m. My guy, it should have ended at like what 9:40, 9:50. Then all of a sudden, by surprise, that last series went to a game number 5.
But you have to agree, though. Yesterday, you guys had Almighty. We don't have the Troll Kings in here today for Group B, so I think we're gonna be safe. Unless this goes south, unless this goes so wrong. This prediction from the Mustachio just goes absolutely down the drain, and we sit here until 12 a.m., right? You never know. Things could just go exactly that way. But either way, of course, we got to round it back towards series number 1. eStar Pro going up against Vault. Your prediction in terms of the scoreline. Let me repeat once again, WardeN. eStar Pro has not won a single map so far, sir.
Scoreline for the series. I'm a hopeful guy. 3-2. eStar Pro gonna pull off a shocker.
Nah, I believe in the Japanese team of Vault, baby. I mean, if you guys love Z1, y'all have got to be head over heels for this team called Vault. I have been waiting to shoutcast one of their matches for the longest of time. Now, this is my first opportunity to shoutcast for Group B, and I think Vault's going to get a lot of the Mustachio energy. Now, as Mick turns around, Molu has found the star player on the side of eStar Pro. Not going to be much of a North Star going up against an electrifying team like Vault.
Yi Cheng falls down and Lucky gets an angle, and oh my, positioning wise, gunfight so far, it's gonna be Vault presenting how well they can take over this gunfight. I think no damage was even put up to their side.
None at all, sir. They were hiding away, a little bit too scared to step on out. And look at those shots coming on through. Molu tagged up already. Mick's gonna be able to get the wall bang. Traded out by Yi Cheng, but unlucky. It's lucky to find a headshot through the wall. And it's a 2-0 final round for Team Vault to see if or not eStar Pro can do anything with this.
Well, could be the fastest gunfights that we've seen in this competition with CDSI.
Oh, yeah.
Not unless eStar can put up a round, as we do see Yi Cheng shuts down Unlucky. Mike gets Bolu. It's going to be a 1v1 now. Big standoff here. And looking like it's going to be Yi Cheng getting the connection on, and they extend the gunfights.
Extended just enough, and it looks like eStar Pro's not going to allow Walt to run away with this just yet. And we see yet another one just to make WardeN's prediction a little bit more sweeter here. Yi Cheng on the flank from the right shows up, but unlucky for him, as Unlucky himself finds him, tags him up a tad bit. You don't recover in a gunfight. Molu's gonna get finished off by Mick. They turn around. Yi Cheng on the other side, and Mick takes a double for himself.
Mick shuts it down. Gunfight's being won over by Vault, and I see the smile, AJ. I mean, I'm still sticking. I'm still committed.
No. You can most definitely stay committed. It's just that, you know, I'm hoping for a miracle. I want to have a little bit of fun as well. You know me, man. I think I always bet on the underdog. It's just that sometimes, you know, I've seen some underdogs who have shown a little bit of fight, and I've seen some underdogs who have not really shown up on the maps much at all. And eStar Pro just seems to be the latter at the moment. They could have just been keeping it all for the final day, not because it was planned, but just because they are going to try to put up one final stand to show off, to show exactly what eStar Pro is capable of. But I don't think the Japanese players are ready to allow them to show off. I think the Japanese players themselves want to secure that second spot because it's not for much of what they can't do. Because if Walt does manage to get that victory, they move above Kagendra. That means they move right below Doyu Gaming. And that's going to give them a great position later on in the playoffs.
Definitely. So, I mean, it's going to be either, eStar Pro going out with no points at all, which is going to be absolutely devastating in my opinion, and that should be an alert call for them to go back to drawing boards and double it down now. In terms of the bans here, this might be one factor as well that can dictate the whole series now.
Yep.
For eStar, they take out S&D Slums. Now, on the contrary, Vault will take down Express.
This is Takeoff and Apocalypse off for Hardpoint as well. So it's a interesting list of bans coming on through. I mean, as far as eStar is concerned, I don't know if they're banning out these maps because of how badly they play there or how well their opponents play, because we know for a fact that eStar have not really been able to execute any of the maps that they have stepped on thus far. I think we've seen one of the most unfortunate runs of Control at Raid that we have seen any other teams go into, right? eStar Pro have consistently jumped into Raid for Control, and they have consistently lost Raid and Control in the most unfortunate fashions. And you want to know what's another fun fact? In each and every single one of those Control, they started off on the attack. Not a single time on defense, WardeN. I think we're going to go there again, by the way.
Might be the case, and come again, if y'all didn't know as well, I mean, some coaches actually prefer to start on the attacker side for Control, so that's a very alarming call right there. So, I mean, I think one thing that I'm just really hoping for here is that, they haven't really met in this tournament, not just yet, so that could be one factor that could be brought up, but till then, you can never really neglect that they haven't won anything at all. And if you want to talk about consistency, they've been consistently thrown out from every series.
Yeah, absolutely right. And see, and there's also another part for where eStar Pro is coming from. For S&D, they ban out Slums, and Slums, even though Walt is not a very threatening team on S&Ds thus far, they haven't shown us a clean streak of back-to-back wins on S&D, but it was still the map that they took that phenomenal win over Kagendra. This went all the way 9-7. It was a close matchup between them as well as the Indonesians, and I guess eStar Pro just felt a little bit threatened watching that matchup in itself. So I truly understand exactly where they're coming from. And if you look at Walt taking Express out of the equation, we have seen them jump into many a times onto Express, but we have not seen them really get annihilated on Express S&D. And this could just be the reason exactly why, right? They just don't want to play that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's a really smart call here for Vault, disregarding the fact that, yes, for sure, eStar Pro hasn't been convincing throughout this whole tournament. It doesn't mean that you should just be complacent at all. I mean, at the end of the day, you'd really want to get a convincing win. So sticking to your comfort maps is truly a big factor here for Vault, and actually for both ends of the spectrum. So truly respect that. Now, I think with these maps already put out to the equation, it's just all going to come down to the execution tirade.
Let's take a look at the player cams. Molu, the star player of eStar Pro, followed by Pepe. Both of these players are no strangers to picking up the MVP title for eStar Pro. Remember that first matchup against Doyu Gaming, although eStar Pro did take an L, they did lose back-to-back 3 maps against Doyu Gaming, but Molu showed up big in that matchup, trying to represent the team, but just couldn't take it all the way. The backup from the rest of his team members just wasn't sufficient for them to be able to deliver exactly what's needed to shut down a team like Doyu.
The biggest problem as well, and not really the biggest problem, but, it did cost them a bit of matches, was KAGE actually being so committed with the KRM. So he really have to find a way to diverse his gameplay, because if not, it might just be the Japanese here welling them down. And for the side of Vault, man, composition of Vault, Brilliant LX, and Scars, you gotta be kidding me. Up against eStar Pro, this is overkill.
But in a... Ooh, look at this, guys. Is this a green screen? It has to be a green screen, right?
No, man.
No, it's not a green... Dude. Guy's got a beautiful home, man.
Oh, like...
I love the guy's house.
I think it can fit to your background as well, man. Like you can have like those Japanese.
I like it. It's not my vibe, but I like it. Yeah. Maybe for a 2-day trip. Maybe a short holiday. Yeah. Not a permanent setup. Thank you, WardeN.
Well, thanks for considering my recommendation. But I mean, taking a look at the players, I think they're pretty composed. Not no smiles actually. Only one from the side of for Vault. So
yeah.
that could be them just feeling themselves up. Getting the vibe through. For the side of eStar Pro, all have the game face, man. I love it.
I absolutely love the exact same thing. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Walt at the moment is in the 4th spot. If Walt wins this, they take a spot above Kagendra, right below Doyu Gaming. They will be in the 2nd place, and they will be hoping and praying for Kagendra to take the L against Wolves a little bit later on. But as far as the team that they are taking on, eStar Pro, goes, there is just no hope whatsoever for them to make it through to the playoffs. They've lost one too many series. In fact, they've lost 4 back-to-back series thus far. But they can reclaim a tad bit of their honor by shutting down Team Walt. But I don't think the Japanese team will be giving any space to allow that to happen. In fact, if eStar Pro takes away a single map from Walt, I think that's already a win in my books.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if ever they do, they've already won my hearts, in all honesty. And, on paper, you would say that, okay, they lost 4 series back-to-back. It doesn't sound so bad, not until you mention that they've lost 12 maps back-to-back-to-back. Straight up, man. No wins at all. So, 1 map is all what we're asking for here, eStar Pro. Vault, on the contrary, you just got to do what you've been doing, and it's going to be more than enough for you all to secure your stage for the knockouts.
There could be a possibility here that eStar Pro does manage to take away an S&D map from Walt. Like we said, S&D is not the strongest point as far as Walt is concerned. I think out of about 8 matches played so far, they've only walked away with 3 victories on S&D. So that might just be an indication. Yes, albeit eStar Pro has lost every single S&D match as well. But they were the ones that took Wolves into an overtime. Remember that matchup at Express? It was 11-13. But even that being said, Wolves says, no way, Jose. We ain't going to be playing in Express.
I mean, I'm not so familiar with the whole scene for the Japanese region, but one thing for sure about the CDM is that Tunisia is no stranger for them. So I wouldn't be so surprised if eStar Pro has more bag as we move into a map of Tunisia S&D. So this is going to be the first game mode here, AJ, and as we can see, it's going to be Vault here on offense. Defense, we go for eStar Pro.
Let's see exactly where these players set themselves up. It's a 2-1-2 split here for the Chinese team of eStar Pro. Vault, on the other hand, just hanging back at the showroom with a bomb. 2 players pushing up ever so slowly towards that A bomb site. 1 will turn around. And this is a very careful approach here by the Japanese squad. Not taking any chances whatsoever, even though eStar is not the most threatening team out there on the battlefield. You got to love that out of the Japanese players.
I'm loving the whole setup that Vault is doing here. Lining up those nades. They're going to be throwing it all out simultaneously. And the question is, are they going to be able to connect with anything at all? And looking like it's going to be eStar Pro. Actually, they do get a connection. So that's going to be 1 information related already. 1 on top. They don't have the signal onto the tunnels, not just yet, though. But they do get the break here onto the bomb site. The question is, though, can they get the bomb planted?
He's trying to clear up the site first. Chan will find Pepe. Yi Cheng taken down by Mick as well. Bomb site opened up already. Closest one is going to be Kengod. SPR in hand. Circles around, and what a shot. Unlucky, taken out. Headshot now, dropping by to say hello. Manages to get him with the switchblade. Circles around. 2 more players for the side of eStar. Bolu and Derek. Derek already charging up the sticky. Is he going to find a connection? Nobody's home. And now Mick gets that info.
Derek still looking for an opener here on top. While simultaneously, it's going to be Derek here trying to offer a pinch. But Derek doesn't check the corner. He gets sprayed down by Ichan now. 20 seconds left on the clock. 1v4 should be around here for Vault. Nonetheless, Molu can get those kills in an instant. And guess what? It's going to be Rio here meeting him with a scope, shutting him down. Vault takes the first round.
No surprise there at all. It was a calculated push towards that B bomb site. Everybody stacking up the showroom first. 2 players making sure nobody circles around from that binary. And it was a good defense from the side of eStar. It's just that the rotation in terms of a defensive setup just wasn't as quick as one would expect in terms of backup. And Walt's going to take that anytime, any day. And they go in for the exact same split again on the defense. eStar a 2-1-2 split with 2 players on that A bomb side.
You also got to work on how they check their corners as soon as they reach the bomb site. Derek could have made the play, but fortunately he didn't. He just got sprayed down from the back end, so that's going to be 2 factors laid down right there. In terms of this personality of this round, Vault is still hesitant on which way to go, but looking like it's going to be a mid to either of the bomb site setup. I think that's going to be a mid to A setup if I'm not mistaken. So Vault lurking in, looking to get an opener, and they are actually going to commit for a pusher on this B bomb site. KAGE with an SBR has to run away, call for rendezvous.
See if KAGE can circle around with his SPR. Echan just around the corner, waiting with the switchblade. Echan gets the tag, slides on through, finds the finisher. KAGE wasn't going to be able to do that if he can't even react, and Mick finds Derek, nails him down instantly. A fine setup from Team Walt.
Mechanically, it's just going to be eStar Pro falling over again. We can see it's going to be a very convincing 3v5 bomb already located inside the bomb side. Bista not even going to go for the bomb plant. Bista, you got the bomb, bro. You got to extend the time, but is it going to matter? Absolutely not. Rio, Mick, Shasam, Pepe, and Molu. Yicheng left alone with a Fennec in hand. 20 seconds left on the clock, and looking like they are going to get the bomb planted, and that's just going to be more factor that Yicheng has to worry about, a 1v5.
Look at this discipline out of the Japanese players, man. They see the guy. They know exactly where he's circling around to. Nobody goes for the chase. Everybody's just focused on playing defense. This is a great S&D out of Team Walt. Love the discipline. Echan slides on in. Yicheng just teasing them tad bit. 25 more seconds to go. Mick finds him from up top. Yicheng knows exactly what to expect. He wants to get the boxing gloves out and get the punch. Yicheng a little bit too smart for that. Circles around, and Mick still holds back.
Oh, he gets it. Knocked down to the ground on your knees. Second round, served by a Vault, and that was a punch.
Right in the gut. That was unfortunate, but you know the guy was aiming for that all the time. Mick. With the boxing gloves, we can expect a little bit more. And this time round, it's going to be a push straight towards that A bomb side. Only 2 defenders. And eStar Pro not expecting this at all. But if one mistake is made here by Bista, perhaps eStar can get a little bit of an advantage. But that rotation needs to come on through quick for the Chinese players.
Coming out of the formation of the defense here for eStar Pro hasn't been the problem. It's just about them really finding the time to get the connections ongoing, win those gunfights, because clearly they are getting the proper read. They're just not able to execute, and now we can see that Vault is funneling through on A main alongside with Winery as well, and this is looking to be a very heavy A-hit push here, AJ.
Derek, very patient. But Molu finds one, unlucky, strikes one right back, taking Molu out of the equation. And Derek striking just as quick. And through the Winery, it is a no access coming through for Walt. Yicheng finds Mick. Rio trades him right back. Pepe with a good snipe. And this is a fantastic round for eStar.
First round for eStar, fantastic it is. And the biggest difference compared to the first 2 rounds was that they were able to actually connect with their gunfights. If they can continue to burn up the heat, maybe till then, we are going to be able to get a much closer game here. I mean, Vault is not pulled away, not just yet. I mean, it's only a 1-round lead. But now we can see it's going to be them leading a very aggressive pusher on this B bomb site, which it's only going to be Pepe holding this one down. Fortunately, he does fall back, so looking like they are going to be aiming for a 5v5 retake.
Quick plan coming on through, courtesy of Walt. Nobody circles around just yet. eStar, someone needs to find that backstep through Main Street. Hop on into showroom, give them a little bit of a challenge, but no challenge comes on through just yet. Everybody's just stacking up that shop, and Mick gets a god nade out of nowhere. Yicheng taken out of the equation already. Mick just holding the corner with the switchblade. Just needs to slide on out and punish those players. Maybe get a 2 for himself, and he's going to be absolutely pleased with that. Echan, on the other hand, sorts out KAGE. Derek drops by, gets annihilated. A double for B-Star, and Mick finishes it off. This is just a no-go for eStar Pro.
You know, I'm starting to think that eStar Pro can't afford to even let go of that B bomb side, because once Fever Vault is ready, set it up, and have that bomb planted, it's pretty much a GG well played on the round itself. So Really good respondment here for eStar to be allocating 3 players now around the perimeter. And this might just be a good fight put up. And Pepe gets a collateral onto Unlucky and Mick. Unlucky gets one in the process, but this is very huge here for eStar Pro.
It's all slowed down for a tad bit. Players disengaged for the time being. Yi Cheng can make the biggest of difference. We're taking Bista out of the equation. Just needs to turn around that wall at showroom, but he does not move at all. Here's those footsteps, though. Gives that information away and backs away ever so slowly from that B bomb site. In the meantime, it's going to be Edson and Pepe. And Pepe is the one to get annihilated. 2 players still stacked onto that A bomb site. Even if Walt does rotate all the way around, they still do have a great defense. But look at this. They just waited long enough to find Yi Cheng step away from his defense, and that bomb can circle around.
And looking like Yi Cheng is going to be letting go of the hold overall. Really good read here for Vault. This is absolutely played into perfection by them. Lovely recovery after the collateral from Pepe. Once was a 3v4 down to a 3v3. And guess what? They're going to be able to get the free bomb plant as well on this B bomb site. Now, eStar Pro looking to wrap all the way around from T-spawn all the way down to yellow. And that might be a different approach that could possibly work out against Vault because they haven't tried this here, AJ.
Well, let's see if or not they can circle around and find that Punisher. Yi Cheng finds one, tags up Rio, but Rio too quick on his feet. Finds the defense, backs away, and gets away with his life. And now the bomb planted already, daring eStar Pro to take a step ahead and find the defusal for themselves. Derek's going to try to find a God-made connection. Ro's going to get shut down by Yi Cheng. Nobody, eStar does get tagged up, but the finish is not there. Derek does nail him down. A fantastic round played. Echan, the final one to play for the save, but Molu says no way.
Lovely take, lovely touch by the side of eStar Pro. They lower down the lead by a Vault. This is absolutely now a match that is actually a match here, AJ. It's gonna be Vault really getting a fight against eStar Pro. So let's see if ever eStar can finally even things up with Vault, or can Vault once more retain their lead.
As expected, eStar giving Walt quite a bit of difficult plays here to deal with, and Walt on the other hand slowing down their maneuvers a tad bit, aiming for that A bomb site this time round. Moving down towards that square center, one through Winery. For the guy at Winery is a little bit too slow. The bomb's out in the open. Molu and Derek, they go ahead and punish a mistake by Walt and capitalization by eStar Pro.
Such a blunder here for Vault. Isolation's not going to work out into their favor now. Ryu, can you change the tides around? A 1v5, he's getting trailed by 3 players from the side of eStar, and this should be chalked out from him, but he does take down 1. Derek shuts him down. Now we get to see the grounds all equalized. Now eStar Pro absolutely putting up a fight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if we assess that play, I think it was a terrible mistake by Walt. Players rushing out towards that square center, out in the open, no utilities used all that too much, no grenades clearly lined up like that first round of opener. I think the Japanese team is just making a couple of complacent plays, but it's not too late to make those adjustments here, WardeN.
It's such a different approach, though, and such a different approach here for eStar Pro overall. But they go for a push here from the back lines, but unfortunately, the clash is not going to go into their favor. And in the process, it's going to be Bista getting an opener here on his A bomb side. 3 players decided to go for a wrap for eStar Pro, and 2 got killed down in the process. That was such a gamble by eStar Pro that totally in favored them.
Earlier it was Echan getting his 10th elimination in this matchup. Guy leads the kill board thus far. Pepe circles around, Locust in hand. 1v3 bomb planted already. Can he play the most perfect defense? 2 players stacked up against each other just below Winery. And we do have Rio pushed far back into the Special Forces base, waiting with the Locust. So even if Pepe does get this back-to-back, it's going to have quite a bit of a tough time dealing with Rio in a bit. And the time's just running out. Unlucky with that, but Bista, beautiful.
The refrag, that's going to be involved now, ensuring that eStar Pro will not be able to take a taste of that lead, 4-3. But I mean, I really like the way that eStar Pro is trying to diverse their plays and all, but aggression, I don't think it's going to be the answer for them. I think the best thing that they can do, the best thing that they have to do is just play off angles. They can't go head-to-head against Vault because clearly, in terms of the gunfight department, Vault is so much better.
Good flash. Yicheng circles on in. Mix gonna get caught out. Guy runs blind straight up through it. Shun does manage to trade out Yicheng. Turns around and KAGE out of nowhere. SPR straight to the chest.
Oh, Pei. Shots onto Bista. Another opportunity should be just right around, but looking like they do decide to go up the winery. And Rio is going to be deciding to go back to spawn. 2v4 here should go to the hands of eStar Pro. Could equalize the whole take, not unless Rio with the Locust on their wrap could find an opener either down the mid lane or that B bomb side. With a minute to play with, and with the bombs just in front of Unlucky, this might just be a doable situation here, AJ.
Unlucky needs to get lucky by finding Pei right down below. Finds one. Quick shot does not connect. Derek needs to step on out. Sees the barrel. Unlucky. No wall banks available from this corner as well. He gives that information up to Rio. Rio circles around. Can he find it? Rio with a quick shot does not get it, but the person on the other side of the wall, Derek steps on out, annihilates Rio halfway through. Unlucky steps out this time round, finds a head, does not connect. Second one does exactly that.
Gets a hit marker onto one as well in the process. It should have been Rio that could have made it play. In all honesty, could have gotten a double kill, but just while Unlucky in the process was able to pick up the bomb planted, to get it planted here on this tunnel, but KAGE swings with an SPR, shuts him down. eStar Pro, they retain back around, evening things up for position side.
Fantastic timing by KAGE. Guy loves the plays on the SPR, just goes in for that slide, finds the annihilation, and all's fine and dandy between eStar and Walt. 4-4 all equaled up, and eStar now on the attack. Walt on the defense, they stack up 2-3. Nobody's going mid. 3 players stacked up at that A bomb site. And the bomb's not even picked up by China.
I don't know if that's a strategy or whatsoever. Just player 4 KAGE just walks over the bomb.
Usangala, you forgot the bomb!
Yeah, okay, Yicheng! He picks up the bomb! Let's go! I don't know if it's miscommunications or it's part of the play, but fortunately they do have the bomb now, and they do have a really good hold here on down this mid lane. They gotta worry about Mike though, spraying down for dear alive. Molu KAGE got under his name. And I don't know how Vault is able to run away with these types of kills. I don't get it. They gotta offer the double chalice. They have to push as a team. They just get picked off one by one. No respawn whatsoever for eStar Pro.
Mix just way too good with the spray transfer, getting the double for himself and a clean takedown of the third player back to back. Switch blade is too good at this point of time. Pei all alone now, gets flashed halfway through quickly. Disengages from the battle. 1v4. Bomb on the ground. 1v5 with a bomb on the ground. Pei better find a miracle play.
Damn, rhymes. Pei, can you make the miracle play and make the play of the day? I don't know what to say, but it's gonna be him looking to get a pick off here. Drop down against 2 players. Yeah, no. Ball once more to take the lead back.
Yeah, I think this one is quite an unexpected run for Walt. eStar Pro is putting up a lot of pro plays, and you gotta love the SPR shots out of KAGE. But now with eStar on the attack, they seem to feel like Tunisia is just a tad bit tough, man. A 3-2 split once again, courtesy of Walt from Japan. Bomb this time round gonna be in the safe hands of Yicheng, whilst he pushes KAGE up and forth, and Bista finds the barrel of the SPR.
Yicheng, shocked, looking at the body of his teammate Bista. What happened to you, sir? KAGE gonna be right around, still holding down the angle. Yicheng in the process. Go for a drive pick as well. It's not going to go to your favor, but is able to get out alive and ties him up as well. I was expecting KAGE to hit the shot, but good isolation for him to Bista now. In the process, eStar Pro, the rest of his squad, specifically Derek, is going to try to make a pusher on the B bomb side, looking to get an information, but doesn't commit. And I think they are intending to go for an A pinch instead.
Derek, Molu, they get both catch. Unlucky out in the open. Edchan's gonna get tagged up, and inside KAGE does not finish finish him off? I thought that was a well-timed play out of eStar Pro. But the execution just a tad bit soft. And look at Echan. He's back for a challenge, but Pepe says, get out of here.
Get out of here now. All eyes on the last two players here for Vault, Ryu, Mike. Mike from the back gets shut down by Molu now. All gonna be Ryu here with the Locust left alone to clutch things up in a 1v4, which Pepe will shut him down from the back end. eStar Pro once more. They even the grounds. Come on, man. I want to see the lead change for at least for a moment.
Will we? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please do help me. Please do me a favor and drop a couple of comments in that YouTube and tell our friends who cannot tune into this matchup that production has found the issue and they are currently fixing it. So all those who are not able to view this live stream will be able to do so in a tad bit. But they're not missing out too much. It's still 5-5, and this match is far from over.
Far from over. Derek shuts down Mike. They do lose one player in the process as well, so it's going to be Molu out. A 4v4 looking to be a very staggered push here for eStar Pro, while Vault, on the contrary, I love it, man. They are locating at least 3 players around that A parameter. If ever, let's say eStar Pro goes for a hit, relying on Rio to get information on that B bomb site. And if ever, I think, if ever, let's say he finds any altercations on that parameter, he's just going to fall back and gang up with his squad and call a retake for a 4v4. But I don't think that's going to be the best of reads here. Honestly, I'm so confused on what's the player for eStar Pro. They already have basically 90% of the B bomb site open to them, but I don't think they are confident whether that side is landed. And looking like time has dwindled down to the point that Vault has bitten down the rotation to that B bomb site. Actually, you know what? Timing is so perfect here for eStar Pro.
Boom. Pepe finds Rio. First one taken down already. Can he find yet another? It's looking the wrong way though. And the access for B-Star with the CBR4 is going to be absolutely perfect. But Derek catches up with his brother Pepe. And it's going to be that Fennec as well as the Locust holding on, making sure nobody finds that access through shop. So B-Star's going to be in a little bit of a trouble here. But Echan, Kangod, they find each other out in the open. Echan doesn't find the finisher. Finally does. Kangod goes down. It's a 3v3, all equal, but the bomb is planted already.
25 seconds left on the clock. Vault, they got to make a push now. Pepe holding down the angle. Might just be able to get a connection ongoing, but Bista is able to draw the distance, but unlucky from the distance as well. We'll shut him down. Now we get to see Vault pulling away with this round. 10 more seconds to go for Yicheng to stall out. Will Bista check? He doesn't. And he might just be able to make the play of his life.
Yicheng?
But he's not moving.
Yicheng!
He's not moving. He's not moving. What? No.
Yep, Yicheng just gave that one away.
Oh no, man.
Y'all think you guys have problems watching the stream? Yicheng got problems playing the game.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ay, caramba.
Ay, caramba. Dude, that was honestly a chance. Yes, for sure it was a 1v3, but with only 6 seconds left, all Yicheng had to do was take out the diffuser and secure the round and take their first lead out of this game. But it didn't happen now. And cry over spilled milk. So we're gonna move on to the next round.
If you got a cat, you can get it to lick up all that spilt milk, and it's milk not wasted. Walt did exactly that. Called in the Neko. Pepe, Yicheng circles around. Meg gonna find that reposition. B-Star following along as well. They want to stack that B bomb site. But I believe someone's going to find that access through mid as well. And it's going to be the one and only B-Star with the CBR4 in hand. Mick on the other hand with a grenade. Not charging it up just yet. But they are going to be just playing around that bit slowly. And Pepe finds a worthless Rio just standing with his back turned against him. Mick goes down as well. Pepe just popping off 2 back-to-back. And Yicheng finds the plan. 3v5. This is a tough one for Wolf.
Really tough one. But it's going to be a good start here for the retake as Bista and Unlucky gets it. Gets easy. Kills Kangdon. What? Gets a 180 onto each and while falling from yellow. That was the best shot I've seen so far in CDSI.
Falling God shot out of Kangod. B-Star climbs the ladder. Oi! He just maneuvers around Yicheng, but Yicheng does manage to find the slide. Unlucky finds B-Star. Sorry, finds Yicheng. Jumping up into the air. Knocks him down instantly. Just behind the stairs now. Can Unlucky find it? KAGE once again a flying shot. The flying god himself. KAGE.
Crazy how he went for the challenge. Though there was only like, what, 6 seconds left on the clock. This guy is confident. This is exactly what we are hoping to see from eStar Pro. Don't mind the last 12 games that you've lost out. Put up a fight in this one and change the history of CDSI.
You're still looking for that one, huh?
Uh-huh.
eStar Pro might just be able to salvage their respect here in the competition. Yes, they've lost 4 series, but nothing stopping them from walking away with a spectacular performance against Volt. Maybe even ruining their chances in the competition. Maybe allowing Kingzone to find the victory over Doyu Gaming in the exact same miraculous way. But I don't think Volt's going to look for that to happen at all. I think the Japanese team wants to prove themselves out there as well. And with Z1 not making it through to the playoffs, you know Volt has got to do whatever it takes.
And you know the entitlement that they have. This is a mixture of come again, brilliant LX and Scars, the best out of the best in the Japanese region. They don't want to let this thing slide. Want to put up a good fight here on a CDSI. Move over to the knockouts and prove themselves worthy. As we move into this round, though, it's not looking to be in their favor as Molu, Mike, gets the connection onto him. Derek shuts down Ishan as well. Bista left alone on his bomb site.
Oh, wow.
Lucky, the cavalry arrives. But is it going to matter? Absolutely not. They get the pull away now. It's going to be Rio left alone in 1v3 to deny the lead to go to the side of eStar Pro.
Circling around is Rio. Fennec in hand finds Pepe. Pepe with the snipes. Pepe finishes off Rio. 7-6. Finally, eStar Pro finds the lead.
I like it when you say brah. It's pretty hypeful. I like it.
You know, I don't even realize myself saying it.
It just happened naturally, bro. Well, eStar Pro, this is a different face now. They're on the lead, 7-6. One more for match win as well. And we move over
for eStar Pro. Volt better dig deep if they want to take this one back for themselves. Pepe, the corner down mid balcony is going to be held, and Rio does make the right call here to circle around towards shop instead. But the stack under that A bomb side is going to be proven worthless as eStar Pro circles around towards the B bomb side. It's all open now. Rio can interfere, but he doesn't step on up just yet.
Like he is going to fall back. Player 4, KAGE, pushing on a main. Might just be able to get at a good timing as well to get one easy elimination onto Ichan. But no, Ichan overpowers at SPR. He gets shut down, but in the process, it's going to be the bomb planted now for eStar Pro. Big 4v4 we see.
Good reposition from Mick. Recovers and heads right back into the action. Molu backs away. Mick and Bista ever so slowly. Smart positioning by Molu. Derek down as well. Bista finds one. But Echan trades Derek out. Molu finds Echan, leaving Rio all alone. And the 8th round match point found by eStar Pro.
First time that eStar will be able to hold their grounds here on this B bomb side. Vault, they struggled a lot. They really had a bad time in terms of looking at those angles that eStar Pro was holding down, and now we get to see the pull away here for eStar Pro. Double round lead here, and one more to go to get this to get the win overall. Vault has to win 2 rounds in a row to force an overtime. AJ, this might just absolutely go to the way of eStar Pro.
Might just go, but the Japanese players always have a way of turning things around. With eStar Pro storming the front on this B bomb site, they're going to find an open plan. Unlucky, very unlucky as Molu finds his back, the star player on the side of eStar Pro.
KAGE is still lurking as well. Shuts down Mick. Rio just right around on the sniper's nest. He gets sprayed down. The pressure is on. Ichan on this wrap. Might just be able to get an angle. Absolutely, yes. They lowered down the numbers, but they got to worry about the bomb now here, AJ. And this might just be the last and final round if eStar Pro can hold their grounds.
This is, once again, not the best game mode for Volt. They only have a 37.5% win rate on S&D. So not too surprising here at all, but if you take a direct comparison, eStar Pro has got a 0% win rate, and this is their very first map victory all throughout the group stages against one of the deadliest team, if not the most deadliest team out of Japan. Volt, They started off hot and then they just fizzled out quick as eStar Pro rose up to the occasion.
I'm happy, man. I mean, that's a really good showcase of what eStar Pro can offer on this one. And coming again, it's not really the first time that we get to see them perform in Search and Destroy. Up against Wolves, they were able to force down the hella long Search and Destroy as well.
Kagendra.
Fortunately, yeah, and Kagendra as well. And fortunately, since they won this game as well, if ever, let's say, eStar Pro, if ever they do lose like the next 2 games, they're going to be greeted with another Search and Destroy on that game number 4.
Yep. But of course, it's a best out of 5. And they do need to win a couple of respawns as well. And if they've managed to win SND, nothing's stopping them from going all the way. But there is a tad bit of a problem here. Walt might not be the best team on respawns. Walt might not be the best team on Hardpoint, but they've got a pretty decent win rate for themselves. A 66.7% win rate on the side of Walt. Once again, a 0% win rate on the side of eStar Pro. And on top of that, it's not like all of their matches they've done fantastically well, or at least kept up their side of the pressure on a Hardpoint matchup, right? Against DouYu Gaming, they lost it 250-90 on Takeoff. Against Wolves, they lost 250-50 on Summit. Hacienda and Summit were played against Kingzone and Kagendra. They lost that as well. They did manage to get more than 100 points, but it just wasn't enough, right? I think their best matchup was against Kagendra. Surprisingly, the Indonesian team struggling a tad bit against eStar Pro there, but still managing to win out a overall 3 matches in the best of 5. But that's as far as they actually went in a Hardpoint matchup. 170 points is their best score so far. If they do slightly better than that, then maybe they stand a chance now to pull off one of the biggest upsets of the group stage, WardeN.
Convincing runs hasn't ever happened here for eStar Pro, but guess what? This game mode, this S&D that we saw up against Vault has been their most convincing win, because you know what? You want to know why?
It's their only
win. Yeah, it's their first win, but
it's the most convincing win.
Well, there's always a start for something, though. And if ever they want to start, if they want to put up a big impact on the history line here for the CDSI, specifically for this group stages, it could absolutely start now. In regards to the statistics here, AJ, I did mention at some point that mechanically, Vault is so much better than eStar Pro. I want to take my word back. eStar Pro led the lobby with the most kills.
I wouldn't switch all that too quickly, man. I think I'll still maintain it. There were a couple of mistakes made by Walt. Not too sure exactly why. Rio wasn't playing the best of matches out there for himself. And he usually is that guy that you can depend on in S&Ds, right? And with him just not showing up, where is Rio on this list up? 4! Just 4 kills. A 0.4 KD. He struggled quite a little bit against the players of eStar Pro.
Quiet. He struggled the most in the lobby overall, 4-10. 0.40 KD, not the best days, but you gotta scratch it off, shrug it off your shoulders. And so far for eStar here, man, they were able to deliver in the gunfight department. Let's talk about Pepe accumulating his first MVP count in this group stage. There's a lot of first times here today, AJ.
It's the only reason why we see Pepe's name for the first time is because this is their first match win. But
true.
Pepe has always been that MVP on the side of eStar Pro. Out of 5 S&D matches, Pepe has been the MVP 4 out of that 5 times, right? So you can depend on this guy whenever you step on into an S&D matchup. Yes, I did mention Molu as well earlier on, but Molu is more of a flex who can play any of those maps and rise up to the top, right? Hardpoint, Control, S&D, it really doesn't matter to Molu, but Pepe, he knows how to play that pacing against some of these opponents here and take those fantastic matches. And with that Locust, there was just nobody who could take that challenge against him. His shots, his aim was just so perfect in this matchup against Wall. There was nothing Wall could do against him.
Okay, now, since we've tackled Search and Destroy now, expectancy here in Hardpoint, AJ. Scoreline we go, how much of a stretch do you think it will be?
I don't think it's going to go very far at all unless because I think the closest bit to any sort of disconnection or connection issues whatsoever that we did happen to see was on the side of eStar Pro. Walt seem to have been doing fine. It's just their strategy and their approach towards that S&D matchup, which was a little questionable. Although they did manage to pick that map, I'm a little surprised that the Japanese team lost this, right? But when we go into Hardpoint, I do believe Walt is so much more comfortable on a game mode like Hardpoint, on respawns. And eStar Pro, on the other hand, this is where they truly struggle. They always depend on one person, and that one person's name is Molu. If Molu is contained well, there's no way of telling, but if the team of Walt can determine exactly which positions Molu is going to be playing, sorts him out instantly, that's a GGWP. You're not going to see eStar Pro grab the victory here at all.
Definitely. Now, AJ, if you want to talk about like the what do you call this? If we were to put this on a telltale, the biggest stretch here is that eStar Pro is going to come out of the series 3-0, forcing Vault to only have 8 points. Then King Zone will be able to get 1 point out away from Doyu Gaming. Until then, we can get both teams on 8 points.
And
might be a possibility, man.
Dude, no, even if okay, yes, okay, WardeN, yes. There might be a possibility, WardeN. If eStar Pro can win another one, then there might be a little bit of hope here. But I don't think by any chance whatsoever Wolf's going to be losing the series. It's not over until it's over. They have to lose 2 more matches in order for us to be absolutely shocked. And I don't think it has arrived to that point just yet.
They have to specifically win 3-0, man, just to make sure that Vault will be stagnant in terms of the points. And, well, it's all going to get determined
after King Zone needs to beat the unbeaten Doyu Gaming. There can be miracles.
Can be miracles. Hopeful, man, we are. And here we go. Shanda on Hardpoint now. I think this is going to be a map favored quite a lot here for Vault. So eStar Pro has a lot of things to prove here, especially since, once again, if we bring up the factors, no wins in Hardpoint, no wins on Respawns overall. Let's see if they can bag their first one here on this Hacienda Hardpoint.
I love the fact that eStar Pro is bringing us here into Hacienda. They clearly have done their homework already. Remember, guys, Vault only has a 50% win rate here. They've played Hacienda twice thus far. They played it once against Wolves, where they did lose 250 to 125, but they did manage to pull one back on Hacienda as well against King Zone, where they won 250 to 164. So there is a lot of opportunity here, as in there is a chance that eStar Pro walks away with a victory.
Might be a chance. Really good opener here on this hallway, but Mick wants to put himself into the equation. But in regards to the influence inside a hill, it's going to be KanGod holding this one down, not until Rio will shut him down from the back end. So it's a 50-50 battle here on this Hardpoint number 1. So surely going to be a fight being seen, but it's all probably going to change up soon as we move over to more defined hills, especially on P2, which clearly now we get to see eStar Pro having their first rotation.
First hill pretty much sneaked away by the Japanese squad, but an early hole coming on through for Pepe, but he's annihilated from afar, and an early takeover of this second hard point on the side of Walt. So Garage now taken over by the Japanese squad. eStar Pro spawning out of the statues, attacking from both the lobby as well as the statue alleyway. Hunter Killer Drone goes out there for the prowl, finds absolutely nothing as the Chinese team takes over Garage, pushing the Japanese squad onto the observation deck. But 4 players still alive and kicking. Pepe making that 3. But here comes the push finally as Walt smashes it and sneaks the hill away.
Takes the hill away. Really defined spawns now. We get to see Vault on C side, while driveway push will come through here for eStar Pro. Pepe looking around to get the last kill, to get the break inside the hill, but unfortunately it's not going to go to their favor. And now we get to see Vault starting to pull away. Looking like they are still longing to pull down to the scrap time, and they absolutely do. 10 more seconds to go. eStar Pro got to head on to new.
eStar unlucky. Can they find it? Yes, they do. They take the scrap points for themselves as well. eStar Pro barely able to scratch the surface here on the second hard point, but an early rotation yet again. Molu's the guy to hold the hill. He's going to be meeting Mick halfway through CBR4, and an unfortunate mistake made by Pepe. He gets annihilated, but not before taking down 2 players. Mick still buying a lot of time here for himself, not making a mistake, finding whatever frags that he can get. Pepe sorts him out finally, but in the meantime, eStar already sneaking away enough points to catch up with Walt.
Bit of catch up now, only around 20 more points to go to even the grounds up. But Vista here with a War Machine can come in big, gets one kill. Can he get a double? Unfortunately not. The rest of his squads will take care of it, and now we get to see the spawns will get flipped out. But huge investments here from Vault might just be able to zone eStar Pro out of the parameter.
Smart play by Mick, but KAGE out of nowhere jumps on in. Sparrow for the win, manages to get sorted out, and eStar Pro, just when they thought they had the hill right back to them, Wolf shows up yet again in the form of unlucky. CBR4 in his hands, needs to go in for the challenge, Pepe, but he backs away from the spot for a tad bit, goes in to stop the bleeding. Final 2 seconds, but unlucky sorts him out. 95-49. Wolf hasn't run away with this just yet. Yet another early rotation coming through from eStar, and that is courtesy of Molu. This time holding things down with the claw. Can he find the annihilation? Molu, B-Star just circles around, finds the distraction, and unlucky finds him instead. It is going to be eStar Pro still though with the opener.
It's crazy that KAGE is rocking the SBR, and especially on the map of Ashenda. Yes, for sure you were offered by the distance, but you do have distance to play with, but at the same time you really have to go rely on his automatics. But I don't want to discredit him. I know for a fact he can perform, but I know that as well that he can put up a lot more impact with different guns. But you know, stick with your comfort gun. I mean, after all, you are leading your team in the kill department.
Absolutely, man. You can most definitely say that again as Walt now finds the hill for themselves. Echan with the Purifier investment shows up, barely uses it and gets a double for himself. Echan now finds Molu, but Molu annihilates him halfway through. Unlucky with the Annihilator investment. It's a very expensive hill for the side of Walt. They don't really mind because Mick's fully streaked up already. Worst case scenario, as they rotate back into that first hardpoint, they can depend on Mick for a tad bit, whereas the rest of the players go in to charge their operators yet again through those engagements. And as you can see, the engagements are a little cleaner for the side of the Japanese players.
Ooh, lovely take, convincing kills. We get to see the influence inside the hill now as well here for Mick. And one more player to go to start to make the points rain for their side. And it's still going to be Derek a bit of a menace to not let go of these points here for Vault. But overall, we get to see a bit more defined hardpoint number 1 now here for Vault. They're starting to pull away with this one. All they got to do is worry about the 3 players on the hallways. Until then, they can run away with a money healer on P1.
Let's see if or not Walt can find this hill back for themselves. They've got one final attempt for a break, and it is all started off by unlucky. CBR4 goes in for the challenge. Beastar, on the other hand, finds KAGE, and that's not a great thing when you know KAGE has got that SPR. Turns around, takes Echan's head off, but Walt manages to sneak away the final scrap points. 150-70, and the Japanese squad now slowly running away from eStar Pro. Second hill, early rotation yet again. Time and time again, we see those early rotations from the side of eStar Pro. Question is, can they hold on to the hill this time?
It's just a matter of converting those kills into points. But guess what? As we did see, early rotation from the side of eStar Pro won't matter here for a Vault. You can see they're just going to be able to break it all down to win the gunfights. And this just has been the trend over and over again here, AJ.
LK24 drops shock from on behalf of Molu, finds more than one for himself. In fact, 3 back-to-back. And the kill for himself as well. The players inside of lobby as well as observation deck. So a split push coming through from the side of Vol. Molu sorts out one. Can he find the other as well? Beastar does hop on out, but finds a very slow approach. And the final 19 seconds gives Walt one final attempt for a break, because this next hill is all the way on the opposite side of the map at the warehouse. So if they fail, they have to run away. They don't go in for a good challenge. And you can see Beastar doing exactly that. On for the early anchor spot at warehouse he goes.
Indeed, and now we get to see the spawns a bit more excited now here for Vault. But keep in mind, 168 to 100 might be large on paper, but if ever, let's say, eStar Pro can build up a defense and possibly set up a money hill, maybe till then they can even things up. And as we get to see, early influence inside the hill will be found on their side. Now the question is, can they hold their grounds? And if ever they do so, how consistent it will be, and looking like it's not going to be the case here, AJ.
It's a double on that claw. Unlucky. Beastar both stepping on up. 172 to 103. Nobody's hopping on into the warehouse just yet. And this is a bait from the side of eStar. Just waiting for Walt to step on up. But eStar's not picking up those points, so I don't really get exactly how that was going to go their way. Finally, onto the hill they go, but Walt's there for the challenge. Derek with the Purifier finds one, quickly sorted out. Wold going in, stopping the bleeding, not allowing eStar to catch up just yet, and they annihilate the players. Final 14 seconds should go to the Japanese squad, and eStar, that play might have just cost them the matchup.
Might just cost him the matchup now. 110 to 182. 70-point lead here for the side of Vault, and they're still getting the scrap time out away from eStar Pro, ensuring that they extend the lead furthermore. We head on to P4 with the early rotations here for Vault, and this is absolutely them just showing that they could possibly just close out things up. And as we can see, early opener here for Vault. They're holding their grounds. 3-man pusher on the hallways. Is it going to matter? Looking like it's going to be KAGE inside a hill, looking to get a break, and by a miracle, eStar Pro, they bounce back inside a Hardpoint.
But is this gonna be enough? Wold is already close to finishing this matchup off already. One more chance for a break. They're stacking up their players towards the back of that mana. One hops on inside as well. And through the stairs at mana, Echan with the Purifier investment circles around, finds one for himself, sorted out by Pepe with the Annihilator. But Wold does have the hill. The onslaught from the side of eStar happens, and it continues as well. Echan hops right back in with a switchblade. You can't keep this guy down.
And keep this guy down. He's been absolutely been able to perform as well. As we get to see, really scrappy hill on this Hardpoint number 4. Only accumulating at least like 20 points here for the side of Vault, even less. And we get to see another reset here back to P1. The last run for P1 AJ, it wasn't so defined here for eStar Pro, so they gotta double it down if they want to stand a chance to win this Hardpoint.
But Volt's not going to finish the game off in this hill just yet. We do know that eStar can make a bit of a difference, and they are fully warmed up, especially KAGE and that SPR. But as I speak about him, unlucky with the Annihilator. Annihilation gets 2 back-to-back, make that 3. Can he find more? Yes, he can. But Molu quickly trades him out with the LK as eStar finds the hill for themselves. He plays the role of the objective player, makes circles around from the back, finds the hill back, and KAGE shows up yet again. Back and forth we go, but eStar just not giving up just yet. You gotta love the fight from the Chinese players, but Japan is so close to finishing this off, WardeN.
Ball pulling away. Molu now out into the scene. Gonna be able to get on a 2 spree as well. Could get a triple, but the nade shuts him down. And now we get to see another hill gets forced out of the hands of Vault. Early rotations here from the side of eStar Pro. I'm just hoping that they've learned from their past 3 runs on this Hardpoint, because if not, it might just be the game closed out, as only 27 more points left to be claimed here for Vault to close things out here in Hacienda.
This is gonna be the one and only Derek now with the Purifier circling on in. eStar has found that hill, and they can hold on to it for a little bit. Yicheng does manage to find the activation on the operator as well, and I believe it is going to be an investment for them, as they desperately need to get every single point from this hill, but they lose it to Vault yet again, and the players are so far away for that rotation through the lobby. 3 players, but Mick sorts out 2 with the claw. War Machine play on the other side from the side of Yicheng, finds absolutely nothing from the War Machine. Final pop, and he does not get anything, but Molu finally show it on up, rotates himself out of the equation. In eStar, they find the hill, they stop the bleeding, but the Japanese squad 9 points away from finding the closure to this matchup.
We need to see more break come true for us to see another Hardpoint. And it's all going to come down to Derek, and guess what? He gets washed away. Now that's going to be Vault here shutting things down in Shenda. 169 to 250. Not going to be able to put up a... not going to be able to break the record for the closest game that they can put up on Hardpoint, AJ.
Absolutely, man. So a little unfortunate for eStar Pro, but I loved the gameplay from them. I think they gave one of their best fights that we have seen out of the team thus far, and Walt was not expecting that. But even if so, Walt did manage to counteract with it, and just pure gunfights, right? KAGE was really popping off, and it was just a little unfortunate for the side of eStar Pro that they could not run away with the matchup. They almost equalized, the point that they did manage to get against Gangendra, which is 170 points, but falling short of just 1. And Walt had just sneaked away a little bit too many points from each and every single one of those rotations. Once again, WardeN, early rotations from the side of eStar Pro, they just couldn't hold on to the hill.
And you did tell me earlier that I should stick to my verdict about mechanical gunfights, and should have to be honest, because really early rotations, once you got the early rotations, all you got to do left is just connect with your shots until then. And we do have some news here for in regards to the broadcaster, AJ. looking like it's not gonna be from our feed that is the problem. It's looking to be specifically in the YouTube app itself. So if you guys want to watch this broadcast, or if you guys are watching this broadcast right now, if you guys want to share the word, kindly use the browser for now, and so you guys can watch the action here for the CDSI.
Yeah, if you have got a computer with yourself, make sure you hop on through, because the mobile app seems to be a little buggy at the moment, but hopefully they do sort that out before we come to the end of this day, because we know that a lot of you guys are pretty impatient. You guys want to watch the action between these two teams. We truly understand. I mean, there's a lot of fans for the Japanese side of Vault, and nobody wants to see eStar Pro go down just yet without a fight, and we are getting quite a bit of a fight.
Or is that a Japanese tectonic in the chat? Okay, all right. Love it a lot, love it a lot. Yes, indeed, guys, it is coming from the YouTube app, so better stay tuned. Now, here we go. In terms of the statistics here, AJ, each and every player, aside from Molu, if I'm not mistaken, was on the positive side of the KD ratio.
Yeah.
And in regards to the MVP for this one, it's going to be your boy Mick, accumulating his third MVP count for the CDSI.
And even if the team of eStar Pro did not get the victory, Molu still did manage to shine like the North Star, picking up his fourth MVP title in a Hardpoint matchup for the team. Unfortunately, it just did not result in a victory. Control is next, and once again, eStar Pro has got a 0% win rate at this game mode. And they're going up against Walt, who are not the best control team, I have to say. Just a 25% win rate. Nothing to shout about.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, the series still lives on here for eStar, and it's just all going to come down to them putting up a fight here in control, because clearly Hardpoint is no longer part of the chase for this one. We've seen it already played out. It was so convincing. Connections, the trades, everything was just so well played out here for Vault. On control, we get a mixture of crossroads, raid, or standoff, and just by looking at the personality that the gunfights was put up on Ashenda, I think the best odds for eStar Pro to take a win out away from Vault on control is either standoff or crossroads.
Standoff, crossroads. I think crossroads would be a better pick, because we did see Walt struggle on crossroads quite a number of times. In fact, twice against Kingzone and Doyu Gaming. But if we go to raid, the probability of eStar Pro going down is high, because they've played raid control 4 times. They've lost raid control 4 times. So hopefully we don't go that.
Hopefully, man. I mean, you don't want to get... Okay, it's going to be crazy for us to hear that they lost control 5 times in a row. If it was like... It would be okay if it was different maps.
Yeah.
But if it's going to be raid over raid over raid over raid, that should be an alarming call here for, you know, the coaches, the players themselves, because how do you lose this map like over and over again, man? Like,
if you're bad at the map,
you got to find a...
That's how.
You gotta find some resolvement, bro.
Fair enough. Or you gotta just ban it out, right? Just gotta. But unfortunately, you don't get to ban any maps for control. So it has to just be a map that eStar Pro deals with. Unless, of course, they do manage to win out the dice roll and they do get to pick the map. Maybe they can bring us into Crossroads Strike. But are they going to be able to fare well against Walt, who do so much better on a respawn, especially when it comes to the game of engagement? That's, of course, a big question mark. And if Walt can keep up the pressure, if they can keep up the pacing of what we just saw they brought out in that Hardpoint matchup in Hacienda, then the probability of the Japanese team walking away with a victory, the second victory in the series, is going to be really high. But eStar Pro, they proved themselves in that S&D matchup. They did the unthinkable. They finally won a map in the group stage, right? And I think this is the start of something fantastic for eStar. Yes, they know that they're not going to be making it through to the knockout stages, but if they can at the very least walk out of the competition, you know, with their heads held up high, they took down a Japanese squad, I think they'll be really delighted with themselves.
Yeah, they should be really proud for themselves. And I mean, I'm really proud already. I think you're really proud as well. I mean, we did ask for at least just one game out from the series overall.
Yep.
So them getting this control game mode is just the cherry on top of the cake, man, honestly. And it'd be pretty interesting as well in how this can correlate to the statistics. But till then, it's not really going to change a lot. That's something that I'm slowly but surely acknowledging here, AJ. So that's just about it. Now, in regards to Crossroads, man, a lot of things has happened. Yesterday, I saw a glimpse of the crossroads in between Q9 and West Point Mamba Low Kings. Oh my days, 4-0 run by the West Point Mamba Low Kings.
I think West Point Mamba Low Kings were playing that on a whole other level, but at the same time, it felt like Q9 just wasn't going all out just yet. So I wouldn't count them out just a little bit too early. We have to wait for the knockout stages to see exactly what this Chinese team is capable of doing. But to take nothing away from the victory of West Point Mamba Low Kings, though, we all know that they are a great team. It's just that it was surprising we barely saw a fight out of Q9. That was the only, fishy occurrence within that matchup in itself. I really think that Q9 is holding back. Not saying that if they don't hold back, they are going to take the win against West Point Mamba Low Kings. It could have gone into a map number 5, I think, with potentially West Point Mamba Low Kings winning that out as well. But flat out 3-0 against Q9. Yeah, I think they were not having the best of days yesterday.
And it's kind of also just like finding the grasp on the whole nature of West Point Mamba Low Kings. And we get to see that the whole adaptability that West Point Mamba Low Kings has been able to put up throughout the past few months has been absolutely insane. Like, I get it's pretty easy to say that the West Point Mamba Low Kings has a different type of breed compared to like other teams. Now it's just a matter of like how can it correlate to other natures in this competition, specifically for the CDSI. And something about this whole I did have a bit of a talk to myself in regards to stage 4, right, which is aka the qualifier for stage 5. I honestly think, and it's pretty easy to say, that the competition here for CDSI is much harder than stage 4, bro.
I would agree that the competition is much harder than stage 4, but I wouldn't say just via gunfights, right? I would say going up against teams from other regions who have the kind of strategy you're not really used to taking on just yet. You might have gone up against top dogs like Blacklist, ROG. You might have gone up against teams like Almighty. You know what to expect, but you don't know what to expect out of a team like Walt, for example. Their strategy is a tad bit different, and it all has to be. I guess the difficulty will be in a part where you are put to the test as to how you respond organically in a split second out there on the battlefield when you're trying to counter all of these plays, especially on those S&Ds, which I think the teams have done pretty decently so far. But at the very same time, teams like Walt, they have been keeping up with that pressure, right? Albeit not too great on the scoreline, but they are hanging in there still.
Yeah, hanging in there still. Now, one question about that search and destroy in between Vault and eStar. That's something that we can tackle later on as we progress throughout the series. But for now, Standoff is going to be the map of choice for this control game mode, and it's going to be avoiding those long distance maps, obviously a raid. So finally, we get to see a different control map here for eStar.
Well, I don't think eStar is going to be too happy with that at all, because this was the only control map that Walt got a win on. Once again, they've got a 25% win rate, and Standoff is where they got that victory over Wolves. And yes, it did get pushed into a round number 7, but it was a phenomenal performance out of Team Walt, and Mick was the superstar in that matchup. Let's see if he can be the superstar in this one as well.
Let's see, man. I mean, it's better to try something new rather than do things over and over again where exactly been faltering. So moving over to the first round, it's going to be Vault here leading the offense. Defense here for eStar.
It's going to be a quick cap coming on through for the Japanese squad. A control point. Sneaked away, Pista. Getting the job done all on his own. Derek can circle on in and find him, but Derek goes for the spawn trap instead. Derek, my friend, you're losing your control point, sir.
Losing control point, and now we get to see Ishan here just playing around P2. He's going to be...
He's just going for the spawn trap, and he's winning out at this attempt.
Winning everything, to be honest. And he is on a forest spree right now. Might just be able to get some more as well. And Yicheng, we're facing the same problem that we did on S&D. He's not moving at all.
And KAGE will be able to annihilate Echan finally. But in the meantime, what has it cost them? It cost them that A control point. In terms of the number of lives, though, not too much of a difference between the two teams. eStar can still win this out, and they have now reduced their responsibilities from 2 sides down to 1. So they can invest all of their players to just guarding that B control points. But Etchan finds KAGE, and this is just an over-aggressive side of Yicheng that I am not too delighted in seeing. He's going up for the push, finding the distraction, keeping the players of Vault towards the mid part of the map, and not allowing them to approach that B control point. I think this is a little smart, but it's very risky.
Very risky now. 8 points and captured once again, 20-17. Life not too set apart. It's all going to come down to this Bravo hold here for eStar Pro. If ever he can win this first clash, might be them. Even if things up as well. Game slowed down. Pei now. Getting one shot down. Mick looking to get his wrap as well down to second floor of the bakery. And could absolutely make that play if ever he gets the timing right.
1 minute, 10 seconds to go. No rush for the side of Vault. And finally, the attempt starts. Mick with the backstab inside of Bakery. Switchblade in hand. He needs to be careful, though. Pei arrives, and Pei gets sorted out. Mick with a beautiful push, and that distraction allows the rest of the players from the side of Vault to finally hop on to this B control point, sneaking away the first segment. That's all sorted out. 1 minute on to go. 3 players playing the objective. Everybody watching the door of that bakery gets concussed halfway through. Unlucky will find one, find 2 for himself. Third one will not get punched. Turns around. Pei with a slide and still get boxed down, but KAGE saves the day with a KRM.
It's exactly the problem that eStar Pro face on Search and Destroy is absolutely not checking their corners. That costed them 3 lives in total on the clash, and that just sold them the round itself as well. 4 lives remaining, 10 for the set of Vault. Each one gets one shut down. Remaining players, Derek and Molis, KAGE will get shut down as well. With 35 seconds left on the clock, and 1 player contesting to, put it on a stagnant state. I mean,
that's a GG already.
Yep. GG, well played, man. Derek left alone, 1v5.
Derek's lonely, and there's just absolutely nothing he can do about this. Final segment to go. Walt's going to get the capture, and Derek finds absolutely no one. 1-0, and an easy round for the side of Walt. And they were, of course, on the attack, this time on the defense. Let's see if or not eStar can perform equally as well.
Offensive standoff is a bit controversial as well. Some teams prefer to start on offense, some prefer to start on defense. So let's see if it's going to be the same preference here from the side of eStar Pro, as we get to see early good kills here for eStar. 3-0 run so far for them. Make it 3-2 now, as we get to see a bit more fights being put up now for Vault.
Standoff Control is just one of those more balanced maps out there. Don't really have to worry about the offense or the defense. Like you said, some teams do prefer the offense. You walk into slums to play this game mode. Yeah, I think you're not going to want that offense all that too much. But of course, going back to the gameplay, it seems like it's a quick one for eStar, because they have sneaked away the first segment. And Walt looks like they don't want to play the defense on the B control point at all.
Look at the setup. Looking like they are going to be longing for a spawn trap instead. It's going to be player 5 and player 4 getting shut down, and that might be them over and over again, consistently just taking them all out of the equation. They're playing by the KD here, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely right. Look at this strategy by Walt. They're allowing the capture on the B control point, but they are setting up that spawn trap, and they know they can execute it to perfection. And now 3 players out of sight of eStar. Unlucky Rio, they find those back-to-back. Derek trying to spring that spawn trap on the players of Walt himself, but he fails, unfortunately for him. Unfortunately for the whole team of eStar, Walt just had the better strategy in this round.
I am so surprised, bro.
GG, man.
That worked out so nicely, so convincingly for them. And just a matter of, a minute? The round is all over now.
Yep.
20 lives dwindled down in the span of a minute, bro.
I think that was just God-level strategy from the side of Walt. Once again, this is something I really love seeing out of the Japanese side, and the fact that they always outdo their opponents, not mainly from those gunfights, but the amazing strategy. They allowed those 2 objective players to push on up 4th, and they just steamrolled the 3 other players who were spawning out, spawn trapping them, kept forcing the spawn, yet again kept taking down each and every single one of those players, going in for the investment onto their operators. The Sparrow got whipped out as well. They were getting absolutely popped. The backup, though, from the two objective players just was nowhere to be found. Yes, of course, you are going for the cap onto one side of control, but it's not going to be useful if the rest of your players are getting spawn trapped. And it was a little bit of a waste. I think a miscalculation on the side of eStar Pro. I don't think they saw that one coming that quick.
I didn't as well, man. I mean, keep in mind, we're casters here. We get to see the map, and all of a sudden, snap. Vault is just in response already, getting a spawn trap ensued, and oh my, I mean, I can't wait to see what more Vault can offer, especially on the knockout. I'm just calling it now, bro. I mean, after all, they're pretty much secured to
now you agree.
The next stage of the competition. Yeah, I mean, after that round, bro, I mean, I have nothing else to say. I mean, if you were basing it off from the past two previous games, coming from Search and Destroy to Hardpoint, very convincingly on Hardpoint, they are so good mechanically. And guess what? In a game out of control, you can win either by playing or the objective. And Vault took advantage of what they were so convincing at.
There's a great strategy executed by the players of Vault, but eStar's not going to fall back just yet. Freddy says hello, gets a single elimination in the meantime. Unlucky just prowling around with the CBR4. Finds one for himself. 5 life deficit for the players on the side of eStar. Yet another player going to get taken out. The Freddy just being used to take down one player at a time. Could have saved it for a rainy day, though, to play the defense, but who's going to complain at this point as eStar continues to cap that A control point. Final segment to go, and Walt just letting this one, on a rip, and eStar can't do much about this.
Can't do much about it. They lose their gunfights, they lose the control point, and now they're also just letting time loose out here for the side of Vault. 18 to 26. We get to see Unlucky go on a 2 spree, connects with a triple, make it a 4 spree. And that's absolutely how you connect with a CBR4, bro.
5 back-to-back kills for the one and only Unlucky. If you ask me, the guy looks very lucky with all of his annihilations. Doesn't get anything from the Freddy, though. I guess that's where he got his name.
Well, the run still continues here for Vault. Should be the third round here for them. They don't even need to go for the capture anymore. Just go for the slay. Ryu! Oh my days, two! Another one.
Come on, Rio. What was that? 2 back-to-back wall bangs, flicks into the window on the side of Hotel, finds the guy as well. Dude, Rio was on fire, but he doesn't even have the highest numbers of frag. But who cares when you've got a fantastic play like that? That is making the highlight reel either way.
Just a highlight reel here overall for the side of you. Vault, man, they're winning everything. They are left alone. 117. We believe in miracles. Is this one of the miracles we're going to be believing in? Absolutely not. eStar Pro, they faltered on the third round. One more to go to win control here for Vault.
One more round indeed, and this time they play in the defense. Look at this, all 5 players on the side of Vault. They've got the operators and they can invest it. They know they're going to get the victory this time round. Can eStar hold out, play the counter, remain surviving? Unlucky fights the first one, traded out by Yi Cheng. Echan finds Molu. eStar losing more players than they can afford to at this point of time. Echan with the Purifier investment circles around, wondering if he can find the spawn trap, finds the first one, second one, traded out by Molu. Fantastic counter this time.
Fantastic counter it is. Unlucky now. Annihilator Showtime, 2 kills for him. Vista putting a lot of influence here on the tractors. And it's just going to be a pinch coming through here for the set of Vault. This should be enough for them to close out the deal. Mix pushing in with the claw, spraying in. Pepe, Molu, Yi Cheng under his name. But KAGE gets the shot down onto him. But in all honesty, that should be the dagger to seal the deal here, AJ.
I mean, when you've got your defensive team spawn trapping you, not allowing you to play a game of attack at all, you know you are going to be in trouble. 28 more seconds to go. Molu, with the claw investment, absolutely wasted. Pepe with the Annihilator, those circles around, finds one, but oh no, finds none actually. Unlucky did manage to find Derek halfway through as well, with 9 more lives left. You got to think about the clock. 14 seconds, and they are nowhere close to capping any one of those control points. This is a GGWP. Walt says goodbye to eStar, but the series not over just yet. We might still see eStar make a comeback here, but it's going to take a lot, WardeN.
It's going to take a lot, but at least it's in their best game mode now in this competition, AJ.
Yeah.
Back to search and destroy. So I think, you know, if ever, let's say S&D will get played the same way, we could get greeted by game number 5.
You say S&D is their best game mode, like they've won every single S&D, sir.
They have a... I mean, it's their best game mode, man. It's the only game mode that they won.
For a team that has got a 7% win rate through all of the matches played thus far, they would prefer for me to mention the win rate on S&D. They've got a 20% win rate. Out of the 5 S&D matches they've played thus far, they've managed to win 1. And that 1 was against Walt. So I guess they still do stand a chance of extending the series for a little bit more.
Well, it has to go down to that way, man. I mean, there's no room for errors here for search and destroy. And I guess it's safe to talk about S&D now here, because we are indeed going back to the game mode.
Yeah.
You know, I saw a question early on in the YouTube comment section. So what do you think Vault did wrong on the first run for search and destroy? I want to give this question to you first.
Gee, thanks for throwing me under the bus. I think they underestimated eStar Pro a little bit. I think they were rushing out a little bit too carelessly. You saw the calculated moves coming through from Walt in this control matchup that you did not see in that S&D game, right? And I think it was just a little bit of a soft approach. I think they were being too careless with the whole strategy against eStar Pro at the very start. And it wasn't like they started off with that mindset. You saw that first round, the way they were trying to line up all of those grenades, play those timing. They were taking them seriously. But after the second round, they were like, okay, you know what? This is an easy win. And that's when things started to go downhill for them.
Yeah, definitely. And something about the whole plays as well. I think I would love to segue this over to eStar Mro, because there was actually a lot of things that they did so well on the Search and Destroy Tunisia, where, you know, they offered unconventional plays. They decided to go for like a 4-man wraparound onto the spawns, and it was like, it was pretty enough. It was so diverse enough to the point that Vault didn't have any proper respondment. So that's just them pulling away, and it's safe to say as well that they just played better search and destroy at that point of time.
I want to say yes, but I still think the only standout play was not a team play from the side of eStar Pro, but it was Pepe himself, right? I think his snipes were a little too solid. He kept finding those quick scopes, and, you know, overall, Walt was unlucky in that S&D matchup. But speaking of unlucky, he himself is right in front of us, a rating of 1.79 with 31 kills through 3,372 damage. Second MVP. But the highest streak, 8 eliminations in this matchup. You know he was popping off.
Absolutely popping off. And in terms of the highlights here, AJ, I think it was just a Vault Showtime highlight. And oh my, just that shot from Ryu. Check his phone. Check his phone, bro.
Check his phone. It says he's a pro. It's going to be Walt with an opportunity to close the series off. And in S&D, it's not their best game mode. If you take into account the matchup that they just had against eStar Pro, it brings their win rate down a little bit more. They now have a 33.3% win rate against all of the other teams in an S&D matchup. But eStar Pro, with a 20% win rate, basically the only S&D they've ever won in the competition thus far was against Walt. But I still do think it was due to the mistakes made by Walt, and not so much that eStar, you know, played that, you know, in the most sublime of manner. So as long as Volt can adjust their strategy, make sure they don't rush on into the bomb site like what they did blindly in one of those rounds, I think we will still have a high chance the Japanese team brings this to a close. But I think you are itching for a game number 5 in this first series.
I really want to, man. I mean, I was only greeted with one game number 5 on yesterday's run, and it was during AMT and SPG. It was a very far-fetched win for SPG, but it did happen. Same goes for here. It should be a far-fetched win here for eStar Pro, but since yesterday happened, and yes, okay, I'm just gonna beat you to it first, okay? AMT Troll Kings is not around. I know for a fact Vault will not be trolling around. It's just that I'm a really hopeful guy in eStar's pros search and destroy.
I think you have a good call here that eStar Pro might just pull a beautiful turnaround here. But I think the victory that we did see SPG pull off against Almighty, it's not going to be motivating eStar Pro as much as it's going to be motivating Kingzone. eStar Pro has got no chance whatsoever to make it into the knockout stages, but Kingzone might still have a good chance. But that is all going to be dependent on eStar Pro winning out the series. If they do not, then I think that's just going to be breaking the confidence of Kingzone down a tad bit more. So Kingzone's, if there's any bit of fan out there for eStar Pro that's cheering them on with blood, sweat, and tears right here, right now, it's going to be Kingzone, man. They, wherever they are, they're going to be waving that eStar Pro flag back and forth.
eStar Pro, eStar Pro. Well, you gotta support your own region, brother. And it's all gonna come down to that. I mean, regardless, again, eStar Pro went into this day with no points whatsoever. So regardless, whatever they do, it's not gonna matter. But the legacy of Kingzone is onto their hands. And if ever, let's say, they take this series out away from Vault, it's gonna be Kingzone stand a chance to move over to the knockouts.
We do have potentially 2 more games to play out here within the first series. And of course, we do have a couple of other series lined up for you guys. After this, we've got Doyu Gaming taking on Kingzone, followed by Kagendra meeting Wolves. I think the final series is going to be the blockbuster matchup that we are all looking forward to watching. But once again, the fate of Kingzone will be decided by eStar Pro. If they can sneak away a victory from Walt, this might just be the biggest upset awaiting the Japanese squad. And I think overall it will be a huge disappointment, not just because Walt does not make it through, because Z1 didn't make it through as well. So that means Japanese just is not going to be found within the knockout stages, and I don't think the region wants that. So a lot is on the line, and Walt will be giving their very best. That one thing we can be rest assured.
Yeah, I mean, after all, I love to say this a lot when I look at Vault, is that this is a composition of Brilliant, Owl X, and Scars, the best out of the best in the Japanese region. Z1 is already out of the chase. This is the remaining hope here for the Japanese region to make it through to the knockout. So, I mean, all eyes onto them. Let's see if they can close things out here on Search and Destroy to secure their bag for the knockouts.
But let's see if or not that happens. Of course, as we head on into this S&D matchup, it can go either way. The statistics is on the side of Walt, but the first S&D matchup taken away by eStar Pro proves to us that it can be done, and they can catch the team of Walt off guard. But of course, a few of those conditions need to be met. Mainly, Pepe needs to continue annihilating them with their snipes, and the backup from Molu needs to be as sharp as it was in that previous matchup in itself. And speaking of Molu, the back-to-back MVP on the side of eStar Pro, even though they do not pick up the victory for themselves, he has been a standout guy. He has been always delivering for the side of a team eStar Pro. But it's high time in this next matchup the rest of the players step up for the squad as well out of China.
I mean, after all, this is the only game that you won in the series, so everyone has to step up. I mean, you can't just rely on Molu, Pepe. Has to be the whole squad itself. Now, I think in one situation, KAGE was also one detrimental factor for eStar Pro, especially those shots with an SBR. I think it might be doable here, especially for a map like Firing Range. So you get to see a default map. I'm really expecting quite a lot from both ends of the spectrum. This map has been around for such a long time here, bro.
It's gonna be Firing Range, baby. And SND, the bomb starting off in the hands of the Japanese players, and Unlucky finds a lucky shot as KAGE slides on in, gets his head taken off. Unlucky doesn't need to circle around just yet. B-Star gonna send a courtesy nade into that white warehouse. Finds absolutely no one as Molu goes out for the slide. Yicheng tagged up already. B-Star doesn't find the finisher. And Yicheng does get tagged up yet again. Still no finisher onto Yicheng. The guy has got 9 lives.
Good recovery here for eStar Pro. Pepe shuts down Vista. Mick gets the refrag onto Derek. And now we get to see the trade-offs now just going back and forth. We're going to be favoring Vault quite a lot. 3v4 here, the bomb still undefined on which way to go, but big gunfight could possibly occur here for Pepe as he's pushed up here pretty deep down below the wooden house, and there's going to be 2 players on top
Mick circles around. Pepe hasn't been spotted out just yet. This gives them the advantage, and Pepe once again delivers for the side of eStar. And making it all equal now, 3v3. Quickly circling around towards the B-bomb side. He wants to meet them on both ends. Pepe with this huge turnaround. Can he find yet another for himself? The rest of the players need to circle around as well in this 3v3. Mick finds one. Yi Cheng slides, but the Switchblade still finds his head.
Finds his head, and the round continues with eStar Pro trying to go for another wrap here. But looking like it's going to be a vault. Quite hesitant as well to get the bomb planted, but they gotta do. They don't have time no more to go back to the A bomb side. Now we could see eStar Pro. Last two players here down the jungles. Will be able to spot down one. Go for the shot and misses. Follows up with a second. Pepe gets the shot to get the kill, to get the round overall. First round, eStar Pro bagging it all through.
Starting off on the back foot and making it right back in front. All thanks to the man we highlighted, Pepe. The best sniper for the side of eStar Pro. In fact, the only sniper on the side of eStar Pro. Unless KAGE, of course, picks up a sniper for himself. He prefers the marksman. SPR is going to be popping off as usual. Molu finds one. And Pepe not stepping up this time round as Molu gets taken out of the equation. Unlucky, on the other hand, is going to be responding with the Locust. Going to be a quick toss of the concussed as well. Rio's going to be found by Pepe as they circle around. 3 players left for the side of Vault. Not looking good for the Japanese players.
Not looking so good. Unlucky Bista. Left alone. It's only going to be now unlucky, and it's not going to last any longer no more. Really quick respondment here for eStar Pro and AJ. Ay.
Exactly.
2-0 eStar Pro winning rounds pretty convincingly.
And this is the match number 5 that we were talking about. That's going to be very possible. eStar already proved themselves against Volt earlier on in that S&D matchup, and here they are doing the exact same. Pepe this time picking up 2 eliminations. And we do see, 2 eliminations. And we did see Yi Cheng and Molu stepping up as well. KAGE to the smoke, finds one. Molu circles around. Echan will find one, finds 2. Switchblade popping off. And that just holds the court here for the side of Team Walt. Echan all on his own. Finds Pepe, takes the shot. Just the tags.
But the information is right there. Rio gets a read, shuts him down. Easy kill for him. Still won't cut the chase though. Still needs to deal with 2 more here for eStar. Derek, KAGE still alive and kicking. They do get a pretty convincing hold there on that mid lane, and unfortunately KAGE misses the shot with an SBR. Echan still alive to stay alive and kicking. 2 players here on the trailers will get shut down. KAGE out of the chase. Derek now left alone in a 1v3.
Derek can't do much, circles around, and Rio finds him jumping out of that white warehouse. Easy round for the side of Vault, but they need to do a little bit better. They are getting caught off guard here by eStar. And the one factor that just played against eStar was the fact that Pepe got taken out way too early there, and you can't have that happening. Your star player needs to survive.
How to make use of him, especially on the retakes. And oh my days, unlucky. Really good shot onto Molu, and in the process, he does get a hit marker as well. But Pepe gets one as well. Each end out of the round. It's going to be a big exchanges here for the scopes, putting things down to a 4v4.
Rio looking for some lucky wall bangs that he's not going to find just yet. A quick toss of the concuss in as well, finds nothing. B-Star, Yi Cheng finds one on the circling around. Pepe and Derek both nailing one each for themselves. Mick, final player, finds Derek. My God, 2 shots back to back. And it does find the connection. KAGE though, SPR from afar, can't punish Mick. This is going to be a big fight for him. If he can't find KAGE, this is going to be huge. KAGE just around the corner, and Mick can't find his backstab. Timing's perfect for him. And KAGE does manage to sneak away.
Sneak away, now he gets the beam onto Yi Cheng, repositions. KAGE with his SBR. Or is that a kilo? Please tell me that's an SBR at least. But regardless, hasn't been the most promising player here for eStar, not just yet, and looking like it is an SBR. He has to find a way to accumulate his second kill. Could get the 3rd round as well for his squad, but pretty hesitant which way to go. Looking like he is able to get a read onto Mick. Good shot, clean, like butter, smooth as it is. And now we get to see that eStar, they lead the game 2 rounds.
Almost taking that clutch Mick, but KAGE still alive and kicking, and the SPR just a little bit too strong. This time it switches out to the KRM though. Just wants to find a different pacing for this round as they push on fourth for a very aggressive defense. Mick finds Pepe halfway through first. Sniper's not going to be able to connect this time around. Derek, quick concuss. Echan found halfway through, but gets that trade. B-Star, good circle on and gets his double as well off of Yi Cheng. And this should be the round for the side of Volt unless KAGE once again finds a clutch round.
Can he do it? Molu could be the biggest player here as well. If ever he does commit fast enough, he might just be able to get one player from the backside. Looking like Team Vista now shutting KAGE down. Molu left alone in 1v3. As he pushes on, he meets unlucky and he gets a shot down as well. And looking like Vault will retain back around, forcing down the lead to be 1. And this is absolutely one factor that Vault was falling over and over again on the game number 1. It's just that they don't really have the proper plays to put through and prepare up against eStar. But I don't want to get too ahead of eStar not just yet as well. I mean, it's only a 1-round lead. We move over to this round number 6 with looking to be a heavy mid push here from the side of Vault. Pepe gets the caught up onto 1, follows up with a double as well. Each on Vista out of the round, but Mick gets a double for himself as well. KAGE, Yicheng out of the chase, making a triple overall for the side of Mick.
Mick's on fire for sure. Gets a little excited, but someone's just around the corner here. Mick just needs to be a little careful. Right up on top. It's going to be Derek with a Fennec. Backstab. Mick, unsuspecting. And Derek does manage to trade him out finally. And brings it down into a 2v2. Unlucky and real for the side of Volt, taking on Derek and Pepe. Pepe, the lethal sniper for the side of eStar. Can still clutch this out. But we've got an equal fight. 2 of those SMGs, 2 of those snipers taking each other on.
Suspense being felt here. Rio, aggressive push from Derek. Wow, what a challenge. Unlucky, first shot, follows up with a second. Now it's a 1v1.
It's an all-out sniper battle now. Pepe going up against Unlucky. Pepe with the 10 eliminations. Unlucky with just a 5 WardeN.
Insane. Arguably the most exciting S&D that I've seen so far for the CDSI. Now, the bomb is just from the front of the barrels. Pepe, on the contrary, I don't think he has the angle for the bomb itself, but he knows exactly where it is. So if ever Unlucky picks it up, it's going to be the information delayed. 16 seconds left on the clock. He has to go for a commitment here. Got to go for the bomb plant.
Was that a nade or was that just a speck of dust? Oh my god, it was a nade, Pepe! I thought that it was a speck of dust on my screen, but no, it was a flying god nade courtesy of Pepe.
Perfect, medium, rare. Good cook there from Pepe. Getting his 11 kills on his lobby. And now we get to see eStar Pro feeling the confidence. They're pretty confident here, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, they're pulling away with this one, but Vault trying to respond back with a very aggressive push here on the White Warehouse. But Mola shuts him down with a spray down. Vista, Ishan out of the round. It's all going to come down to Unlucky, Ryu, and Mick. Change things up.
My god, Pepe. Pepe's on freaking fire this time round. Mick's not going to stand a chance. Yi Cheng, but Pepe finishes off that round. eStar Pro. What a play. They are just absolutely ripping through a wall. And the Japanese team just did not see this one coming.
Not seeing it at all, man. And oh my, potential game number 5. Well, game not over, not just yet. eStar Pro, they just gotta do what they've been doing from the last few previous rounds. And we get to see Pepe misses the shot. He does fall back. Information relayed and looking like the rotations will bite through as well here for eStar Pro. And Vault, I think they are gonna go for a commitment here on this B-bomb side.
Where can they circle around to? Yi Cheng finds B-Star, says hello, but Echan trades him out. Fantastic play, and Mick now from the backstab finds a double for himself. Derek already low, and Mick's going to be sorting that out all on his own, leaving Molu all alone. Okay, 24 in hand, spots out Real, manages to take the wall bang as well, quickly repositions, not going to get caught out, but the bomb plant's going to come through for Unlucky. And 45 seconds now for the side of eStar in the hands of Molu to find the clutch. Yet another god nade, baby.
Yeah, another God nade. One player just down below 10. I don't think he's going to check this corner. Absolutely not. Going to go for the hop up instead. I think he might long to get a clear off. Looking like he is going to be able to get an angle, but unfortunately misses the spray at the first hand. And now we get to see Vault finally slowing things down here for eStar Pro before we switch of sides. 5-3 here at AJ. Double round lead for eStar.
Wowee. Yicheng with the bomb. It's going to be a quick push towards the B bomb side. Walt does not see this coming. Etchan circling around towards Branch Road, not pushing in just yet. The pace just slowed down just a tad bit. Japanese players waiting to find a little bit of information before they do rotate around. eStar waiting for a little bit of information and no trigger discipline. They give away their positions and pull Vault towards the B bomb side, and the bomb backs away towards A instead. Smart play coming through from the Chinese players.
Really smart. And the defensive format here for Vault is pretty default as well, so it's just all about getting the proper read and avoiding casualties like what KAGE did to Bista. Ichan though, let's get the refrag onto Molu. Just have this option to fall back, but KAGE swings, gets a one tap onto Ichan now. To get the break let loose here on his B bomb side, and in the process, Pepe shuts down Mike as well. Then we get to see a 4v2 with a bomb planted here for eStar Pro.
Yep, and the two on the side of Walt. Rio and Unlucky needs to be very lucky. Manages to find one, but Rio sorted out by that SPR. Once again, KAGE stepping up. Not a lot of frags, but very essential takedowns in the hands of KAGE. Unlucky, 1v3. Can he get it? Both players stacked up against each other, and KAGE on the corner. Ooh. Quick scope, Unlucky finds one, but Derek sorts him out. 6-3. This one looks bad for Walt.
Looking pretty... yeah, it's looking so bleak for them. 6-3. So far, the largest lead we've seen in this search and destroy. I just get extended furthermore. The momentum is so well put up here for eStar Pro. 14 kills for Pepe. You got to talk about this man, bro. With a Locust in hand, big factor, big impact here on the search and destroy firing range.
He was the reason why eStar won that S&D previously against Walt, and he is the reason right now as to why they're leading as well, 6-3. Yes, essential frags coming through from the rest of the team members, but Pepe, the biggest difference maker for the side of eStar Pro. Pepe, quick, my God, Rio, how do you miss that?
How do you miss? Well, fortunately, Mick is going to be able to get a cutoff onto him, but information relayed as well. Look at the funnel here for eStar Pro. 3 players on the white warehouse. Mick, though, does decide to go for a push on A long. If ever they don't check it, make it shut him down. Molu, he doesn't see him. How does he not see him?
Smart.
Okay, finally does. Finally does. Okay, but that's going to be enough for them to get the bomb planted now, forcing another 4v3 retake.
Molu just a little bit too quick. Mick couldn't sort him out, even though he did have the switchblade in hand. 4v3, bomb planted already. Unlucky with the grenade. Cooks it up, but not good enough. Beastar! Finds Yicheng. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, you don't see that every day now. Thank God. Gets a connection onto Ichan. Shuts him down. 73. One more to go for a match point. AJ, this is the most convincing win here. Bound to be the most convincing win here for eStar Pro, especially if they can close things up. Of course, 73, man. Come again, one more for match point.
Well, the bar is quite low. So, to get the most convincing win for themselves, not going to be that big of a challenge, but it is very impressive against Walt, though. Unlucky. Going to be very unlucky there. KAGE finds him with the KRM. Tags up Beastar as well. Smokes up the access towards that A bomb side. Opening up the bomb side for the side of Molu. Rio with a god. My God, how did he even get that wall bang? Rio takes Molu's head off.
Look at this. Oh, Pepe. 16 kills on his lobby. Can he get some more? Bomb planted in the process. Easy angle for Ichan. Pepe once more getting another kill. KAGE holding down the angle with his scope. Bista shut down. eStar now on match point, and they're on the run to close things up here on the firing range, search and destroy.
My, oh my. This is turning out to be a little bit of a slugfest that Walt wasn't prepared for. They are getting annihilated.
And if this converts into Hardpoint, my guy, it would be pretty scary here for the side of Vault. Oh my days, obliteration here on this possibly the last and final round as Rio and Ichan has to clutch things up in a 4v2 with the bomb planted as well. I say this is a GG well played here. Yichang not even wasting any minute now. Gonna go on for the spray. Gonna go on for the prey. Molu Yichang to shut things down. 9-3. AJ.
No amount of prayer could have saved Walt from the clutches of eStar Pro in that S&D matchup. And eStar Pro once again proving that they are better in this non-respawn mode. But when it comes to the respawn games, though, I think we've seen this one too many times. But a miracle was what we asked for. A miracle which I said was impossible for us to witness. And that miracle is eStar Pro getting a victory over Walt. Now we are one match away, and it's in the balance in this best of 5. We're heading down into game number 5 in Hardpoint right after this, where the win should be taken by Walt, but they have been shocked by eStar Pro twice now in this best of 5 series, and they could just get shocked yet again.
Hardpoint, I mean, 169 to 250 earlier. I think if ever, let's say, the gunfights could translate from Search and Destroy to Hardpoint, we might just be able to see eStar Pro pull away with this one. I mean, it's totally a possibility now. I mean, if I was to base it on Tunisia Search and Destroy, I'd be a fool. But on firing range, that one right there was a game rightfully owned by eStar Pro.
I think it was a match pretty much owned mainly by Pepe. Molu, of course, stepping up his gameplay there as well. And not a lot of frags out of KAGE, but those were very essential kills that he was getting out of the SPR, just disabling the clutch rounds from the side of Vault. And pretty much, you know, the perfect kryptonite to the play of the Japanese squad, Vault, on this S&D. Not just this S&D, in fact, on Tunisia as well. I think, you know, they were doing a fantastic job, no doubt about that at all. But when we go back into a respawn game mode, this is where the weakness of eStar Pro is. You will not be finding those snipes out of Pepe, but KAGE will be stepping right back up. And you know Molu just loves to play these fast-paced games. But without the clutch king of eStar Pro, Pepe, being able to pop off on Hardpoint, is this going to be a viable one for them? Look at the number of kills here between the two. Not too many, but just enough for them to take a solid victory over Vault.
I'm loving the KD ratio here for eStar Pro. I mean, disregarding Derek, of course, most of them will be on the positive side as well. And this is exactly how it went down as well for Tunisia. So this is a wrap for this one. 9-3 win. Vault, we did mention earlier as well that, you know, Search and Destroy isn't their brightest game mode as well. So pretty understandable on why they will falter for this one. And now, Pepe accumulating his overall at least 5 MVP, 6? Is it 6? I think it's 6. Yeah, 6 MVP counter at least, specifically for Search and Destroy.
Yeah, so of course you do see 2, but the main reason why you see 2 is because the way Call of Duty Mobile China counts this is if they get a victory plus the MVP, then it counts as an MVP count, right? But it's going to give it to them either way, because even those losses, you do see Pepe constantly stepping up for the team, these S&Ds. But it's all going to be about what he can do on Hardpoint in a little bit, as we're about to hop on in there. Dude, we have started close to 2 hours now and finally into game number 5. I think this was a well-deserved long series for both eStar Pro as well as Vault. We were looking for 2 miraculous wins, and we might just find the first out of 2 right here. And this victory is not for eStar Pro. Yeah, of course, they get to walk out of the competition with their heads held high, but this victory is mainly to motivate Kingzone. And if Kingzone can by some chance find a victory over Doyu Gaming, that will potentially put a team in a very, very bad spot. And that spot that is going to be bad is going to be taken up by Vault, who might just get kicked into the 5th place before we move on to the playoffs.
And you know, I'm not so certain if I'm correct, but during the knockouts, I think it's all played on a best of 7, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, one best of 5 could cost us like 2 hours. I can't wait to see how the knockouts will play out. Pretty exciting, AJ, right after this day. Now,
I don't know if I'm looking forward to that, but we've had our solo days, then that's the main reason why Garena was like, go do your solo days. Let's see if you've got enough stamina for the playoffs. Yeah, I think we've built up enough stamina by now already. Hopefully we won't run out of the energy on those days. I think it's going to be pretty crazy when we reach the knockout stages, WardeN.
Gonna be pretty crazy now, and finally, Game 5 here, and probably the most unexpected series to have a Game 5 occur. eStar Pro up against Vault, the best out of the best in the Japanese regions, up against eStar, arguably not the most promising in the CDN region here, has managed to force a Game 5 against Vault. This is something that I wasn't prepared to see, man.
Yeah, this is, I wouldn't say the battle of the underdogs, but I would definitely say a series where eStar Pro has finally managed to reclaim some honor for themselves, right? I think thus far they have never managed to go into a game number 4, let alone a game number 5. Every single series that they've head on into, they've been beaten down 3-0. I think that was a little too much for them to accept, and finally on this comeback day, for eStar Pro to prove themselves, just so that Kingzone can stand a chance to sneak away that final spot from Volt in the playoffs. I think it's, no better way to set up drama on the final day of the group stages, WardeN.
Oh, well, I love it a lot. I mean, coming in, we went inside this day, we went inside this tournament, specifically on this last day of this group stages with pretty defined projections already who's going to be able to advance to the next stage of competition. With eStar Pro winning 2, Search and Destroy, Vault winning 2, Hardpoints. We're now, 2 respawns at least, 1 control and 1 Hardpoint. We're greeted with another Hardpoint game here on this Game 5. Summit on Hardpoint. AJ, your takeaways.
Dude, eStar Pro got obliterated on Summit against Wolves. They only managed to score 50 points. They did play the same map against Kagendra as well, where they did score slightly better, 170 to 250, but they still took an L. But if you look at the performance of Vault on Hardpoint Summit thus far, they took that victory over Kingzone 250 to 109 very convincingly. So, you might just be able to put the victory over to the side of Vault. And on top of that, we have noticed that the non-respawn mode on the side of eStar and the respawns all on the side of the Japanese team of Vault. So that just could be what happens here as well. Unless, of course, yet again, we have a shocker out of the Chinese team.
I think the biggest factor that can take Vault down, honestly, is just their morality. I mean, they know for a fact if ever they lose this game, there might just be a chance for them to falter and lose their chance on the knockout. That could be one big thing here as well, and that could possibly correlate on how things is playing out here on Hardpoint number 1 as we get to see eStar Pro. The point here is rightfully painted in blue, and it's going to be them holding things out now for accumulating like 70 points already inside this hill.
Yep, first hill should swing back and forth, but it's not doing that at the moment. Wolf can't seem to find a break just yet. 27 more seconds to go. Finally, the attempt comes on through, and it is going to be from the direct road from the second floor down onto the first. Mick is going to be able to find 2 players as they rotate around. KAGE and his KRM will not be able to function. Molu is found out. Mick doing big work! 6 kills in a row, and he single-handedly gives the hill over to Walt.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's not going to be a lot of points accumulated on this run itself. Only until now that they're going to be able to get a break. So up. Now Preddy will fly through for a set of Mick. Could have been a 7-3 for him, but won't connect. We move over to this Hardpoint number 2 with Vault getting good catwalk control. All they got to worry about is Yi Cheng fighting this one through, and if ever they get this casualty here, they might just be able to get back a money hill for them.
No body shots, he just thought he saw someone there. Chan circles around, Bolu's gonna get punished as well. Volt looking for that equalizer, but will get challenged on the other side. Hill not on this side just yet. Pepe just sneaks on in, gets concussed halfway through, has to back away. Hill still on the side of Volt. A bit of a challenge as the players on the side of eStar finally hop on back onto the hill, and unlucky with a beautiful god name. Yi Cheng taken out. Derek on the side, unlucky, beautiful slide, breaks the hill for the side of the Japanese team. And this is just a little bit of a back and forth, but it's all gonna change as we circle into P3 in 15 seconds. Early circle around from the side of eStar, but you can see that Walt is attempting the exact same through row as well.
I mean, that Hardpoint got sold out by eStar Pro, considering the fact that they didn't have any catwalks control. They were just bartering and funneling from the green side of the map. Now we move in onto this hardpoint number 3, which supposedly the spawns was in favoring eStar Pro. Vault, they take it right back, and this is another setup. This might just be the biggest money hill so far that we can see in this run of Hardpoint Summit.
It's a very smart play by Rio, because instead of just holding on to the Special Forces base, instead of just holding on to that anchor spawn, he holds the entrance of that cable car platform, and not many of those players will look at that spot when they try to rotate around to anchor down the spawns here for P3. So smart play from him, but it doesn't last long though, because a good investment of the Annihilator, as well as a couple of the claw plays out of Molu as well, gives eStar the hill right back. Thank God. Oh, this is a huge hill investment coming through from eStar. They know it's the money hill, but is it worth 3 operators though?
I mean, they gotta do what they gotta do to take the lead right back at least. And
wow!
At least, you know, they are gonna be able to take the lead now right for their side. That's gonna be them getting the remaining scrap. They have 8 more points to go. Enough to get that 80-point mark, but they let go of the scrap time. So I don't know if that operator investment was worth it, but I guess in some circumstances they are on the lead. So this is about that.
Echan Kengon, and oh my god, what did Beastar takes Kengon out as Echan gets annihilated by his KRM. Fantastic back and forth. And now Volt with the investments. Beastar will find their connection through the War Machine, and a second one for him as well. Can he find more? Answer is yes. A tiered elimination through the War Machine, and switches back out to the CBR4 as it runs out of ammunition. Volt with the 86 to 74. They've taken the lead, and now a investment from eStar yet again. They're just not allowing those operators to stay on mode for long. They instantly bring it in, but I think this is just a little premature from the Chinese squad, WardeN. What do you think?
Pretty premature, man. I mean, they're just letting Vault build up those. I mean, yes, okay, they're putting up the investments, but guess what? They're not even translating to any convincing leads at all. So it might just be them faltering on the later stage of the game, especially if ever they're going to be empty-handed, which it is truly much more of a probable case. We move in onto the reset here back to P1 with the lead on for eStar Pro. So it's going to be a 10-point deficit here for Vault.
Just 10 points difference in a hardpoint matchup. Japanese squad's not going to be too fussed about it at all. Unlucky gets the 2 kills. But Derek and Yi Cheng, a great access, and Derek's still alive and kicking. He hops on off of the hill though, and Volt loses it as a 4-man push is executed by eStar perfectly. Molu now holding onto the consoles, hops onto it for a little bit of height elevation and uses it to annihilate the players on the side of Volt. Hopping on in from the side of cable cars as well as the container area. Fantastic plays out of the Chinese squad yet again, and they're leaving the Japanese squad in the dust, and this is how they build up momentum. But as I say, that Volt quickly sneaks the hill back from them.
The it factor here on why eStar lost the final few seconds of this specific hardpoint is that they always let go of that 2F control, just making sure that they get the influence inside the hill in terms of like the trade-offs. And clearly it was the same storyline on the first run along to the second run here for hardpoint number 1. Now, if ever eStar is longing to improve their hold here for this hardpoint number 2, they really have to take away Catwalk out away from Vault.
And I think this is where Volt is going to go in for at least 2 operator investments. Freddy's going to be operated by Beastar, brings it on through, finds 1 player for himself. In the meantime, the rest of the players on the side of Volt hopping onto the hill already. Investment out of the operators not out just yet. And it's Kengon that brings in the Sparrow to take out the Japanese squad. And I don't know exactly what Volt is trying to do with those operators. You can't hatch no chick from that. You can't sit on it.
Oh, Molu gets a nasty kill onto 1, but unfortunately it's not able to translate to anything, not until now. We get to see the players swarming in for eStar, but they got to worry about the pinch about to ensue here from the back ends. They do take care of 1, they take care of 2, but from the front lines they get shuttered down, and we get to see the break come true here for the side of Vault. But is it going to be worth it? Only 15 seconds left in the clock to flame.
I'm still waiting to see if or not they are keeping all of these operators for that P3 investment. A early circle around from player 1 and 3 to anchor this down. Echan wins out a big gunfight. Pei with a backstab though, pulls it right back for eStar. And this is where you can anticipate all of those operators from the side of Vault, but Echan just absolutely burning them down. Unlucky with the Annihilator plays as well. This is just a crazy matchup between Japan as well as China, but it is China with the hill and potentially with the win by the end of this with the way they're playing.
Split push here from the side of Vault. They're trying to wrap around from the silo and looking to get the power positions out away from eStar Pro. And they absolutely do. The pinch will ensue. And guess what? They get the break inside a hill. 35 seconds left to be battled for. And looking like it's going to be a pretty defined hold here that they're going to put up a lot of investment. AJ, at least like 3 operators was put up here for Vault.
Oh my goodness, and now Beastar gets taken down as well, and the War Machine does not do much. Derek right back on the kill. 18 more seconds to go. eStar running away with this matchup. Walt, what are you doing? How could you drop the ball? All 5 operators invested onto P3, but nothing. No points to show for it at all, and eStar running circles around them, getting the scraps out of P3. Early rotation into P4 as well, but the spawn in the hands of Unlucky. They just need to annihilate Unlucky and take the spawn for themselves, and that is exactly what Yi Cheng does, but traded out by the one and only Rio. eStar though, they still do have the hill.
Pepe on the Annihilator could make the biggest difference on this run, but he gets killed down by the God Nade. Yi Cheng with a War Machine gets shut down as well out from the equation. And that 3-man push there on the steel edge is the main reason why Vault is on the spawns right now. But guess what? They falter on the gunfights. They let eStar lose inside a Hardpoint, and only 4 more points to go. eStar Pro will enter the 20-point mark.
Oh, this is just a crazy play out of the Chinese squad. Vault really needs to hustle now. Those operators all lost, all pretty much wasted, but now they still can make their way back in here if they win out their gunfights. But it's just such a different Chinese team that they're meeting out there. And look at who's on fire, operating the claw. It's the one and only Molu, the guy that the team always depends on these respawns, and he's popping off left, right, center. 5 more seconds to go. Scrap point's going to be claimed by eStar Pro. Vault with the early access into this P1 on the 3rd rotation of hills. Let's see what the Japanese players got in store for us.
Scratch off the history, scratch off the statistics. eStar Pro, 1 more hill that they gotta win, and they're about to make the impossible be possible here to win their first Hardpoint run in the CDSI. We get to see the reset here back to P1 with Vault this time around getting the first few contestants.
Vault cannot lose a single time on these hills. They need to just go all the way and berserk through eStar Pro. But Yi Cheng finds the will, finds the break for his team as well. But in the meantime, Unlucky finds that backstab, and back and forth we go. It's Molu yet again, but Achan mates him halfway through. Pepe's gonna drop by and get taken out by Mick and Rio. 24 more seconds to go. Vault not giving up just yet. Unlucky with the slays all around. 20 seconds, and eStar Pro wondering exactly where they went wrong, because now this is the uprising of the Japanese squad. Vault now on a roll. 10 more seconds, and they should find the clean run on this P1.
Oh my, this very clean run. It's only until now that eStar Pro will be able to accumulate the points, but what? For only 4 points to claim. That's going to be a bounce back. Good reset here for Vault. And once again, we've seen so many teams falter on the map of Summit. They have a hard time closing things out. And guess what? Vault here opening things up with the first contestant here on this Hardpoint number 2. But huge investment will come through here for Yi Cheng. And they are going to be able to get the opener now into the hill. The question is, can they claim the last 20 points to seal off the deal?
We have 5 operators, make that 4 operators on the side of Vault, so there can be a comeback here from the Japanese squad, but they cannot ease off the gas pedal just yet. Annihilator but gets annihilated by KAGE and the KRM. Yi Cheng with a double. Edchan trades out Molu, but KAGE still popping off. 10 more points now for eStar Pro, and Vault nowhere near to the hill. They turn around, but Pepe slays them. Real brings in the one and only Sparrow, but he does not get the hill for himself. Beastar gets shut down. 12 seconds, and Vault hangs on for their dear lives. The scrap points, and eStar Pro gets the win.
They've done it. They beat. They won a game of Hardpoint, and they won their first series here on the CDSI. They've done it, AJ.
And if Kingzone now, if they beat Doyu Gaming, Vault is gonna be out of the competition. They do not make it through to the knockout stages.
AJ.
Vault had streaked up those operators not once but twice. And their operator investments were absolutely useless against eStar Pro that were popping off left, right, center. Vault saved up their first round of operators for P3, but just absolutely ineffective. And that all started from Pepe just annihilating them. Not with an operator of his own, but just the Fennec. The investment timing of those operators was just so off from the side of Volt. They did have the early rotation, but nobody brought it out. No Claw was brought out. No War Machine was brought out. There was just no solid defense. And what a letdown. This just did not go the way I thought it would. And Volt now can't do anything. They are going to have to bank on the fact that DouYu Gaming wins all series.
Here's the catch now. I mean, they don't even have to win the whole series. Actually, they do. They do. But in some way, if ever Kingzone just... Okay, for you all in the comment section below, okay. If you guys are wondering what's going to be the current status here for Vault, they are still on the top 4, not until Kingzone will win the series up against DouYu Gaming. Keep in mind, DouYu Gaming has been untouchable in terms of the series win as well, so it's going to be a hard battle for Kingzone, but, you know, with Vault losing the Game 5, that's just probably going to be more than enough for them to battle for their hearts, man. At least if ever, let's say they do win, it's actually going to impact their whole run here for the CDSI.
That I most definitely have to agree with you, man. Let's take a look at the performance from these players, with Molu once again stepping up, but this time Yi Chang rose up to the occasion as well, equalizing Molu with a 39 eliminations, but Molu just sustains his life out there on the battlefield a little bit better with a 1.11 KD. On the other side, it was a pretty disappointing run coming through from the Japanese players, who had multiple opportunities for the finisher, but just not getting it done.
Getting it done, and now Molu, congratulations for getting his first MVP. Count here for this CDSI run. I mean, this is not the first time, of course. You did mention earlier, it's going to be Molu, the player that you would want to rely on eStar, especially in the game mode of Hardpoint. Respawn's truly his forte.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at this point of time, we do have 10 points for the side of Volt, because yes, they do lose the series, but they did manage to take away 2 points from the team of eStar Pro in that Hardpoint at Hacienda, as well as Control at Standoff, which now bounces them above Wolves with 10 points. But there is a potential here for Kingzone to equalize with Volt with 10 points as well, but the only condition that they need to meet is to take a victory over DouYu Gaming, a team that has not lost a single series in the competition at all, but they have lost maps. They dropped 2 against Kagendra, 1 against Volt, and if they could drop 1 against Volt, what makes us think that they can't drop 3 against the team of Kingzone? But, you know, that might make me a very hopeful man. But, you know, miracles can happen. We just saw it.
Coming from that, okay, so far I've seen 2 games that happened. You know, I've seen 2 series that went to a way where I didn't expect it to happen. Coming from the AMT to SPG, all the way down to Vault to eStar, DYG. I mean, DYG Kingzone. It's really just something that we're looking forward to see. But before we head straight to the series overall, AJ, as much as I don't want to call it, we're going to be having a short break. We'll be right back.
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面 完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！他白房也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade up will ensue once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat menyulitkan.
This will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！他白房也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade up will ensue once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat menyulitkan.
This will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
对的，麦克这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！他白房也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเด็กใน
The trade-off will ensue once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb said you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya kalau ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mengerikan.
Demorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
对的，麦克这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓太命了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
Feed up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya kalau ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mengerikan.
Demorph will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个。
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了了吗？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓太命了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
Feed up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya kalau ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mengerikan.
Demorph will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
火了。
是的，麦克这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？
什么？
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2023, an event where we promised you guys absolute shockers. This is the final day of the 10-day group stage that we have, and out of the 12 teams, only 8 can proceed to the knockout rounds, which means, unfortunately, 4 teams have to say goodbye. Yesterday, WardeN and Neptune, they said goodbye to 2 teams. Today, we'll say goodbye to 2 other teams. At the moment, Kingzone as well as eStar are in that relegation zone, but now Kingzone has an opportunity to save themselves, all thanks to the one and only eStar. My name's AJ, I'm TheMustachio, down here with the one and only WardeN to shoutcast the final day of the group stages for you guys. WardeN, what do you think, man? Round number 2, and are we gonna get the second miracle of the day?
Might be the case. Might be the case. I mean, gunfights is surely going to be one factor that we can talk about as the series progresses. And what, two rounds already in Doyo Gaming. One more to go to win gunfight.
So I guess the game's gonna be that fast. So let's see if Doyo Gaming can put a quick rest to this craziness of miracles. No miracles in front of skills potentially. And Kingzone manages to find the first one though. Chuan Wah says hello and bye-bye. They managed to get 1 round back, so that's fantastic for the side of Kingzone. But can this also translate into the series later on?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest question is coming again, you know, how much will it impact if ever Kingzone is going to be able to win the series? And they're going to go for a tiebreaker, if I'm not mistaken, because Kingzone only has 7 points. Winning a whole series gives you 3 points, tying it up with Vault, so it's just about that.
It ties you up with Vault and Kagendra. For now, at least. If Kagendra doesn't win a single map, then that's going to be a little bit more torturous for them.
Torturous it is. And now, yeah, in terms of the gunfights, Doyo Gaming, they will be able to win this one out. Now, it's really these 2 teams defining on what's going to be the legacy here for Vault. Keep in mind, we had 2 Japanese teams entering this competition for CDSI.
Yep.
Z1 is already scratched out on Group A alongside with Standpoint Gaming. Vault is just hanging there by a thread, honestly, and it's all going to come down to the series here in between Doyo Gaming and Kingzone.
This is the thing that you hate the most about a competition like this. When you're put into a position on the final day, you've played your match, and now you just got to watch exactly how the rest of the teams take their fights, because your fate practically lies in their hands. Your fate lies in the fact if or not they get defeated. And they're going to be hoping and praying. And right now, Vault is on the side of Doyo Gaming, just like how Kingzone was on the side of eStar Pro. The first of 2 miracles was eStar Pro beating down Vault 3-2. getting their very first victory, getting their very first series win throughout the whole group stages. Of course, they don't make it through, but they walk out with their heads held up high.
Definitely. And a lot of miracles really happened here for eStar Pro. The first miracle that we tried to put up was them actually winning their first game, because before we started off this day, they didn't have any games won over. And guess what? They won the first game with Sherb on that best of 5 series.
Yeah.
They followed it up with another win on Search and Destroy on firing range. And to top it all off, get their first win on Hardpoint.
Let's take a look at the bans here as well, WardeN, before we do, of course, continue that conversation. SND, firing range, as well as slums, taken out of the list. Your thoughts on this?
Love it a lot, love it a lot. It's going to be adding more adversity to the rest of the maps as well. And I think slums and firing range has been overplayed so far in this competition. So in regards to like how much it could impact the teams overall, I really have nothing to say. I mean, I'm just tired of seeing those maps, AJ.
Well, I think, you know, Doyu Gaming jumping on in and, you know, not taking out slums obviously is a plus to them. They haven't played this map just yet, but we have seen slums played by the side of Kingzone, and they lost that matchup. So that was a good ban coming through from the side of Kingzone. And if you look on Doyu's side, on the other hand, they do go ahead to take firing range out of the list. Now, this is a tad bit of a surprise, but I think from the side of Doyu, they're merely banning out firing range because there is a potential that they did take it out of the list, because firing range, there was 3 victories on the side of Kingzone on SND. But I say just because, it's because I don't think Doyu cares much for what maps Kingzone has gotten victories on prior to this. I think they do believe in their skills, and they've proven the skills against all of the other teams in the group thus far already, WardeN.
I mean, you just got to keep in mind, Doyu Gaming has never lost out a series here for this group stages of CDSI. And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, this is a completely DYG that we saw in comparison to how it went down for the CDFI. So Rusi, overall squad has been pretty loud in this tournament, and guess what? They've been hurt quite a lot as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, when you look at a team like this, you have to wonder exactly what you gotta do to find a little bit of weakness in them, right? Because it was Doyu Gaming that showed signs of weakness, but not dropping a single series through those moments as well. The only 2 teams able to draw some blood has been Walt and Kagendra. Kagendra, more blood, of course, than Walt, where they did manage to take away that Summit Hardpoint as well as SND at Express from the hands of Doyu Gaming, but still getting taken down overall 3-2. But when you look at Kingzone, on the other hand, a team that has lost 3 series thus far, only getting a win against eStar Pro, which has brought them to this predicament. So by hook or by crook, they need to find a victory now.
You know, the only time that I can really give the benefit of the doubt here for Kingzone to be able to take this win out away from DWG is that we haven't seen them play here on its group stage. That's the only thing that I'm holding on to. Aside from that, it's them in between. So I think really it's just all going to come down to obviously their favorite game mode here from both ends, Search and Destroy. I think in some way for DYG, this is going to be a bit of a shocking statement here from me, but just basing it off from inside information as well. DYG's response hasn't been the most promising.
I would kind of question that particular assessment, because they have lost just a single SND thus far. But, you know, one cannot say exactly how much of fight Kingzone has within them, right? I have to say that it was a very smart move from Doyu Gaming, and it looks like they are going for the kill here, because they ban out the best SND map from the side of Kingzone. Once again, Kingzone has got a 75% win rate, only losing firing range once, and that was against Wolves, and the rest of the firing range SNDs that they have had. In fact, Kingzone has successfully started off every single series on firing range SND. That's what's crazy about this team, right? And Doyu Gaming says, nope, we're not going to make it easy for you. We're going to take that map off of the list and force you into one of these other maps. And if by any chance, you know, Kingzone had won that coin toss, we would most definitely be in Express right now, because that was the other map that we did see Doyu Gaming kind of take the L at, and that was a match at Express. And I don't remember exactly who that was. Kagendra, I believe. Kagendra. And it wasn't the most impressive scoreline from them, right? But it wasn't the case. You guys saw Doyu Gaming won out the initial gunfight. So the advantage to their side here, WardeN.
Yeah, advantage to their side. Now, AJ, I love the fact that the Japanese people, the Japanese audience is still alive and kicking here in the YouTube comment section. I think they know exactly what's about to come.
Correct.
If ever, let's say that, you know, Kingzone is going to be able to come away with a series overall. So, Japanese audience, I mean, just even if it's the series in between Kingzone and DYG, comment down below, #GoVault.
Shout out to Ryan Jason, who has a question for you, WardeN. Do you want to bet your hair on it? Please.
No.
Yeah, that's the right answer.
I'm about to lose my eyebrows. I'm not gonna lose my hair now, guys.
So you're gonna hold through with your promise on the eyebrows. That's actually a little bit shocking because I mean, yes, it would be you chickening out of the eyebrow challenge, but at the same time, I would say you've got a lot of guts to carry through with the challenge as a whole. Because I wouldn't do it, man. I mean, even if I fumble, even if I am silly enough to someday make a challenge like that, I would just chicken out. I would just say, I'm sorry, guys. No, you can hate me. Like, ain't no way I'm taking this one off.
I've dealt with AJ during a LAN event, and whenever he thinks he always holds his mustache. So I know for a fact you're never gonna be betting on your eyebrows, bro. Never.
Never. See, I would expect you to kind of have like a similar mindset, like to not bet your facial hair on anything. In fact, any hair on your body, for that matter. Like, don't bet hair. Why would you?
Actually, there are some. Let's not get into that. But Callie, you don't have any say to this, man.
Yeah, Callie has no say. Yeah, Callie has no say. Okay, first of all, guys, never ever bet anything on anything. Don't make bets. But if you make a bet and you lose the bet, you gotta hold out. You gotta hold out. Just like what WardeN's doing. I salute you, even though I think it's a very dumb move. I still salute you because I'm actually shocked you're getting on with this, man. You know, first of all, I had the exact same question. Chat was asking, wait a minute, WardeN, why do you still have your eyebrows? It's because WardeN needs to go and renew his passport. And the passport has a validity of 10 years. He doesn't want to go take his passport photo without his eyebrows. So I think that's a fair call. It's definitely a fair call. But after that, though, let's say he does shave literally after making his passport. I'm pretty sure he's going to have some immigration issues. So, I don't know how you're going to get over that, WardeN, but let's see how. Oh my god, we are going into Express. And Doyu Gaming wants to prove that they are not losers on this map. Yes, they took that L against Kagendra, but Doyu bring us into Express to show that they can dominate. But can they?
Sanuo gets the first kill. Hua gets to respond on to Sanuo. But it's going to be No, aka Mr. WardeN, as they would say in the comment section, aka Callie as well. We'll follow the double as well. And it's going to be a very undefined round. Not until the later stages. DYG, they get their last final blow to start their first round here on Express.
Cool stuff out of DYG, bringing us into Express. The one map that they have taken an L on. And it looks like they really want to prove themselves to be the champions of Express. At the very least, have a decent enough rating on it before we head on into the playoffs. But as Kingzone this time around really stepping things up. Matthew all alone with Chuan.
Yogurt. Double kill. Getting their own round as well on this round of Express. And AJ, I mean, if there's going to be any game modes that you'd want to bet on Kingzone, despite the fact that, yes, for sure, they're on the top 5 ranking right now on the bracket, it's surely going to be a search and destroy. Keep in mind, we're talking about 2 CDM teams battling in a game mode where they've been going at it for like the last 2 years.
Steven, you're good. Beautiful strike through the smoke. Matu will be able to find Waiki, but it is just Matu all alone and finished off Kingzone 2-0. Doyu Gaming, I'm wondering at this moment, did they bite off more than they could chew? This is an ego chow here for Doyu to prove themselves on this map. And it's not looking great at the moment.
Speaking of Ego Chow, if they go for another B push here, it's truly going to be an Ego Chow, and looking like the bomb is headed straight into this direction. Viking on front, sliding in, spraying down for dear life, takes down Sanu in the process. And as we get to see, DYG, they're swarming the bomb site, but guess what? It's not going to matter here for King Zone. They push it down to a 1v2 now for No. Question is, though, is it going to be able to... Is it going to be enough? Absolutely not. King Zone just stunning me away, Mustachio.
Absolutely, man. I mean, they keep pushing down this B bomb site, and nothing seems to be going down the way of Doyu Gaming. They still do force the issue now down the north walkway, down the south walkway. Once again, we meet at the terminal. A clash between the 5. Chuan with a higher ground advantage will be able to find one. Nan taken out of the equation. Hua trades one out. No does manage to get the refrag onto Yogurt. Viking goes down. Sunowo traded out. No finds XD Man, and a punch straight up to Hua for Doyu Gaming to pull one round back.
And this is exactly the search and destroy that I love to watch, AJ.
Yeah.
Spontaneous action. Left, right, back, front, center. And once again, if it's going to be another B push, oh, come on. It's going to be a 5-man B push here. 5 players from each tunnel. Big clash coming through here for DYG and King Zone.
Hey man, Yoga this time finds no. Roxy as well as Chuan, but Viking strikes right back and forth we go once again. Roxy turns around, Viking down and out for that count, and can they find Hua as well? Answer is yes. Chuan does manage to pull one to his side, but Nan taking on 1v2, make that 1v none. Pun intended.
Well, if ever it's just going to be a constant push here on this B bomb site, we might just be able to see the fastest search and destroy in the CDSI. And that's a big statement, AJ. Search and destroy is arguably the longest game mode in this tournament. Once more, another B push will come along. Let's see who's going to be able to win the clash this time around.
Unless they go back and forth and push us into the craziest, longest overtime we've ever seen, because it looks like it is going to go through that way as well, as Doyu Gaming not only equalizes in the previous, but pulls in front in this Express S&D. It's a full-on head bash at the terminal towards the B bomb site, and I wonder if they're going to continue this run.
How many minutes are we?
Yes, they will!
Bro, we're already talking about round 8, and it has only been like, what, 2 minutes? Now we get to see. Another clash will come true. Can DYG retain their lead, or can King Zone even things up? And as we can see, they're starting to pull away with this one, but Rusi and Chuan starting up to step up for the squad, but Hua double. But XT Man gets the kill, but from the back lines, it's going to be Rusi, X1, shutting him down. 3-5 DYG. They take the double round lead before it decides to switch.
Now it looks like DYG's having a little bit more control here. King Zone managing to turn the tables for a little bit. But yet another B push we have. In fact, it's a B rush. This is not an S&D. Look at those nades. Look at those lineups. Both sides catching each other off together with a couple of smokes as well. Viking with a beautiful slide. Snowball getting a double. Noto finds XD Man as well, leaving Viking and Nan. Nan backs away. Viking tagged up. 2v4. It looks impossible for King Zone.
Looks impossible for King Zone. And if they constantly do this, man, they're going to be able to compensate for the time that we spent on the first series, bro. DYG. 3-6 now. Really pulling away. 3-round lead. 3 more to go as well to win off the game.
And it looks like Doyu Gaming's winning this B rush. So regardless of who takes the bomb, looks like there's been a gentleman agreement between the two teams. We rush B. We play this like team deathmatch. Winner takes all, okay? Looks like that's exactly what's going on. Chuan this time around flanks around from the left-hand side. Traded out. Roxy finds Waiki. Roxy traded out by Nan. Back and forth we go, leaving Ma2 as well as Chuan. Chuan finds Nan, making it a 2v2. Out he comes, out he goes, and one beautiful shot from Hua. Make that a double for King Zone to pull one round back.
Honestly, if this is a gentleman agreement, I love it for the side of the CDM region. This is reserving the strategies of both teams, honestly. If ever either of them makes it out, whew, DYG, this is so smart, honestly.
I'll meet you halfway. XD Man meets 2. One beautiful nade dropped onto the heads of those players. Viking finds one. Ma2 finds XD Man. So they get to circle around from the side of ticketing, and that backstab is perfect for the side of Doyu Gaming. Yogurt finds 1. Yogurt finds 2. Maybe Chuan M cannot get tagged up behind that console. 3v3. And the players on the side of Doyu all geared up to take that beautiful defense now off this side. Bomb on the ground near ticketing. King Zone needs to make a big play.
3v3. Bomb. Surely just gonna get planted on a B bomb site. I don't think they can break the agreement now. It's Yogurt. Shots on Nan. Takes on Chuan as well. Now it's gonna be No. Left alone with 10 kills. Yes. Can he get it? He's on this wrap. Might have an angle to get the kill as well. But looking light, it's gonna be him getting a shot down by Hua with the Locust. 5-6 now. One more to go to even things up for Kingzone.
6-5, and it looks like the B Bash continues on Express. This indeed is an Express matchup between Kingzone and Douyu Gaming, both representing the Chinese region. Yet another time, we head on into a B fight, not going A at all, but we meet at two different locations, Terminal as well as Ticketing. Halfway through, bombs already at site. No finds one, but No gets denied. Roxy takes out Yogen. Chuan finds XD Man, and it all crumbles down for Kingzone yet again.
All crumbles down. Hua not going to be able to stand a chance at all. And I think if ever there was a gentleman agreement, I think the agreement is just, it doesn't matter where you go onto the map as long as you plan it on the B bomb side. So we get to see a fast game here for both DYG and Kingzone. Now, moving over to the next one, is it going to be the same case? Absolutely, yes, AJ.
I think the gentleman agreement was a simple one. Don't go A. We only fight at B. So you can flank around from the mid towards Ticketing. You can flank around from the north walkway or the south into Terminal. Either way, Douyu Gaming's been winning this out. But now Kingzone turning the tables a tad bit. Roxy slides out, but Yogurt still gets the flick. 6-7. They ain't gonna be running nowhere just yet, says Kingzone.
Come again. We've been in this situation before. One more round to even things up. While on the contrary, DYG, all they got to do is win 2 more for the win. 1 more for a match point. Once more, let's see if we can win this clash.
Beautiful smokes coming on through, just blocking out the sights of Kingzone. Nan finds Sunowo as soon as Yogurt gets taken down. XD-Man circles around. Vaiki tosses a nade towards No. No does not get tagged up. And Vaiki manages to push on forth. XD-Man on the left-hand side flank. No's going to get caught out by 2 players at the same time. Backup nowhere there to be seen as Douyu Gaming falls back.
Do fall back. They can't afford to extend a push, though, onto the upper end of the tunnel because Rusi is holding that angle up in LK, but quite fortunately Kingzone was able to zone things enough for them to get the bomb planted as well, so it's gonna be a 4v4 retake here, AJ.
It's all about the timing. Mikey gets tagged up and will be eliminated. Wah says hello, Chuan M. XD-Man finds Ruxi as well. As Nan gets traded out by No, it's a 2v2. Yes, he says as he circles on around Matu with a high up shot. Hua gets taken out. Wall banks. KZ-Man, XD-Man, steps on out, gets tagged up. No from the left, Matu from the right, and an easy defusal for Douyu to find the match point.
Now match point we go, 8-6, extending the lead by 2. And still looking for the fastest search and destroy in the CDSI run. May we see Kingzone extend it furthermore.
Let's go B. 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 Let's go B, baby.
Round continues. Might be the last and final round unless Kingzone can win this one up. Chuan M gets the first kill. Yoga responds back with 1. XD-Man and that as well. Now we get to see a 3v1 with Rusi left alone.
Beautiful by XD-Man. Needs to circle around. One player running away from him is going to be Ruxi with the boxing gloves. 1v3. Bomb plant too easy. But look at this. Nan not going for it. With the sniper in hand. Nan a little slow to the bomb site. And now he's going to get that plant. Bring the advantage right back to the side of Kingzone. But Ruxi has managed to flank around in the nick of time. LK24 in hand. Huahua's going to get caught out. Quick scope by Huahua. And Roxy goes down. Held back at match point here is your one and only Douyu Gaming.
78. May we see an overtime. Oh, dude, if we see an overtime, I'm going to love it a lot. Here we go.
Overtime.
Another B push.
Overtime. Okay, this time it's a slower push coming through from the side of Kingzone, baiting in the players of Douyu Gaming. On the other hand, it's going to be Nan flanking around from the side of Ticketing and has got XD-Man holding the backlines. No punished as they bait them out. Suno will manage to find Hua. Yogurt pushes in with the boxing glove. Suno will find, but Yogurt manages to get taken down. And it's going to be Vaiki and Nan stepping up with Matu all alone with the sniper in hand. He can make the biggest of difference here.
Mama or Matu?
Mama.
Just kill the man.
HD man.
Putting gun onto his head. Pull the trigger, now he's dead.
Either way, none.
Nan.
What's your take, man? Prata or none?
Prata.
I'm a Nan boy, and Nan gets that beautiful equalizer and pushes us into overtime. The team to reach 10. How many rounds can we get out of this B match? Let's go B. Let's go B. Let's go. Yeah, we're not going to hit out. This time, a two-man push in towards the mid part at ticketing. On the other hand, is going to be Doyu Gaming's full-on push with the bomb. Bomb hanging back in towards that big bomb site, and South Walkway just flooded. JWardeN gets a double for himself, and Kingzone on the back foot.
Kingzone on the back foot. Has to find a way to get this retake on going. They haven't been so successful in terms of doing that. Let's see if they can stand their grounds and win their first defensive side. I mean, a segment like that happened between eStar and Wolves, and it went on for so long, and it's all going to come down to you winning your defensive side. And as we can see, it's going to be Doyu Gaming declining that statement right there. Vikey falls down because Kawawa left alone. He gets shuttered down as well, and DYG do win the defense here for the first time, for the first run here of overtime.
Doyu Gaming match point yet again, the second match point of this S&D. It is all up to Kingzone to extend this matchup a little bit more. It's a 5-man push this time round with a bomb in hand straight up towards the B bomb side, but will be met by JWardeN. Gets the tag. Viking not taken out. Wahwa shuts down Sudo, and XT Man finds one. The JWardeN, as soon as he hops on out, a little bit of a mistake, but Ma2 with a fantastic flick. Viking goes down. Fantastic plays by both sides, but Kingzone just needs to be a little bit careful here because the bomb on the ground. They need to find the plan.
Gotta find out what plan, but to deal with No as well, just inside. Holding down the angle, not gonna be able to find an angle. Looking like it's still gonna be a pretty slow approach here, but it's all gonna come down to how will DYG respond back if ever. Let's say Kingzone will tap the bomb to try to attempt to get it planted. Looking like Yogurt will be rightfully on it now, and player 4, Ma, will be peeking out, waiting for Yogurt to peek. Not gonna be able to find any connection. And as we can see, it's gonna be player from the side of DYG getting taken down, and but in the process, he gets 1v2 now. No Ma up against XT Man. Can they seal the deal? The defense is on. They get the kill.
Smart play coming through from Doyu Gaming, and it is over as Doyu finds the final round. Fantastic matchup between the two. Gentlemen agreement to rush B and keep the fight at B, and we had a fantastic S&D all thanks to that.
Well, you know, it was a really good approach on that Express S&D. Both ends gets to hide their strategies. I guess this is the safe time that we can say that they can completely just hide their strategies. That was them possibly hiding their strategies. So, and at the same time, it's played fair and square.
Yep.
The best player, the best team will come out on top, and it was DYG at that. And it was a pretty close run.
Absolutely right. So one would have thought that taking the flank around from the side of ticketing would have been able to give them the upper hand, but there was just no way of playing that bet. I think the smarter way was proven by Kingzone. Every time they went in there for the 5-man push, they were able to catch Doyu Gaming a little bit off guard, but Doyu found those adjustments, and usually that is just with the 1-man flank, and they managed to, of course, keep things in the balance before running away with that matchup, but it wasn't an easy one. It did go down into overtime, 8-10, the final scoreline. You gotta love it when teams play with this much of spirit, but we are looking for a victory from Kingzone here to see if or not Walt is going to be put out of the competition. But it seems like it's not going to be as easy as that.
And I guess in some way, since they did have this agreement to go for the T-bomb side, it was mostly played like a TDM. Kills would surely matter here, and DYG was able to scrape things off at the top, being able to lead the lobby 6 more kills comparison to Kingzone, 70-64.
Of course, let's take a look at the stats here as well from the side of Doyu Gaming, with Ma picking up the most number of eliminations, 18 to his name, with a 1.8 KD average in this matchup. Truly well-deserving MVP. But of course, the other players did step up as well. We saw a lot of fantastic plays out of No and Chuan, who was finding a lot of those flank around frags that the team of Kingzone just could not deal with.
Yeah, I mean, him positioning himself inside of that booth, just near the bomb site, was probably his best positioning in the run of Express.
Yeah.
He was able to bag that MVP in the process.
3 MVP counts to his name, 19 kills in this S&D matchup. It was all out a B bomb site bash, courtesy of both Kingzone and Doyu Gaming. But of course, Kingzone managing to push it into overtime without being able to walk away with the victory. And that was all thanks to the fantastic plays of Chuan as well as Ma. Nono did a lot of the damage. In fact, every single player out of Doyu Gaming were performing on equal footing. One can say the exact same for the side of Kingzone. It could have gone either way in this match. A little unfortunate for Kingzone, who was desperately looking for a victory.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, since the series still continues now, Search and Destroy will get scratched off. We still have 2 more to go, especially if ever DYG is long to win the series. So, still a long way to go, man. I mean, Hardpoint will be up next, followed with Control, and which we don't really have an engagement on how far this one will go. So, I can't wait to see how this match will start. And, you know, keep in mind, AJ, this is basically an indirect battle between Kingzone and Vault.
Yes.
You know?
Absolutely right. It's a direct battle, you know, between Kingzone and Vault. It's just Doyu Gaming is the stand-in. If Doyu Gaming gets beaten, Kingzone beats Vault. If Doyu Gaming does not get beaten, then Vault beats Kingzone. So this is the substitute. It's like playing WWE, you know, you tag in your partner because he's got full stamina and you're just zonked out and you just hope and pray that your partner is the Undertaker and he gets to just win this match by rolling his eyes up or something.
Are you an Undertaker fan?
I'm a huge Undertaker fan.
I'm a Kane fan. We're brothers. You know, one thing that I can relate with Kane and soon is that me and him wouldn't have eyebrows.
You okay, wait. Corporate Kane or like the Red Machine Kane?
Red Machine.
Okay, I mean, Red Machine always wins, right? Corporate Kane just wasn't my taste, man. But he showed that he could actually act as well, more than the mask. But of course, bringing the conversation back to CDSI, Kingzone stood a great chance of winning that matchup against Doyu Gaming. I think there was just so many variations that they could have played a little differently. Yes, there was a gentleman agreement to meet at B, probably, with the way both teams played that. Not a single time, even when they had the bomb, did Kingzone rotate over to that A bomb site, which makes me believe that was the case. But you know, what was the details of this gentleman agreement? Did it only say that you can rush and you cannot hold back? Because we did see the side of Kingzone kind of hang back for one of those rounds. And if you could do it one round, I assume you could have done it the other rounds as well. Maybe just play the pace up a little bit differently, especially when you had the bomb, or even on the defense, right? Allow you to step on in there, find the retake. But there just wasn't a lot of creativity from the side of Kingzone to really find those opportunities against Doyu. I mean, every time they went in there for the rush, you could see the advantage immediately was on the side of Doyu, WardeN.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like, there was like at least 3 to 4 rounds where Kingzone was just boarding into the bomb site, while on contrary, DYG was really setting up for like a retake near the rail side of the map alongside, you know, overall to the top side of the map. So I don't think that was, it's either that they weren't so interested in trying things up, or it wasn't so clear to them on regards to what are the playing fields in the map of Express.
I think both of these teams definitely know how to circle around Express. It's just that things just didn't go the way that Kingzone wanted it to. But as we head on into Summit, Hardpoint, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Kingzone has played Summit twice and they've lost Summit twice. And Doyu Gaming has played Summit once and has lost Summit once. So take a wild guess what's going to happen. But of course, in the overall grand scheme of things, Kingzone has lost 5 out of 6 Hardpoint matches, whereas Doyu Gaming has managed to win 3 out of 5. So the advantage in terms of the win rate still to the side of Doyu Gaming. Kingzone in a lot of trouble.
Yep, in a lot of trouble. So let's see. May this determine whether the series will get tied up, or can DYG just crush down their dreams with Kingzone and scratch away another game to put it more convincing to their side as they're about to get taken away of the whole topic of the knockouts. As we start things off here on this hardpoint number 1, it's going to be DYG firstly getting the first initial points.
So let's see who's going to be able to break the confidence of Doyu Gaming here. Kingzone needs a champion. Kingzone needs a absolute record to step on out there and get those streaks, get those operator skills activated, get all of the score streaks dropped into the heads of Doyu Gaming as well. But look at this, man. Easy points for Doyu. No challenge out of Kingzone.
No challenge at all, not until now. Finally get the break inside the hill, but they got to worry about Sanua here holding down the computers. And looking like he is going to be barging now inside a Hardpoint as well, ensuring that every little bit of points in this P1 will get claimed over for his squad. 10 more points to go, and it's still in control here by DYG. And then in respondment here, or in translation here to Hardpoint number 2, the spawn's favoring DYG as well.
No popping off with a KRM on the outside, and 36-7 on the first Hardpoint. Few of those wasted points, but Doyu Gaming is not going to be complaining all that too much, as they do find the activation on the second hill as well. And out of nowhere, XD Man from up top, but the KRM does not hold strong against 3 players. And the spawn lost by Doyu Gaming got quickly pulled right back by Ma.
Pulled right back. And the point's so stagnant here for the set of Kingzone. Split spawn situation for them. 3 going down the mid lane. 2, I think, going up top the catwalks. But the question is, are they going to be able to translate and connect with their gunfights? Finally, they do. They get the break inside the hill. 30 seconds is left to be fought for. But DYG, they don't want to give it easily to them. They are still longing to get the sweep onto this run. AJ, this is such a dominating run here for DYG.
And it was a big play out there with the Chuan War Machine gameplay as well. 11 kills for the guy already from inside of the control room. He was just wrecking havoc on Kingzone. Kingzone finally finding a couple of final second points here, but the early rotation coming through from Doyu Gaming might just be punishing on this Money Hill. But a big fight by Won, and the Money Hill's going to be opened up by the players of Kingzone.
Now, in terms of the whole round here for this Hardpoint number 3, could get changed quite a lot here if Mom can win the gunfight here. But, you know, is it going to matter? Absolutely not. The rest of his comrades will step up to hold down the grounds here for the Speed 3. Now we get to see the investment here from Sanua will come along. He gets 1 in the process, looking to get the double as well. He absolutely connects. And now we get to see that DYG is still pulling away with this match.
It's just crazy in terms of competition between the two, but a lot of the gunfights being won out here by Doyu Gaming. The rotation is solid from the side of Kingzone, with just not enough teamwork, not enough backup to get into the hill. And now they rotate around from the mid part of that map towards the forklift area. 2 players backing away towards the green radar station as well. Kingzone looks lost on Summit for some reason, WardeN.
Totally lost, man. This is, you know, in some way I was about to say that this is not the same Kingzone that we saw on Search and Destroy, but I don't think it's going to be a fair engagement after all. They weren't really playing the standard Search and Destroy that we get to see usually in this competition. But I guess if I was to bring in one factor from that game mode itself, was the gunfights, man.
Yeah.
The gunfights here on Hardpoint, it's totally different, man. I'm
not going to complain about a fast series between the two, because the first series that we had in the day was a pretty long one, and I'm just going to take whatever that comes our way, right? eStar and Wall kind of pushed the boundaries 2 hours plus, I believe 2.5 hours on the first series. So Doyu Gaming just kind of wrapping things up, helping us equalize the overall time in the average time each series gets to complete here on this day of play. But Kingzone battling for their lives. So I think they might just be the difference maker in the whole equation. Can they step it up though? Because ever since they picked up the 22 points from the first hill, they've not shown up.
On a ball, and Predator will fly through. We'll get 1 here for Sanua. 20 kills already so far in this lobby, and he continues to get on a run, getting on a 4 spree. I don't think there's going to be more opportunities granted, but no, on the feed, he goes on a 5th, but finally gets shut down by Huawa, and alongside with his team at X2 Man now. We get to see the first reset here for Hardpoint number 1 with DYG already on the 170 point mark.
I mean, this is just DYG ripping a hole through KZ. KZ managing to only earn 2 points on that hill, man. And that's just absolutely insane, right? Hill number 4, absolutely dominated by DYG yet again. And on the rotation for P1 is going to be DYG all over again. But Waiki making big plays from up top on this control room. And he does manage to win out quite a number of fights for the team. But down at the bottom, it's still DouYu Gaming. Annihilator gameplay, but Wawa goes down as well. DouYu, there's just nothing that can break them on this Summit Hardpoint.
Throughout the whole game, it has just been DYG on the driver's seat. No respondment at all. Whatever reset that they have been longing to do, DYG has been able to deny. And we get to see this Hardpoint number 1. It's so unlikely that you get to see a very defined P1. But guess what? DYG is delivering the exact statement up against King Zones.
And unfortunately, Kingzone's just way too focused on those gunfights. DouYu Gaming playing the objective down to the T. The objective player from the side of Kingzone, he needs to step up. But the question is, how much can he step up from a position like this? 26-209. Kingzone's getting obliterated. It is going to be one final play potentially at this P2. The fight comes through from the side of Kingzone, but it's operator time, baby. Kingzone has got 2 on the activation as well. They have to invest it if they want to pull this timer a little bit longer. But on that rotation for P3, question is, can they even hold on?
Yeah, it's going to be a long run here for King Zone if they're longing for a comeback, man. 26 points. We're talking about the second rotation here for this Hardpoint number 2. Hardpoint continues here, and it's going to be DYG just holding this one down. Yoga trying to make a play. Rusi Ma under his hands, but is it going to matter? Absolutely not. 7 more points to go. That might just be the game. Chalked out here for King Zones. GG. Well. Wait.
GG, wait. Yes.
Wait. Oh, okay, the game continues.
It ain't over till it's over. Freddy gets brought on in as well. Kingzone 1 final stand. DouYu Gaming needs a single point, and off to P3 we go. And guess what? Early rotation by Kingzone as well. We are not ending this match just yet. They say they need to win out every single gunfight inside of the hill. They defend with their lives. Man Sunowo circling around. Sunowo brings out the claw, but gets eaten up with a hunter killer drone. Roxy steps on in now. A quick grenade inside XD, man. He will get tagged up with the frag, and it's Roxy who circles around. Cannot find the access just yet, and Kingzone making the comeback out of nowhere.
This is going to be the comeback of the century if ever it does happen. They can't afford to put up any mistakes. Only 1 more point to go here for DYG. The break tries to come true. Sanua slides in alongside with Mao, but the claw will just overpower them, put them down to the ground. But no. Gets a double with a GS. There's going to be 2 players wrapping around here on A long. Can the pinch ensue? Looking like it does get denied regardless.
1 more point needed for the side of DouYu Gaming, all denied by Kingzone. Every single available point now just soaked up by the Chinese players out of Kingzone, and now they have to rotate. A big rotation coming on through from the side of Kingzone. Roxy, one! Oh, he gets prevented, and the Annihilator gets 1, but none trades Roxy out with the Sparrow. A 1-for-1 trade. Both the operators out. Sunowo, can he survive? Circles around. The bleeding stops. 3 players inside. Ma says, hell no! Gets the triple and the slay. But if only we had seen that side of Kingzone a little bit earlier on, what a fantastic match this would have been, man.
Could have been a back and forth. How it exactly went on Search and Destroy, bro. Unfortunate, man.
Such a waste.
Whew, I think it took them like what?
Too long.
Hard points?
That's what it took them. Too long.
12 hard points, bro. 12 hard points until they put up a fight.
Oh, goodness me. Where did that final stand come from? I love the spirit out of Kingzone, but I just wanted to see it played a little bit sooner. I mean, you held DouYu Gaming to a 249 scoreline for so long. If you had fought with that exact fire in your heart from the very start, we could have had a close match just like what we had over at S&D earlier on. DouYu Gaming, Kingzone, what a fantastic match, man.
I hope we get to see that little glimpse of Kingzone in control, man. So we can see a fight be put up here in the series overall. I mean, we were greeted with a game 5. Might just happen here as well here on this game number 2. And I know for a fact you and me are longing for it now. And
dude,
guess what?
Dude, reverse sweep Kingzone. you wanna bet anything on that one?
Reverse sweep Kingzone.
Think about it. Think about it. You get the call. You might be a legend, like the legend of Call of Duty Mobile, but you mess that up, then I'll have nothing to say for you, man.
I think the only thing that I can bet on is just to change the color, the color of my hair. That's it, to be honest.
Change the color of your hair. Okay, what color?
Dude.
What color? It has to be out there. I say pink.
All right, pink.
Pink.
Pink we go then.
Pink. Okay, wait. But I'm gonna give you one chance to back away from this, WardeN, please.
Nah. Pink hair. Pink.
Okay.
Oh wait, no. Oh my.
Okay,
pink
boy.
hair with no eyebrows. Oh my god.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord. I don't even want to imagine that just yet. So, but what a match we just witnessed. Unfortunate for Kingzone that the spirit kind of lit up within their hearts too late into the matchup. And Doyu Gaming was just dominating from the very get-go, right? 1.35 rating from the one and only Sunowo, second MVP count with 38 kills in this matchup, 3,786 damage, highest 6 on the kill streak. But you know, you're not going to see a lot more from this guy because Doyu Gaming is just filled with a lot of titans, man. And as we go into control, I'm looking at the rise of Nono or Ma yet again.
You know, it's a safe bet to long for them. Nono and Mao has been pretty consistent overall, but Sanuo on his hardpoint, absolutely the king to be playing this competition now. Whew, in control, AJ. I mean, in regards to the whole storyline here, I'm still gonna be remaining hopeful for the side of Kingzone, but
You
at
sure?
the same time, yeah.
You want to
No,
be hopeful for Kingzone because if they do get the reverse sweep, then you have pink hair, no eyebrows. You have to be sending all of your good vibes to Doyu Gaming right now.
Nah, man.
Oh, you got guts, bro.
Go Kingzone. I mean, me and you elaborated before the broadcast even started. You know, hey, I walked up to you like, yo, AJ, eStar and Vault. If ever Vault loses series, you know, they might just be able to. You know, if ever eStar wins a series, they might just be able to stun Vault. And it did happen.
Here's the thing. Kingzone needs fire in their hearts, and the fire was lit, right? The fire was not lit in just that summit map. The fire was lit when we saw eStar Pro beat down Vault, and now this is their opportunity. But Kingzone needs to fish out a victory out of nowhere here because we've seen potential in 2 games. The second game, the potential kind of came a little bit late, but potential indeed, right? And if they can turn that potential into victory, starting things off at control, and we have seen them pick up victories on control before, albeit Doyu Gaming is 100% on the win rate at control, so that's going to be a little bit tough to beat. We have seen weakness from the side of Kingzone on control as well, especially when they took on Wolves and Kagendra, and we have seen Doyu play this against Wolves in the past, so there's a high potential that Doyu takes this. But if they can take that fire they lit up towards the end of that hard point into control, things are going to be very different for Kingzone.
You know, in regards to control, honestly, this is the best opportunity for DYG to close out the deal. But if ever, let's say, Kingzone wins this, I have my bets high for them on Search and Destroy as well. But moving back to Hardpoint, I think it might just get cut off. If ever, let's say, if I was to bring this to the distance for the series itself, I think it's still going to go to the way of DYG. But it wouldn't be so convincing because it actually could go 3-2 in favor for them, with Kingzone winning Search and Destroy and could possibly be control. I
have to agree with you, right? I mean, Kingzone could take the next 2 maps, but it could still be a 3-2 on the side of Doyu Gaming. Could be a reverse sweep, a total upset here on the final day of the group stages in the final match for Kingzone and Doyu Gaming for the group stages. And that upset could just lead into another upset, which is Vault getting kicked out of the group stages before we head on into the knockout stages, right? So this is, I tell you, the kind of drama I did not expect. I was expecting a straightforward day. I was just expecting a straightforward day to see, Kagendra as well as Wolves kind of play for that second spot a little bit later on, but it's just drama filled throughout the whole day of broadcast by the looks of it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just studying right now the whole placement of Vault. Yes, for sure, they do have 10 points right now. If Kingzone wins the series, they'll have 10 points as well. I'm just really wondering what's going to be the determining factor on who's going to be advancing here, because
Yep.
Vault will have 2 series wins,
Yep.
3 losses. Same goes for the side of King Zones, 2 to 3 as well. I think it's all going to come down to those little points on the previous games that they played.
Yeah, there are 3 tiebreaker rules. The first one is the head-to-head match win points. Second one is the head-to-head game win points, followed by the head-to-head game KD rating. So let's see exactly who gets that one a little bit later on, but let's not get our minds confused just yet with the tiebreaker. Let's see if or not we even get pushed into a situation like that. In order to activate the tiebreaker, King Zone needs to win the series, and at this moment, they are getting absolutely thrashed by Doyu Gaming.
Oof. Well, in a game mode of control standoff, close quarter combat needs to be excellent for both ends of the spectrum. And to start things off, Sanuo with the God Nade, taking down Yogurt and Nana on the first wave.
XD Man turning things around, so Noah will be found, but he gets a double hit mark. Final one still takes him down, and XD Man is on a roll.
He's the man, the myth. Okay, not the legend as of right now, but does falter down. And we get to see a bit of a better map control situation here for DYG. Sanuo extending his push down to the belly, but he gets punished as well. A lot of intention to take over Grandma's, but it's also not going to go into the favor of King Zone. So they really have to slow things down because the pacing, fast pacing, really favoring DYG quite a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. That I have to agree with. This A control point just being sneaked away now by Hua. Can he get it done before he gets slain out? Here comes the Hunter Killer Drone taken out of the equation, and Hua wins out his gunfight against Ma as well. Can he find another? Yes, he does. Punches No back into the reset. And in the meantime, nobody hopping onto that A control point just yet. Hua's going to be holding their backs whilst someone goes into that A control point. It is going to be Yogurt with a KRM. Hunter Killer Drone swings around, finds no one. But this is here crunch time now for King Zone.
First time it is 7-14, 7-13, 7-12. Yogurt now. Okay, we're going on a run. Say needs to be more consistent, especially if they're longing to get this win out away from DYG. But Lucy doesn't want to have that thing overall happening. And now we get to see that they are going to close out the run. We get to see DYG winning the first round.
I've never seen this many shotguns in a match in a while. All of them, the KRMs, and it's popping off. Look at this. Viking, Yogurt, Hua, all on the KRM. What's XD Man bringing in alongside Nan? LK? XD Man, come on, show me your gun. KRM, 4 KRMs on the side of King Zone. Let's go, baby.
Let's go. Ooh, good run here for DYG. Now, we're starting to see them break away for this one. 26-26. A bit more fight. We put up Ma extending his push here with a 50. He misses like what, 5 shots? Only connects with 1, but follows it with a locust shot onto Hua, looking to get the second as well. Picks up the KRM. He's so confused on which one to shoot while he gets the connection onto the XD Man.
Crazy stuff out of the team of King Zone. 18-22 though. They are playing great defense here. Down on lives just a tad bit, but Ma manages to connect with the Gravity Vortex. Drops the Preddy as well. We'll find what? None.
Still a round. So convincing here for DYG, and this is not looking so right here for King Zone. Ma, KRM showdown for them. XT Man from the distance on the bakeries, trying to spam that hard point, just ensuring that there's no contestment here from DYG, but I don't think it's going to matter at all. The gunfight, it's really not going to the favor of King Zone's AJ.
And fantastic, beautiful, jumps on up, but that A has been lost already with half the lives left here in comparison to Doyu Gaming. King Zone in a lot of trouble. XD Man finds 1. Roxy's not going to get taken out just yet. In fact, he takes down XD Man. Chuan finds a double for himself. 5 more lives. No more respawns for King Zone. Viking goes in for the claw investment. Finds 1 for himself. Goes in for the spawn trap as well. Misses Ma. Can he find another? Roxy from afar drops him. And this is all over for the second round.
All over now. If you get to see a team win the first defensive and offensive side convincingly, you might just be able to expect and project that it might just go to that way to until the end of the game. DYG, if this was a standard format, they'd already be on match point, but fortunately, we are battling for 4 rounds for them to win. Let's see if they can go back-to-back on defense.
Quite a fast series here. I have to thank Doyu Gaming for bringing us right back onto the schedule. If they can pull this 3-0 off, but Kingzone fighting for their lives, and it looks like it will be their lives on the line and potentially sacrificed as well, because Doyu Gaming does not seem like they want to lose anything to Kingzone.
Oh, man, I mean, the game 1 was a bit deceiving, considering that it all ended like 8-6. But on that hardpoint run, following it up with this current statement on control, you get to see that DYG isn't hiding anything at all. They just want to end off the series completely. 22-16, 44 seconds left. Kingzone having a hard time going out of their spawns.
The KRM just not delivering all that too much, and it seems like Kingzone's just going to stick to it. A more decent setup on the side of Doyu Gaming. You can say that LK24 a double KRM, but they've got the Locust to deal the damage as well. Chuanam circles around. This is just unfortunate for Kingzone. 11 lives left on the attack. 18 seconds to go. Kingzone needs to do something, and it needs to be a miracle at that.
Surely gonna be a miracle. They have to find a way to contest at A point and simultaneously get the kills on going for them. And it's gonna be Hua, the closest player on at A point. Won't hop in because he gets denied.
One more
going on a
GG.
spree before the round ends. DYG on match point.
Kingzone cannot take anything away yet. Maybe they can now, but that'll be a little hopeful. Look at Ma, 26 kills already. The guy is on fire.
On fire. Okay, can never imitate that. I love it. I love it. I love it a lot. Full
Let's go, boy.
Round boxing.
Oh, Nan gets a triple for himself. It's gonna be a spawn
look at
trap
Nan.
courtesy of Nan. Can he find yet another Chuan? Just circles around. Ma sends out the hunter-killer drone. Finds Hua. 22-23. It's an all-out boxing match, baby.
Look at Nan, man. He's smiling. He's laughing. Vicky as well. They know what's up. XD Man whips up the war machine. Now we get to see. We might be able to see the first round for Kingzone.
We most definitely are going to see the first round for Kingzone, but says no, no. Hell to the no, 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 says no, no. 11-17. Kingzone, they want to end this, but Doyu Gaming not giving them room at all. Ma with a punch as well. Wawa finds another for himself. XD Man finds one right back. 8-14. Kingzone on the win, but Roxy says not just yet.
AJ, you gotta consider boxing, shoutcasting someday, man. Totally, a big potential you have, my brother.
3-11. Doyu Gaming with 2 more lives left, and this gets extended. Kingzone wins 1 round back.
Let's go! Now, are we gonna be greeted with another back boxing round? Yes, please.
Yes. Come on, let's go. Oh yeah, boy! Let's go. In the blue corner, we've got Doyu Gaming. In the yellow, we've got Kingzone. Nan, Wah, they circle around Nan as well as Sunowo. They find one for each one with a backstab, and he manages to get the back of the head of the player. Kingzone, they wanted that win. They got that one, and it looks like they're gonna get another.
24-24. No. Going on a boxing spree. Can he get some more? No, it's gonna be his teammates Ruxy and Ma beating this deli down, and looking like they are extending a push here to blue. Could get the spawn trap as well with the boxing gloves.
Roxy, no. Mikey taken out already. Look at this. Back and forth we go. Sunowo and Roxy getting one each for themselves. 17 more lives left here for Kingzone, who are sneaking away this B control point. This looks like it's a big play. Wah! You can't do that. Slides in just to get his head punched. Yogurt now punching for his dear life and manages to get 2. No, trades out Viking. And the B control point sneaked away now by XD Man as well as Yogurt. Ma shows up out of nowhere. XD Man says, get out of here. Sunowo sneaks on in. He gets punched out as well. And this is a victory for sure at this B control point by the players of Kingzone. Roxy slides in. Yogurt sneaks him out. No. Bye-bye. Ma, bye-bye. Everybody says good night as Doyu Gaming just cannot punch out Kingzone yet.
Oh, Kingzone, they're looking at the barrels of defeat for this round. DYG, about to lose this one up. Hey, yo, wait, it's not allowed.
Checking out his boxing gloves halfway through as well, and the Preddy gets a triple, bro.
AJ,
Yeah. Tell
take
me.
gunfight away, man. I want this to determine the sides, bro. 5v5 boxing.
I know, right? No, 2v2 boxing will be fine as well. But this time it's a 5-man push from the side of King Zone, looking for No. Here comes the initial nades, but Nan finds a double for himself. So No manages to box out Nan. It's gonna be that A control point on the defense. No says hi, but he gets denied. And this Hunter Killer Drone out for the one and only KAGE man as well. Nan gets a double yet again. Can he get a triple? Circles around. No says hello. Sunowo gets a double, and Yogo trades him out. It's a 20 life left here for the side of Doyu Gaming and King Zone. Oh, look at those operators all on activation already, but they say no to the brothers, and they want to continue with the boxing gloves instead of the operators.
It's going to be a back and forth. We go. DYG, they're on the life deficit. They're trying to put up a fight here on this A point, which is going to be No and Ma holding this one down. So No will be found in action as well, and it's completely a back and forth. But I love the fact that King Zone is so well and so good in terms of using the prize fighters.
Of course, on serious note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, clearly King Zone finds no way whatsoever to beat down Doyu Gaming. So they're just trying to have a little bit of fun here. It's not like King Zone's throwing the match. They clearly tried. They clearly failed multiple times. And this is just a little bit of fun before, of course, they get taken down and out of this competition. But Doyu Gaming now capping that A control point, and it looks like nobody's going to be able to stop him whatsoever. 5 more lives left on both sides, and that A control point does not get sneaked away, and the clearance comes on through. Hua. Is he going to do it? Yes, he does.
Hua is on a 5-3 so far.
What?
Vikey as well. Now we get to see that King Zone might just be able to force another round. No left alone. Not gonna last any longer now. We get to see match point for both ends of the spectrum. We move over to round number 7.
Nah, you do not pull your gun out on Doyu Gaming when it was a pre-agreed boxing match.
No way.
Now you've pissed off the Chinese giants, Doyu Gaming. Chuan M circling around. It's gonna be the Fennec that finds the first one. Yes, it is. Mikey taken out of the equation. Chuan M follows that up with a beautiful one as well. No circles around. Hua met halfway through. 3 lives taken away from King Zone. Make that 4, and it looks like Doyu Gaming ain't gonna slow down just yet.
Hey, don't tickle the bear, bro. You've gotten the mad. 30-24. No fights whatsoever now for the set of the King Zones. And this game should have been over with said a long time ago. But, you know, big bro DYG just wanted to give a chance for King Zone. And guess what? He brought it down to a 3-3 standing. But moving over to the last and final round, it's not even a fight anymore, AJ.
First 3 lives lost for the side of Doyu Gaming, but 12 taken away from King Zone already. No gets a double for himself, and he screams yes as he continues on. Ma finds Hua, and it looks like Doyu Gaming wants to end this here, wants to end this now. Yogurt circles around. Ma says hello, takes him out of the equation. Chuan circles around as well. XD man found halfway around. 10 more seconds to go. The attack just falls apart for King Zone, and Doyu Gaming gonna be smiling year to year as they are on all of those face cams as they take yet another victory and end the series.
Yeah. I just missed it. Yeah. But, you know, enough of that. Horror players left. King Zones, Vikey, XD Man, Yogurt. Hua, can they pull off the clutch of the century? With 5 seconds left and 19 left to take? Absolutely not going to happen at all. You get to see the series end off now with Doyu Gaming win it at all.
Yeah.
3-0 manner. And they brought us back to the initial broadcast time, AJ.
Case Arcas losing his mind in the YouTube chat. This is illegal. No, it's absolutely legal, man. King Zone clearly had no chance against Doyu Gaming. They had no chance at the start of the day. They tried to develop a chance, but just nothing could be brought out of that matchup. And they just had to give it up. But thanks to them, thanks to both King Zone as well as Doyu Gaming, at least we had a fun few rounds of boxing matches between the two before, of course, Doyu Gaming finished off that control as well. It would have been a throw if Doyu Gaming lost this series. Then it was a throw, right? There's no reason whatsoever King Zone to throw the match, because if they win, they get to stay in the competition. So maybe next time, Arcas.
And even if, let's say, King Zone won that control game, it's not even going to impact the whole, standings for the brackets overall.
Yep.
They're going to be having, 8 points, 10 for the side of vault. So it's not going to be damaging anything at all. So moving over throughout this whole series, AJ, I just want to acknowledge we had the fastest search and destroy. It was a B Express run. Hardpoint, well, it was just, Hardpoint, typical old Hardpoint that we initially expected with DYG and Kingzone. Now on that control, memorable.
Absolutely, man. I think, it was a fun series for sure, but it was an easy one to call out from the very start. Do You Gaming gets it, and therefore Kingzone and eStar Pro do not make it through to the knockout stages, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Unfortunate for these two teams. But of course, we still have got one more series for the day to determine exactly who and how the playoffs will be staged. Kagendra takes on Wolves for the final series of the day. But before that, let's take a look at the stats here. Ma picking up potentially the MVP title with a 1.51 rating.
Arguably one of the highest we've seen so far in this competition as well. And, I was thinking about like how much would it impact the stats when they did the whole boxing marathon, and it looking like it's gonna be Ma benefiting out from it. But even then, even before the boxing thing happened, he was pretty convincingly on top of the leaderboards, and that's gonna be him accumulating his 4th MVP count here for the CDSI run.
Absolutely, man. Of course, and Ma picks up the MVP title, as you said, with 48 kills in this game, 4,785 damage. I wonder how many of that actually came from those boxing gloves.
Yeah, man. It's something that we could rely on Cali to study for. How much punches did Ma throw?
Ma threw 3.9 punches and managed to walk away with... Good job, Cali. Do You Gaming King. So a little bit of a lag, but we're not going to be minding that all that too much. Nothing much to assess in this final game of Control, as it was pretty much a boxing game, which was just super fun to cast.
Yes, fun to cast. And when you did the whole segment of the left corner on yellow, we had King. Dude, I was like, okay, it's time for you. Maybe you have another pathway to go, AJ.
Is the screen stuck on your side too, or is it just me?
Oh, it's just you, bro. I can see
Okay.
you. Wow.
All right, there you go.
Wow,
Okay,
clear.
now I get to see myself. I don't know exactly what happened there, but we are all back. It is, of course, unfortunate that we do not see Kingzone and eStar in the knockout stages, but we still are going to be proceeding with the setup. Do You Gaming, Volt leading the charge, but Kagendra and Wolves, this is going to be... I mean, obviously, either one of them is going to be taking that number 2 spot. Question is who? Because, of course, there needs to be a winner. Wolves gets 3 points to their side, 12 points. Wolf loses that second position. Kagendra manages to push this into a game number 5, still loses. They will be able to push Wolf down into the 4th place. So the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rank is still in the mix, and we get to find out exactly what it ends up as at the end of the series number 3.
Yep. Well, it's going to be a blockbuster match right after this break that we're going to be initially called. But before anything else, AJ, I want to hear your thoughts, man. Disregarding the whole run that Kagendra has been putting up on Search and Destroys, do you think they can securely get those respawns out away from the Wolves?
Okay, first of all, Kagendra has been absolutely terrible on SNDs for some weird reason, but they have been able to keep their spots up as far as Control as well as Hardpoint has been able to go, right? But if you look at Wolves, they've been very efficient. They have barely allowed any team to bring them into game number 4, except, of course, that one matchup against Vault. But apart from that, I think, we can expect Kagendra to push this into a game number 5 for sure.
Yeah, definitely. We can totally expect it. Now, the question is, are they going to be able to deliver it? And we're going to be finding out after this short break, so we'll be right back.
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！因为他白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเด็กใน
Potato Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A-bombs, they better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, kalau udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat memulihkan.
Just will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name, but till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个。
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！因为他白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเด็กใน
Potato Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A-bombs, they better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, kalau udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat memulihkan.
Just will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name, but till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade up will ensue once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator skill.
Soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorse will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，4年还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回到白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟 This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมาคาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้คาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade up Williams once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, kalau udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat memulihkan.
This will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回到白房也是 no no。
Oh. Hi, welcome back for more Call of Duty Spring Invitational action here. It is at WardeN here alongside with AJ, and we're still indeed your casters for today. AJ, man, what an interesting night. You know, we went from unexpected intros to a lot of boxing match and control, all the way down to the fastest search and destroy, a B Express run with DYJ and King Zone, and a shocker with eStar Pro winning the series up against Vault.
I mean, good on eStar Pro because they've never won a single series thus far in the group stages. So even if they do leave the competition, They walk out with their heads held high. I love that for themselves. But of course, as we get into the final series of the day, it's going to be China going up against Indonesia, baby. KAGE taking on Wolves, and KAGE needs to win this in order to get that number 2 spot for sure, so that they can be placed in the upper brackets when we move on into the knockout stages later on, which is basically right after today, right? Because today is the final day of the group stages, WardeN.
Definitely. And just by looking at the whole bracketing or seeding, I think if ever we do move over to the brackets now for the knockouts, I think it's going to be like number 1 team up against the number 2 team, the number 1 team against the number 2 team. So
yes,
bracketing plays a big factor onto this. They're not just playing for the sake of it. No, they both ends here really want to secure the upper side of the bracket.
Absolutely. And of course, if you are in the lower brackets, then you run the risk of getting eliminated from the competition a tad bit too early. In the upper bracket, you do have 1 extra life as you get dropped into the lower. But if you are starting things off in the lower bracket, a single loss can mean the absolute end for you in the knockout stages in itself. Hence why it's called the knockout stages. So nobody else wants to play in the 3rd and 4th spot. That's exactly what both of these teams are currently vying for. And it looks like KAGE might stand a good chance if they can rip away an SND. But that might be asking for too much, because this is a team that has got a 28% win rate on Search and Destroy at the moment.
Yeah, man. Search and Destroy truly not their forte. I mean, it all has to come down to their respawn control, especially Hardpoint and control. So just about that. But before that, let's talk about the traditional gunfight. Get to see here it's going to be Fran and Clove for the side of KAGE, and Zai and King for the side of Wolves.
Gunfight's going to allow the winning team to choose the map. So this is a big gunfight. 1-for-1 trade coming on through. Clove tagged up. Zai circles around. Can he get the shot? Clove cannot dance around any faster. Gets finished off. Wolves pulls away round number 1.
Pulls away round number 1. It's with Zai, Mr. Sniper King champion as well during the run for CDSI. And alongside King, let's see if they can surely secure this second round for control for gunfight as well. As we move in, it's going to be Clove picking up the nade, looking to get the connection. Throws down the tactical as well, and he's drawing down the distance aggressively. Lovely play for Clove, but lovely respondment here for Zai. And he's going on a mission to go for the 4th, but unfortunately, Fran just gets the better angle. And KAGE, they even things up now 1-1.
Smart play from Fran. Gets that information, plays it down to the team. M4 are in song this time, out for display. It was a smart push in by Clove earlier on. A quick tactical toss of the utility allowed him to just stun his opponent. But Zai managed to get that finisher. Until, of course, Fran stepped things up. But Clove now, this time round, it's going to be King that gets flashed. Fran already tagged up. King finds the finisher onto him. Zai circles around. It's the end for Clove, and Zai gets it.
Well, Zai gets it. It's going to be allowing Wolves to take the lead on the match point as well. Now we move in. It's going to be either KAGE bouncing back with another round, or can Wolves just close it up? Let's come and find out, AJ.
Zai can be called Unzai in real life, but when he puts an ID of Zai, then we call him Zai.
Definitely. I thought that it was a J358 round, but looking like it's going to be another M4 run here, and it's mostly just going to be all about Zai sealing the deal for that one. Now,
trouble.
Gunfights. Wolves.
This is a lot of trouble now for KAGE, because, like we just discussed, S&D not really their forte, and with Wolves winning out the very first matchup, and with CDSI having S&D at its forefront, this of course gives the advantage to Wolves. They can bring us anywhere. They can potentially bring us into firing range, a map where KAGE has lost 2 games at S&D thus far, but it's of course going to depend on the map bans and picks here. Mainly the bans coming on through to see exactly where KAGE does not allow Wolves to drag them into.
Now, Search and Destroy maps, we all know about it. I'm just more excited about what's going to be the bans here, AJ, and it might just be the determining factor as well. And if I was going to go on a prediction, obviously, if you're going to be going up against KAGE, you got to take away Summit Hardpoint.
Yep, I mean, that is, of course, a potential that people will be taking away. You know, one might assume that's not going to happen, but it's impossible for Wolves to not do that. 4 victories already for Kagendra, a 100% win rate at Summit. So that's going to be tough to not walk away with, and it is a ban at Hardpoint. But Meltdown is exactly the S&D map taken away by Wolves here, and Tunisia taken out by Kagendra. Surprising pick to you, or is this not? Because this leaves firing range out for the open for now Wolves to drop us into.
And not so surprising here, AJ. I mean, I don't think it's gonna matter quite a lot. But at the same time, you know, that's just gonna be it. But before anything else, guys, as you all can see, a redeem code has now arrived into the scene. So guys, you better make sure you claim this one through. And if you guys don't know where it is, it's alongside the event tabs in game for you to claim this code.
And of course, with the map of Tunisia being banned out, Kagendra does manage to bolster themselves up a tad bit. They've got a 0% win rate at the moment at Tunisia. And firing range, yes, they have lost 2 games there as well, but they did manage to win one, and that was against eStar Pro. So I don't know if or not this is the right move from the side of Kagendra, but they had to take a bet, right? 2 maps, they're weak at both, Tunisia as well as firing range. They can only ban out one for S&D, and they've made that bet to take Tunisia out of the equation, which leaves that firing range wide and open. One can assume it might be a 50-50, looking at the fact that Kagendra did manage to sneak one away from eStar Pro, but, you know, it was eStar Pro who were on a losing streak, so I don't know if or not that's going to go the way of Kagendra. So from the get-go, the Indonesians in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, so, you know, story short here, Search and Destroy shouldn't be part of the topics anymore in terms of, like, them winning it all out. It all has come down to them winning Hardpoint control and Hardpoint for them to win out the whole series. And keep in mind, Wolves, on the contrary, they haven't been so sloppy in those game modes as well. So odds in favoring Wolves quite a lot.
Overall control, of course, Kagendra has got a better stat in terms of a win rate because Wolves have only managed to have or pick up 50% win rate, right? They did manage to lose 2 of their control games, and this one was against Walt as well as Doyu Gaming. That was on, of course, Standoff and Crossroads Strike. If you look at Kagendra, on the other hand, 3 out of 4 control matches won, so a decent run from the side of Kagendra, but I have to say it is not good enough, for the side of the Indonesians, right? At the end of the day, of course, we have to look at the luck that Kagendra might be able to walk into here as well. If Wolves is just not up for it, which is pretty rare, if we might be able to see Kagendra walk away with an easy win over them.
Yeah, and you know, I had insights from other people as well alongside the community, and everyone is just saying that, okay, it's going to be a game or a series just given over for Wolves just because of that Search and Destroy. So a lot to prove here for Kagendra. And, you know, in regards to Kagendra, I'm losing my voice here, AJ. I scratched my voice during the eStar run. When Kagendra entered the scene, it was a mixture of Dunya Games and ABC, if I'm not mistaken. It had the same feeling with the whole merge of Villain Owl X and Scars, but they haven't been able to deliver what was initially expected from them. But I don't want to you know, put a lot of pressure onto these boys that we are having, because keep in mind, this is their first tournament, if I'm not mistaken, right after their rebrandment as Kagendra.
No pressure, bro. I think Kagendra is going to be more than fine to continue in this journey and punish a lot of teams. It's just that the matchups that they've had thus far, you know, I'm not so sure exactly what happened in that matchup against Walt. Of course, S&D, they couldn't really take the matchup against them. But losing that Hardpoint match, I think that one would have been quite a surprise for Kagendra themselves, because it was a very close game at takeoff that they just could not find it secure. Fran was equally as surprised in that final matchup. So let's see if or not things can be turned around in here. If your prediction is right, Kagendra might be able to walk away with both the hard points as well as the control, but that of course means we walk into match number 5 in this best of 5. Unless of course Wolves would like to keep it all neat. And by the way, nobody has been able to take Wolves into a game number 5 thus far. The worst for Wolves has been against Walt, where they did manage to drop one map in control, and they did of course get pushed into S&D, where they won flat out 9-4. And of course, against Doyu Gaming, they lost flat out 3-0, right? So if at all we do get dragged into game number 5, it's going to be the first for Wolves.
Yeah, gotta be the first for Wolves. you know, out of everyone in this bracket, I think Kagendra could be the best contenders. Not discrediting, you know, eStar, Kingzone, DYG, and Volt, but Kagendra, they do have the arsenal to bring it all the way through to the distance. But at the same time, that is only a projection. It all depends on how well they can execute. Now, first game, gonna be search and destroy. This might just be the determining factor as well, whether our predictions will be right for the said game itself. Because, come again, AJ, we've brought up a lot of bases coming from the previous runs of these teams, and for the most of it, we've been pretty shocked on the results today.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think the biggest shocker, of course, was eStar Pro. Makes no difference to their run within the competition because they are dead last within Group B, but it was a valiant effort. And of course, that was trying to enable Kingzone to make it through, but it was the absolute impossible back-to-back that was just not going to go their way because Doyu Gaming wasn't looking to drop any bit of, you know, their maps at all, right? They took a 3-0 clean against Kingzone, so that kind of brought the end to Group B. But Wolves going up against Kagendra is a totally different story. It's a team that's playing for that second spot, and both of these teams are pretty equal when it comes to what they can do out there on the battlefield in terms of the series results at the end of the day. But we all know Wolves is the titan, the king of China, right? They usually might have not kind of measured up to a lot in the past where Q9 used to dominate, but this team came out of absolute nowhere and took the scene by storm, and they haven't let go ever since. And you can pretty much say they are now the titans that needs to get beaten from the side of Call of Duty Mobile China. And Kagendra looking to do that. Perhaps if they can prove they are capable of doing so right here, the chances at stage 5 can be a little stronger.
I mean, you got to keep in mind, if you want to mention stage 5, Wolves had a longer journey in comparison to Q9, which they were eliminated during the group stages. Wolves, on the contrary, they were able to put up a pretty decent run. Actually, the only team disregarding LG to take down Tribe.
D6 finds a long shot. Kagendra opening up pretty decently. Clove circling around. This is going to be a Punisher. X-Jing taken out. First round for Kagendra. High potential here as they continue to push in towards the attacking side of Wolves. Zai will be found. Fran, fantastic engagement. And that leaves us with King with a sniper. Right at AMR. Clove out of nowhere. Beautiful CBR4 gameplay. And Kagendra an easy round to their side. But I wouldn't count the team of Wolves out just yet.
No, somewhat we are hoping for a win here for Kagendra on Search and Destroy. I mean, you'd love to see the first round. It was absolutely under their control. Wolves, pretty slow. They were mostly falling over to the aggression of Kagendra, but might be a different storyline this time around, though, as Peg will take down Reef quite easily.
Let's see if or not Kagendra can keep up the numbers. 4v3. They are down. As Peg gets a God nade out of nowhere. He's then out of the equation. Fran circles around. Too quick. Oh, Peg still nailed, and Fran gets a double. Traded out by Nian. But the damage is done as Clove finds Nian as well. 2v1. The tables have been turned.
Clove, Me6 against King. Was put into a clutch situation on the first round. Granted a second as well to prove himself. Just have the bomb in front of him. Not going to go for a pickup. Not just yet. Now he does. Picks up the Fennec in the process. And looking like he is going to be able to get the spree bomb plan as well. So the round continues here with a 1v2.
He finds the plant. Long rotation round. Should be able to meet the player halfway through. But it's a super long rotation coming through. Look at the big brain plays out of Clove. But he's going to be able to meet Me6 first. Me6 quick scope to the back. Clove circles around. He finds the position first. And a smart play out of Clove gives the round to Kagendra.
Oh, Kagendra, double round lead for them. Love it a lot. Love it to see it. Now, honestly, these rounds hasn't been the most convincing win, but it is surely still a win now. I think one thing that I'm really eyeing for as this game progresses is honestly just the whole way Kagendra can change the pacing. And looking like we are going to be getting a tech pause here. And it's been a while since we saw a tech pause. We did see one earlier, but mostly we did see it during stage 5.
And it looks like Wolves is not having an easy time out there. Tech pause called. Kagendra having it pretty decently smooth in the first 2 rounds, making it look like it's easy to take on Wolves. But let's see exactly what this tech pause has got to tell us. Once again, a 28% win rate for the side of Kagendra versus an 80% win rate for the side of Wolves on S&D. The stats do stack on the side of the Chinese team, but Indonesia showing a little bit of fire at the start, WardeN.
Yeah, I mean, it's, come again, these two teams haven't met with each other not just yet, and with the whole run of Kagendra on Search and Destroy not being so promising, if ever, let's say, they do win this game mode convincingly, maybe it's about time that we can acknowledge that they actually went back to the drawing board and fix it up before they head straight to the knockouts.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we, of all maps, get brought into slums, where we did see Kagendra get taken down by Wolf 7-9. Meesix did show up huge in that map, and he does in a lot of these S&D matches, sometimes at Hardpoint as well, but it just wasn't enough for the side of Kagendra. But if they can have a similar scoreline and perhaps this time around take it all the way through, Wolves might get punished. And if you look on the side of Wolves, Slums, they did manage to play it a single time, and it was quite a dominating victory over Volt, the same team that took the victory over Kagendra. So I mean, it's an apple-to-apple comparison at the moment between the teams. It's the exact same map, and if we want to allow data to kind of conclude exactly where this is going to go, the match should end with a victory on the side of Wolves.
Should be. Well, Kagendra, they haven't been the most surprising team this competition.
Yeah.
They were able to deliver what we expected from Hardpoint, made them deliver a surprise on Search and Destroy Slums. So I think I'm just, half of my mind is just waiting for the game to start, and then the other part is just me like, okay,
waiting for the series to end.
I don't know how far this is gonna go. Could be the case. Yeah.
Well, I'm hungry. I've already ordered my dinner already, like in hopes of, being able to enjoy it at the very start of the series as well. So I'm looking forward to having a quick one, but I don't know exactly which way this is gonna lean, right? Kagendra, once again, they are looking pretty hot, but I don't know if or not they are hot because of a tech issue on the side of Wolves that prevented them from really dancing around the map like they usually do.
Game 5.
No eyebrows.
Okay.
No eyebrows.
Okay, never mind. Pink hair, no eyebrows. Didn't happen.
You're lucky the pink hair didn't happen, man. That would have been so unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, I don't exactly know. Maybe later we can ask for the specific information why the tech pause was called. I mean, it could either be strategy or a literal technical difficulty that happened within the players. Could be the case.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is an actual technical difficulty that one of the teams is facing. I don't think it's going to be a strategy tech pause at this point of time. It's just way too early. If it's a strategy pause, it's such a waste of a pause, if you ask me. It's just 2 rounds in. Anybody can make a comeback from that. Wolves definitely can. So I don't think they'll be throwing that away. And Kagendra, no reason for them to pull that off at all. So at the end of the day, I think either way this goes, I don't think it was a lot of momentum built up by Kagendra as well that Wolves would have tried to break through a strategy like this, right? So I do think it's a genuine pause coming on through that we just have to kind of wait out at this point of time. But the probability of Kagendra walking away with a 3-0 victory is very difficult to think of, because the only time they have managed to get a scoreline like that was against eStar Pro, which, isn't the strongest team in the competition, and all other series have gone down to a map number 5 for Kagendra, which is a little bit of the opposite if you look at Wolves.
Okay, let me tell you this, AJ. If ever they win Search and Destroy, I am betting on Kagendra winning it out 3-0. I mean, it's all going to come down to the Search and Destroy, man. I mean, after all, we did project that they're going to be able to put up a really good fight, convincing fight up against Wolves on Hardpoint and Control. Search and Destroy is surely scratched off in terms of the statistics and data that we have. But if ever, let's say, they start things off strongly here on S&D, till then, it might just happen here.
It's a tough one, man. I think, there's a lot of motivation for both teams to get this series victory. And if Kagendra really wants to position themselves better in the knockout stages, I don't think that's the only aim here, right? The aim is also going to see how do they kind of fare up against a team like Wolves, who's potentially going to be one of those teams that makes it into the grand finals. And if they can prove themselves here, if they can take them down easy at this point in itself, and, you know, that really puts Kagendra in a fantastic spot. So I think Kagendra, the Indonesian squad, is going to be pushing the boundaries as much as possible to grab this victory. Wolves, on the other hand, of course, you know, home soil, home ground. They want to play this. They want to show that they are the Titans. Both teams going to give it their all. If it goes down into a game number 5, I'm thinking Wolves going to walk away with the victory.
Now, in regards to the meaning of Kagendra, just looking at the comment section right there, meaning of Kagendra is Lord of the Birds. Kagendra means King of Birds.
Yes.
Okay, well, made him soar high.
Absolutely.
Did you know about that?
Yes, I think... Is that the... Okay, hold on. I just need to Google this real quick. Is their logo a Garuda? I think...
Like a Garuda.
Yeah, I think their logo is a Garuda, right? But either way, whatever.
It looks like one.
Yeah, it definitely looks like one. But either way, I wonder if or not this Garuda is going to be able to sneak away the victory from Wolves, who has looked very, very concise so far in the competition. The only series that they have dropped was against Doyu Gaming. The only map drop without a series loss is against Volt, where they did lose one control matchup. So not a lot can be taken away from them. And it's actually a very big surprise that Wolves lost to Doyu Gaming. Your thoughts on that, WardeN?
I mean, I think Doyu Gaming had a pretty interesting and convincing run. I think before this tournament, they had another CDM exclusive tournament. And if I'm not mistaken, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was DYG actually winning that tournament. Second would go to the side of Wolves. And that's where we actually got the whole situation with Q9 playing on the play-ins, because they weren't even part of the top 6.
Correct, yes.
So that's about that.
And of course, Doyu continues that run. This could just be a red herring from the side of Wolves as well as Q9 before the setup of stage 5. You know, they just don't want to show a lot of capabilities, don't want to be looked at upon as a threat. But it's not like they were a huge threat the last time around that they did get into stage 5 in itself. You did mention that Wolves did manage to surprise a team from the side of North, but it wasn't really, you know, taken all the way, right? It was a one-time, and then of course they got reversed back out in the lower brackets to get kicked out of the competition. So it was unfortunate for Wolves, but I believe they were the only team that had the capability to do something like that on the big stage. This time Kagendra trying for something like that, but the stats don't really look all that too appealing, even down here at CDSI. So if you're an Indonesian fan, I would be a little bit worried here.
Yep. Really, it's very far-fetched, but you know, and you gotta worry about the whole series overall.
Yeah.
But in terms of like the whole ticket getting booked to the knockouts, you know, you're pretty safe here, Kagendra and the rest of the Indonesian squad. But unfortunately, AJ, we can't proceed with the match not just yet. We're gonna be on a short break. Rest assured, once we do get back into the scene, we're gonna be going back into more action. So we'll be right back.
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
这边不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打首相的选手吧， 哇哦，亚瑟 This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The trade up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demork will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哎，哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no。但这个点埋的太好了呀！
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟 This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
The trade up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demork will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！说一下白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟 This is important. Once Kazaku Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade up will ensue once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Hardpoint ketiganya, Aimer coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Klov ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demork will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，4点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个。
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2023. We do apologize for the technical pause called by the teams. I think there was a server delay that kind of caused a little bit of interruption to that matchup. But we are all ready to rock this match between Wolves as well as Kagendra. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with WardeN, your casters for the day. And on this final series, it's taking a little bit of time to complete, isn't it, WardeN?
It compensated for the fast run between UIG and Kingzone. So
yeah.
I think we're going to be ending as the initial broadcast time that we projected. So it's just about that now. I'm just concerned, to be honest. Will the scores get retained here for Kagendra? Absolutely yes. And now finally we do head straight into the action now. Round number 3, Wolves, they lost the last 2 rounds, but keep in mind it wasn't too far apart in terms of killing the apartment. But we start things off on this round 3 with Zen taking down Peg.
Smart play and then quick wall banks as well, as Zen did manage to see Xjing peek his head out for a tad bit. Now swaps places with Reef. Pushing on forth. Clove already in great position. Xjing just slides on by. Clove does not get punished. Quick reposition by Clove saves his life. And that kind of opens up the Broken to the side of Wolves now to storm in front.
Just waiting for the perfect time to get the shot in. Zai putting himself into the scene as well, shutting down Reef. Now we get to see the break ensue here on the brick side. But Fran will make his presence felt here on the Graves. Me6 on the contrary, trying to support the squad from the back lines, but instead he gets the kill from the back lines as well. Now we get to see Wolves now in a dire situation, about to lose another round. Now it's going to be Naya left alone in the 1v2.
And yet again, we see a 1v2 situation. Clutch moment for Nian. Potential, but he gets tagged up. Has to reposition. Shot kill capable. In the hands of Nian. He's got the Locust to get the deed done. Long flank around as the attacking side. Bomb will be picked up here. But 2 players from the side of Kagendra already circling around towards the dumpsters to hold on to that A bomb site. Nian's going to leave them high and dry to circle around towards B instead towards Memorial. And it looks like Kagendra has lost that opportunity to step him halfway through.
Gonna let it all planted. 9 yawning. Not feeling the pressure, I guess. But no, it wasn't him. But Sharding, he has a Fennec now and a Locust. With a Locust, he can absolutely go berserk. Look like he is gonna go for a peek out here onto the right side. Not checking his corners. Unfortunate. It looked like it's gonna be Kagendra accumulating their third round. My days.
Timing just played a little unfortunate there for the side of Nian. He did circle around. Good positioning, but just way too open as he tried to spot the mid part of the map near statues. Should have kept his eye on Memorial as well. Didn't anticipate a quick rotation from the side of Kagendra. That seems to have won that round for the Indonesians. And now 3-0 as we circle around. Round number 4. Bomb straight towards B. Bomb site. Exchange finds Zen. Blind shots and he finds Reef as well. Zai drops red. Has to be around for Wolves this time.
Can't celebrate though. It's still gonna be Me6 and Clove alive. Making only Me6 now is Clove. Once again, fundamental mistake. Not checking your corners. We'll make sure that he's gonna get thrown out of the round. Now we get to see a 1v4. Should be the first round here for Wolves. Nonetheless, Me6 can perform and deliver a nasty one.
A lot to ask for. No scope. Gonna be able to give Exchange the fantastic play instead. Headshot with a Fennec. 1-3 first round pulled back by the Chinese team.
Only 2 more to go to even things up. Can they bring in the momentum? It's going to be a lot to ask for. And keep in mind, search and destroy slums on offense is not the easiest thing to do. So really nice for Wolves to finally put up the influence now as we start things off on this round number 5 with Dam once more taking down Reef early on. And that's going to be Peg.
Right, does find one but gets tagged up. Quick disengage. Leaves him still with his life and goes back in for that re-engage. Finds one, Nian. Long scope. Zen found halfway through. 2 more players. Me6 cooking up a grenade. Is it going to be sent? Yes, it does. Peg taken out of the equation. Bomb on the ground.
King gets the read onto him though. Clove. Mr. Slayer of Kagendra. Can you get this one through with a Fennec in hand? 2 scopes need to be killed with. Now the exchange out. Nice beam. King. Nyan. Are you going to let this one slide? And looking like they won't. King shuts him down. Wolves winning another round. 1 more to go to even things up.
Kagendra needs to run away with this one. Reef struggling in this matchup alongside Zen to find those frags. Pretty equal on the side of Wolves to catch back up with them. Let's see if this push towards the B bomb side is going to check out for them this time round. Peg, very quick access. And this is going to be early pressure on Indonesia.
The pressure, but Kagendra is so spontaneous and so consistent with those lineups of nades. They get an easy kill onto one player from Wolves, and that's going to be Peg out of the round. And keep in mind, they also denied the bomb plant, so
yeah,
it's going to be Wolves pretty stunned on what kind of respondment that they can put up on this situation right now. Kagendra, on the contrary, playing so passively, and it's working out so far.
Did manage to get the bomb down in the previous round before getting taken out by the nade. This time, not as lucky. 5v4 bomb out in the open, and Zai steps on to get the deed done.
Gets concussed. Sunshot. Zai inside the bomb site will go for a spray. Finds 2. Fran. Clove. Reef under his hand. V6 slides in to put himself into the equation, but is it gonna matter? Absolutely not. Wolves getting another round, 3 rounds in a row.
This is expected out of Wolves. Unexpected out of Reef. Can't seem to find his momentum in this matchup at all. 6 rounds in, and on to round 7. Have to keep an eye on Clove as well. Oh. E6 not gonna connect through those wall bangs. Takes his chances. It's not his lucky day.
I'm really liking how KAGE is adapting to the playstyle of Wolves, though. I mean, they're not playing so aggressively compared to the first 2 rounds that we saw. They're looking like they are playing the same medicine that Wolves has been doing, or overall, the seeding region is just playing retakes. 5v5. We are greeted with another situation like this. Last time has been Wolves. So far, 3 rounds in a row has been Wolves. Let's see if KAGE can break the heat.
Reef finds one out in the open. And wallbang, courtesy of Zen, finds him. Reef does get the headshot as well. King's not going to be able to survive. Fennec, jump shot with a snipe, does not connect. And 1 round for the side of KAGE to pull forward yet again.
That's going to be them retaining the lead overall. Wolves hasn't been able to take a taste out of it. And only 1 more to go for this first half. It's a pretty even battle here. Something that I initially didn't expect, AJ.
Have to expect this out of Wolves, but KAGE, with Reef now stepping up, I believe it can be done. Reef lining up the grenade. Does it connect? Well aimed. Peg sends one right back. Should be able to find one. And does manage to tag the player. No takedown though. Clove does get away with his life.
Bomb. Gonna get planted now by Peg. Another 5v5. Can KAGE go back to back? Stun check here for KAGE. Nade as well for Fran. Zai out of the chase. Now we move into the round with them looking to get a break here as well on towards Rat. And they take down King. Now it's gonna be a 3v4 as King gets a responding onto Fran. But all over the place, it's gonna be Reef absolutely stepping off to the squad of KAGE X King. What are you gonna be able to do? 1v3, bomb already gonna stick out, and that's gonna be KAGE here, getting a double round lead before we switch of sides.
And that's what we needed for KAGE to pull ahead solid, which is Reef waking up, and wake up did he do before picking the bomb up on behalf of Indonesia. Fantastic play by KAGE, but Wolves, they could string up those 3 rounds easily. Can they do the exact same again to pull in front? Let's see if that happens. This time on the attack, the Indonesians.
Oh, Reef on the front line, gonna take down X-King. Oh no, just King and Peg. Zai responds back with Globe and Zen, but Reef is still on the roll, still on the prowl. Give him the ace. Nyan left alone for the side of Wolves. He gets stacked up. 1 player from the backlines pushes him down in, and it's gonna be him going down. Now we get to see 9 still lives on. Me6 also on the chase, on the prowl. Reef wants to get an ace. He absolutely gets it. Oh my days.
What a play. After calling the guy out for a couple of rounds, Reef finally wakes up, and guess what? The moment he does, it's right back up on top with the frags. 9 kills all equaled up with Fran. And this is the true force of KAGE.
True force of Reef. Oh, wow. And oh my days. Wolves now wanting to take a taste out of the spotlight. Peg on a 2 spree, X-King as well. Now all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it's going to be Me6 left alone in the 1v4. Wow. What
Easy
a match.
slide. 6-4. Back and forth we go. But of course, advantage still to the side of KAGE from Indonesia. Bomb to be picked up. Nobody is focused on that A bomb site just yet. And it looks like that's not going to happen in this round as well.
Move in to round number 11. Wolves, same approach. It's just that KAGE is not pushing aggressively. Not until they get those pickoffs. And I love the way that they've been learning the lineups for this map, AJ. It has been one of the biggest factors on why they've been bagging rounds compared to Wolves.
That I have to agree. Those nades have been deadly. Nian does find Me6 prematurely this time round. 5v4. The bomb still hanging back. That A bomb site inviting, with only Nian holding on to that spot. Zai does manage to find 2 for himself. Reeves finds Peg, trades him out, but it's a 4v2. Fran and Clove. Can they pull this off as they circle around towards A, but the bomb not in their hands?
4v2. Fran and Clove against Nye and Zai. King and X-King. Look like they are trying to possibly secure the parameter first before they pick up the bomb. But I don't think it's going to go into their favor. King gets a clean shot onto Fran 9 as well. Ooh. Locust showdown on that segment, and now they bring down the lead to just 1.
Great rounds from both sides. And Wolves now waking up. Both taking turns to outshine each other. And the bomb this time makes a slow approach towards the garage. With player number 3 Clove circling around with the Fennec. If he does go in for an aggressive push, he might be able to catch these 2 players a little off guard. Nian as well as X-Ching. But will he act? Fran does find Peg. First one nailed down already. Opportunity for Clove WardeN.
Opportunity in this. Might get some more as well. And looking like it's going to be a berserk play here for the set of Kagendra on his B bomb side. Zai runs away, looking to get the run away as he gets 1, but unfortunately Fran trails him down. Now it's going to be a 4v3 here. Break coming true on the bomb side, but King gets the flick onto Zen. But is it going to matter though? I don't think so.
King circles around. Secondary. Too easy. Quick scope does not get it. Gets tagged up instead, and Mi6 drops X-Ching. King backs away with a sliver of health. As Clove goes in for the plant, Mi6 with the secondary, gets nailed down by King instead. 50 G's on for the win, spots the other player. Locust not going to connect just yet, but he knows exactly where to look.
King against Clove. Clove slides in, goes for the challenge. Not going to go to his way, and as we get to see, Wolves goes back-to-back for the rounds. That's going to be enough for them to be even with Kagendra.
What a match. It looks like they're going to go all the way with this S&D. And it's only the first game in this best of 5.
Whew. I mean, I'm just proud for Kagendra here for putting up a fight. Up against Wolves. Once was a CDM champion. Now we move in to round number 13. Formation here for Kagendra is pretty slow, AJ. I think they're expecting some sort of an aggression here for Wolves, but it's not going to go to that way. Zai with the God Nade taking down Clove. Big kill.
Bomb's just waiting for an opportune moment. Perhaps a mistake from one of the players from the side of China. Wolves holding their lines pretty equally. 3 players stacked onto the D-bomb side. Nobody aggressing on 4th, taking the approach towards garage. But you know Peg's going to be a little annoying with the Fennec. And he's holding down that angle alongside Zai and the CBR4. Both guns going to be able to beam down anybody who shows up through the garage, finding that B-bomb site. Towards A, on the other hand, should be able to secure this. But look at the split here by Wolves. Peg finds 1, Zen trades him out. Nian plays the head glitch, finds that Zai, shuts down Zen, and just like that, Wolves pulls ahead.
Look how it was like a domino effect, man. 1 kill led to another. And that's just the coordination of either Kagendra or Wolves that made it all possible. Now we get to see Wolves now on the lead, and this is the first time that we're seeing this one put up. 1 more to go for a match point as well, and looking like it's going to stay to that way as Nyan and Peg starting things on this round loudly.
X-Ching following up with a double. Mi6 all alone, but what can he deliver? 1v4. Crunch time. Even if he does get 1, maybe even 2. Doesn't even get there. Match point for Wolves.
Match point for Wolves. 4 rounds in a row, if I'm not mistaken. That is absolutely how you recover in a game mode of Search and Destroy. Be unfazed on what happened. And that's exactly what Wolves has been doing. Kagendra, can they put up more fights? Or are they just going to falter once more in Search and Destroy?
Potentially the final round for Kagendra if Wolves can execute this. Yet again, Peg finds Reef. Bomb on the ground. Traded out by Zen with a God sticky out of nowhere.
Now it's going to be a 4v4 to grounds equalize. once again, need to remind you all, this might be the last and final round, as Wolves is so good at reading the positioning here from Kagendra. Now he's going to be Reef and Clove out of the chase. Only player to watch out, honestly, is going to be Fran here with 14 kills. Has been the leader in this lobby, at least specifically for Kagendra. And if he goes down as well, it's about time for Zen and E6 to step up.
Should be a Wolves game here. Numbers advantage to the Chinese team. Match point their side as well. Me6 not going to find anyone just yet. The rotation's very smooth from the side of Wolves. Fran lining up yet another. Will it find anyone? In the meantime, Zen. Zai finds Fran, traded out by Zen. 3-2. Bomb still in their hands.
3-2. 40 seconds left on the clock. Util check. No information. Player 5 Xing into the bomb site. V6 holds down the angle. Not going to be able to find anyone at all. And I love the play here from Xing, playing this one safely. Let that bomb site be free for the set of Kagendra to play retake. Till then, might just be one big factor in why they could secure this round and secure this game mode overall, as Zan will take down Xing though. Now it's going to be a 2v2.
And quick scope. Oh, he misses, and the Punisher does not come through. Me6 does get him. And the Backstab King finishes it off. 9-6. Wolves brings a victory out of nowhere.
Well, looking like statistics.
5 rounds in a row, WardeN.
Yeah, crazy, man. It's crazy. I mean, I think that at some point, it's also safe to just bring up the fact that CDM teams are so good into adapting on your plays.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure, you can bring in a lot of different things from your bag, but you absolutely can bet on a team like Wolves to just read your play, absorb it, and put up the best respondent in the very scenario.
But of course, that was a great play from Kagendra, looking at how some of the SNDs from the team has been a little soft. Out of 7 matches of SND, they've only managed to walk away with 2 victories, and now you have to make that stat to 8, and they have lost 6 out of 8. Unfortunate for Kagendra. It might not even be the final SND of the group stage for them. We could still have another one on standby if they can make it back on this respawn. But if you want to take that against Wolves, Wolves still has got a better win rate. A 75% win rate versus 71 on the side of Kagendra. Still not looking too good for the Indonesians. And, we kind of saw a little bit of a premonition maybe for this Hardpoint matchup where we might see Kagendra kind of lead a little bit and Wolves just kind of wrapping things up at the end.
I mean, it's all going to come down to how you can get the final adjustment, man. It doesn't matter how well you start things off. What matters is how well you can end it. Because, we get to see a lot of teams that are so dominant at the first to the middle half of the game. And then all of a sudden, by the end of it, the results completely reversed.
It's just unfortunate for Kagendra that they couldn't really continue. It was a great start, but that was as far as the defensive round was for them, right? Once they picked up the bomb, they just couldn't find any sort of angle because the defense on the side of Wolves, on the other hand, was just absolutely phenomenal. Every single angle was on lockdown. And Kagendra, they played it scared. They were so afraid to step on up against Wolves. And every time they did show up, they just got annihilated.
Annihilated, truly. And in terms of the statistics for this game mode specifically, it's going to be Wolves leading. Coming from the kills and the KD for this one, 10 kills apart. Wouldn't be so much, but at the same time, it did play a big factor, especially in those rounds where both teams was just going berserk down the mid lane, challenging one another.
Let's see if or not the mighty Kagendra can find a way back into this matchup. Because just like when we saw them have some signs of life in this SND, Wolves showed us that there is a reason why teams fear them. In fact, you've actually got the king of snipers from CDFI and the king of snipers of CDSI, both on this team. A lot of reasons to fear Wolves.
Yeah, a lot of reasons to fear Wolves. Now, specifically for Kagendra and Reef, I don't know if you all know this, but actually Reef played for Almighty in one local tournament here. And the tournament also consisted of Blacklist and Omega, if I'm not mistaken. And AMT was able to bag that victory so convincingly, all because of Reeve playing and search and destroy and also adding more impact on respawns. But enough of Reeve. Let's talk about Zai here getting his fifth MVP count for this event.
And of course, one of the S&D rounds, he even got 3 back-to-back kills. Crazy stuff. 5th MVP count for your man Zai. 15 kills in this S&D matchup, 1,513 damage. He was unstoppable, but so was the rest of his team members.
Unstoppable it is. Was able to run the show on gunfights, follow the long here for search and destroy. May he do the exact same thing on Hardpoint? It's just for us to find out later on. Now, on Hardpoint, AJ, I mean, we all know the mighty Kagendra in Hardpoint. Do you think they're going to surely secure this one, or we might be able to see a bit more of a closer fight in comparison to what they've been dealing with previously?
I think Wolves is going to be very hungry for that spot in the upper bracket. I don't think they'll be looking to, drop the series against Kagendra. I don't think Wolves is all about hiding strats and any of that nonsense. I think they're going to try to take down Kagendra as smoothly and as quickly as possible. And there's a high probability they do exactly that. Kagendra, Indonesia, in a lot of trouble in this Hardpoint matchup.
I mean, they have to, man. I mean, they have to a lot. I mean, you just have to give out their very best, because that seeding for the knockouts would come in totally handy. So
yeah,
that's just about it. And I think, like, let's say if you're on the bottom end of the bracket, you're going to be granted surely more matches as well, especially if you do falter on the first round. You're going to be set at, like, the very back of the lower brackets. That's exactly where you don't want to be in.
Yeah. Kagendra has won out 4 Summit Hardpoint already, and that's the main reason why Wolves has taken that off of the list. And the Hardpoint ban that comes through from Kagendra, on the other hand, is Apocalypse. So that leaves us Arsenal Takeoff as well as Hacienda to play. And if we do get brought into Takeoff, the last time we saw Kagendra perform at that Hardpoint matchup, even though they've got good stats here, it wasn't very convincing. They did lose that Takeoff matchup. And I believe that was against Walt. Quite close though, 250 to 223. And even if it doesn't go to Takeoff, if it goes to Hacienda, we still might see a little bit of problems here for Kagendra, because they won one and they lost one. So not great stats out of Kagendra in terms of the maps that are available to play, unless of course we get brought into Arsenal and they show us some miraculous play there.
You know what's miraculous? Being brought into Arsenal, bro. We haven't been brought into Arsenal so far into this event, so I'm really hoping that's gonna be the case. But I think one big factor in why Arsenal hasn't been part of the maps played not just yet, because I've heard a lot of complaints about the spawns being messy. Well, I had a bit of a conversation with some people as well in the community that spawns are pretty controllable as well, and I did watch and monitor from different regions. They're absolutely comfortable in playing Arsenal. So I think it might just be the teams reserving that very map itself for the knockouts.
Well, there are a little bit of spoilers in the chat as to where we're going to be brought into, and it looks like it will be Takeoff. Thank you very much, Callie.
Wait, did he spoil, or was it a prediction?
Well, we can only ask Mr. Callie.
Takeoff, but it's just so out of context. Why would you just say Takeoff HP out of the blue? Well,
exactly, Callie.
At least what I think, oh well. Takeoff.
It's okay. Callie. Man, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna burn Callie. Callie's burning himself. Open up this matchup. Takeoff. It's gonna be Kagendra opening things off hot, and 2 players invested into the Hardpoint already, and they roam around looking for these slays. Very aggressive start out of the Indonesians, and Wolves, as usual, hanging back, waiting to see exactly what Kagendra has before they play their counter.
Definitely. And this Hardpoint number 1 setup is looking quite similar on how Omega did it up against Scatty during Arena Match 4. Really good seaside control at the first hand, and personally, it's not going to be able to translate later on, as we get to see now Wolves getting the break inside a hill now. And it's going to be the right side of the map will be the spawns for the side of Kagendra.
V6 on performance here for the Indonesians, and it looks like it's just back and forth between them in terms of gunfights. Kagendra winning a lot of it. But look at King already on the 6 eliminations. Gets a double with a sticky Pusangala. This is just a crazy run. But it's Kagendra all the way through in this first hardpoint.
Yeah, all the way through, 15 to 30, doubling the points here. Compared to Wolves, Kagendra, they also get the early rotation as well for P number 2. So they might be able to put up a really good setup now as we get to see a pinch will try to come true, but it gets denied. But on the front lines, we actually string up against Reef. Reef gets shut down, but Zen gets the refrag. Peg follows along, trying to put himself into the scene, gets a double, and that's going to be a huge break coming through here for Wolves.
Great circle around coming through from Nian, but the hard point still contested between the two. Kagendra not allowing themselves to bleed all that too much. Stepping onto the hard point to make sure Wolves don't run away with it. But with that win of that hard point, it's just going to be Wolves now catching up with Kagendra. The players just a little bit too far away for that rotation. To play number 1 and 4, Zen and Fred. Slowly they circle around, but all scattered around the map. And Wolves, 1 more second, they catch up. Equalizes there. And now they pull forth.
4, 41 to 37 may remain the same. Absolutely not. It's going to be scrap time now. Contested by the side of Kagendra, but in the process, Wolves, they respond back with the early rotation here for P3, and this is absolutely one of those kills that you'd love to take. Medical spawns now for Kagendra. This is a dangerous situation for them.
Now Wolves popping off, man. They've already got that early rotation, securing the spawns and generators and sending in 3 objective players as well, forcing Kagendra to spawn out of the guerrilla base, and they have got all of their forces locking down that angle. And of course, a little bit of a backstab from E6. That instantly falters. Purifier investment coming through from Xjing as well. Big plays from Wolves, and China gets the advantage. V6 though, Godnade taking the double out of nowhere.
And that's actually possibly enough for them to get the break, but they lose the gunfights in the process. Zai on top with an Annihilator, denies the Purifier from the side of Globe, looking to get the double as well. Can he get a triple? Might just be able to do so. Absolutely, yes, and he's still on the roll, still on the spree, looking for some more, but he gets shut down by Reef. But that's going to be enough attention, enough impact for them to get the remaining points inside his hill.
Money Hill investment full on for Wolves here. Aurora launch absolutely dominated by the Chinese team. Kagendra had no answers whatsoever. Early rotation proved to be absolutely fatal as Wolves secures every single bit. Now early rotation for Kagendra instead, and they get flashed out by Wolves just like that.
Oh, wow. Wolves so good at playing respawns. Kagendra really feeling the pressure now, and looking like they are going to be able to offer a reset here for Wolves. Handling this point down, but they got to worry about the pinch. About to come through here for some of the side of Wolves. 2 players from the front, 2 players from the back. And looking like they are about to hold their ground. It's only going to be Zai here for the side of Wolves up against Clove.
Brady goes wild, gets a double. That's a little bit insane. And 62 to 97 as Kagendra holds onto the hill this time round. 2 players playing the objective. Everybody else spawning out of the back of Aurora launch as well as generators. There's quite a bit of traveling distance for the side of Wolves. And just 1 angle now for Kagendra to just hold on to. It's the control room play through the doors. V6 hops on out. Aggressive. 5 more seconds left as Wolf takes the scrap points. And Kagendra, on the other hand, circling around to potentially take that second floor of Aurora launch to set up this P1 on reset.
Could be the case. Could be the case. Reset we go, 104 to 79. Lead convincing here from the set of Wolves. Might stay the same here. It's looking like they are going to be offering good setup. But Clove gets the backstab onto 2. Might be able to get a cut off as well onto the staircase for the blue side of the map. And he's still looking for some more. He goes on a tree spree. Now that's going to be more than enough for Kagendra to hop right back inside the hill to claim points to even things up with Wolves.
Kali trying to save himself by throwing out random predictions now. It's okay, Kali. Once you got, you don't have to save yourself anymore, boy. The best course of action is to stay silent. 103 to 107. Kagendra fighting their way right back in, baby.
Is it predictions? Or is it a spoiler? Oh. Nah.
This time it's a prediction.
112 to 107 here. Wolves struggling this time around on this hardpoint number 1. So P2, lovely respondment for them in comparison to their first run for hardpoint number 2, where they lost the rotation. So And on paper, this should be a hard point for them. Nonetheless, KAGE obviously can make the play and get the break inside a hill.
Freddy eats up King, and it looks like KAGE is finding the kills, but just not the hill. Clove circles around. Peg is he does not get burned. Fennec Clove out of the equation, wasted Purifier, and Wolves will continue to dominate this hill. Reef now hopping on in. It's going to be the Sparrow play, takes over the hill. The rest of his players circling on in. 40 seconds to go as Wolves now finds that backstep through that red area, heading on into loading as well. And through the stats, they want to go. One more player to take down, and they do get that. But Reef, can he secure this? It's going to be the Sparrow, left and right. Peg, one more, but Peg saves the day yet again.
Calling Mr. Robin Hood, 28 kills on this lobby, alongside Me6 as well. Both of them are leading the kills in this lobby. 140 to 160 now. Get to the scrap time. Looking like it's going to be Wolves claiming this one up, and Reef and Clove still want to put up a fight, but at the end of it, it's going to be King holding this one down. But I love what I saw from the set of KAGE. They love what they converted as well. But onto the rotation here for P3. Guess what? They also won this time around.
Let's see if KAGE can find the finisher here, as they can perhaps break away from Wolves. They do have the spawn, but they don't have the heal. Purifier play once again from XG, and he's going straight up. He wants to take the spawns away as well, but the gods of RNG still has that on the side of KAGE. It's going to be the Annihilator investment from Zai. Can he find one for himself? In the meantime, Nian just annihilating everyone. Annihilator plays from Zai is going to keep the players of KAGE pretty much in a spawn trap location as Wolves equalizes once again.
On the front line, sticking down Clove, looking for some more on this mid lane. It's going to be King holding this one down now. Wolves, lovely recovery that they're putting up on his P number 3. Zai, 3 spree for him. Looking for some more as well, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to be granted any opportunities anymore. Now, we move over to this hardpoint number 4, which it was a pretty undefined hill on the first run. Let's see who can bag this one to their side.
King takes a single one, but Fran finds him with the Annihilator. Preddy's gonna get dropped. Gets a single Preddy kill. Zen sorts out Nian instantly. Back and forth we go as KAGE now plays the game of catch-up. 53 seconds. They've got the numbers to sustain this hill for a tad bit. But XG moves on in. But Fran saves the day alongside Me6 who gets those tags. Fran sorted out. Zai with the backstab. And it looks like he's gonna be stopping the forces as they respawn. And Wolves annihilates the hill instantly, taking control yet again.
Solidified defense now being found over for Wolves. With this gravity vortex, that should be more than enough for them to take the remaining points on this hill. And looking like they are winning the kills around the perimeter as well. 184 to 163. Might just beat the 200-point mark as well if ever they claim the remaining points. Now, AJ, we're approaching to another reset here for the side of this takeoff hardpoint. The first time we saw this was KAGE on this lead. Let's see if Wolves can retain this one.
Wolves this time just need to make sure two players are positioned on that power position so that they can find the annihilations. But no, they're going to play the exact opposite. Two players going in for the objective instead. Annihilating left, right, center. Launch center, someone's going to take the scaffolding. It's going to be player number 4, the one and only King. As we spot him, it's going to be a quick nade drop and the LK24 shock. Nian gets a double with the Freddy. In the meantime, Zai circles around. This is just the perimeter control out of Wolves and the claw investment out of Peg. And they try to go in for the hill, but the challenge is that from KAGE.
Challenge is there. No utilities. Actually, 3 available to get invested. But if I was KAGE, I'd try to win this one vanilla gunfight. So maybe till then, to reserve those operators onto hardpoint number 2. That could be them bagging a money hill. But for now, storyline here on this hardpoint number 1, still going to be Wolves taking the scrap time out of the way. 200-point mark welcoming Wolves.
Now Callie trying to pretend that he's trying to save the broadcast from spoilers. Good job, Callie. Clove circles around. Fennec finds one, 205 to 180. On to P2 we go, and it's going to be Wolves with the early rotation around. War Machine gets a tag! Aye! And Zen finds Zai! Fantastic play with the War Machine, and KAGE gets the opener on P2. Beautiful plays from Zen, and that's a great contribution to the side of the Indonesian side.
On this wrap, Zen gonna get another kill. No more capsules to play with, so he's gonna go back to his CBR4. But Reef, absolutely in this position with a Sparrow in hand, has was able to bag a money hill for the side of Kagendra. Let's see if he can do the exact same thing around. Unfortunately, 9 shuts him down. All gonna come down to Klo to get a break from the backlands, but he gets denied as well.
Wolves yet again taking control of this P2. They've got the advantage spawn. 20 more seconds to go, which means more than enough time for Wolves to finish this off if there's no challenge. But there is a challenge. Kagendra sneaking away the hill. Therefore, the game does not end on P2. On to P3 we go. Early rotation yet again from the Chinese squad. Kagendra slowly trailing. It's the spawns on the side of Wolves. One player already on the hill. 4 more seconds for the scraps of this P2. And Kagendra will have 6 seconds to rotate around. A lot of time for Indonesia to pull this match back.
A lot of time, but they have to find a way to get a break inside the hill for 25 more points here for Wolves to seal the deal. Kagendra trying to make a push here from the backlands. Me6 here with a claw, spraying for dear life. He does take down one, looking for some more as well. Can he get a double? Absolutely not. Then it's going to be Wolves forcing the spawns to go down to the medicals here from the side of Kagendra. And oh my, AJ, this might be it.
It most definitely is. 241, 209. Kagendra not finding the hill just yet. Finds a quick break. 2 players inside. It's going to be Zai holding the fort for the team. And the guy survives. Zai, you monster. 3 kills in a row. Make that 4. Nonian steals that away as Wolves ends Hardpoint with a victory. Fantastic back and forth we went with, but it was pretty much a match controlled and dictated by Wolves. Yet again, we saw a quick start, a very aggressive one from Indonesia, and Wolves kind of held back. They just wanted to see exactly what they had to deal with, and the counterplays just unavoidable.
I am just impressed at the fact that you said earlier that, you know, we might just be able to see the same trend here where Kagendra is going to start things off strongly, then all of a sudden, by a surprise, at the end of it, Wolves is going to be able to get the final adjustment.
Yeah.
Insane, man. And as that win gets served for the side of Wolves, Search and Destroy and Hardpoint, we move over to Control with the series point advantage already for the side of Wolves.
Is this going to be a 3-0 delivered to the Indonesians to kick them into the lower bracket? Or will this be a phenomenal display of aggression for Kagendra to make a good attempt to try for a reverse sweep here? Because 2 matches now back-to-back. Although I have to say, Hardpoint was a little convincing, just couldn't get close enough.
Absolutely, man. It's, I mean, I love the efforts from the side of Kagendra, but the whole setup that Wolves was able to put up, especially on that P4, where I was just so surprised to see. And also, you know, compared to other heroes as well, they play trades so nicely. And that's really one of the biggest factors as well, and why they were able to get the victory out away from Kagendra. Keep in mind, it could have went both ways. I mean, the biggest factor, the biggest factor here. I almost speak Tagalog, by the way. The biggest factor here is just one hill.
Yeah.
Wolves won one convincing money hill, and specifically, I take P4 back. I think it was P3.
Correct.
But Wolves changed the tides.
Yeah, it was a solid P3 play. P4, you know, kind of in the balance. Kagendra had a good fight there. But the first time, I believe, we went into P3, Wolves just absolutely decimated them. And the second time around, it was the story of Zai. It was the gameplay of Zai that was so overwhelming. And I believe the guy does manage to walk away with the MVP title of this matchup as well. 49 kills. Woo! And 4 players on the side of Wolves exceeding 40 kills in this matchup.
Only King not having it, but I do believe he was playing Anchor as well. So I correlated for this one. Zai, 6 MVP count. Oh my days. 1.69 KD rating as well. 49 kills in total. One more. Could have been a 50k, but that would have been overkill.
49 is equally as over, man. This guy is a killing machine for sure out here in the battle of Call of Duty Mobile against Kagendra. Wolves managing to shine not once but twice. Managing to make their way back in not once but twice, both in that SMB as well as this Hardpoint. It was a good start from Kagendra. Even at this point, Kagendra looked like they were so good that they could lead all the way through, but Wolves pulling back through with his P3 gameplay. And of course, on the reset, P3 the second time around, it was the gameplay of Zai that managed to pull the Chinese team through. for a 2-0 scoreline now. One more win for Wolves, and the series all over.
It's crazy how Search and Destroy and Hardpoint from the start to the middle stage, it could go back and forth. And at the latter stage, I think endurance could play a big factor. You know, it's just Wolves pulling away with it. Now, on control here, I mean, if we get the mix of S&D and Hardpoint, I mean, we all know Wolves will back this one through. But I don't think it's going to be those dominant matches we've been seeing in this competition so far, or specifically on this last day of this group status. I think it could still go back and forth.
I am thinking of betting on Wolves here because they have shown us that they have got the capability of slowing the pace down and then executing just absolute annihilating gameplays on Kagendra. We saw that in perfect display in S&D. And if in any case we were to step the gameplay up a bit in terms of pacing, that's when things will get a little bit equal because, you know, that was in perfect display on that Hardpoint matchup. Yes, we did see Wolves win that out in a convincing fashion in terms of the scoreline, but in terms of the frags back and forth, the kills were pretty much on an equal basis. So what Kagendra needs to make sure is the pace is kept up high. All Wolves needs to do is slow the pace down, especially when they're on the defense.
Yeah, shock them, you know, if I were to play aggressive, exactly how they did respond back on that round number 3 on S&D, where first 2 rounds, Kagendra was just going, guns blazing hot, and then they respond back with a passive round, wait for the aggression to come through and punish them.
Absolutely, man. And of course, holding the team of Kagendra back to round 6 and winning back 5 rounds in a row, I think it was just Wolves in the driver's seat. Especially when it was Kagendra with the bomb, who was supposed to be driving the pace of the game, who was supposed to be leading Wolves, faking it out from the left to right. You know, one of the biggest mistakes here that I feel Kagendra made was they were focusing on the grenades so much on the defense. When they were on the offense, you didn't really see those grenade plays come out through all that too much. They weren't really punishing Wolves in those angles, and Wolves was pretty much playing campy. So you should have seen the nades out of Kagendra kind of flare up even as they were taking the attack. We didn't see that in that S&D matchup. Hopefully, we do see a few more of those lethals in this control match, especially when Kagendra is on the attack. At least they can kind of manage those numbers before they do try to sneak away all of those control points.
I guess in regards to the map that would bring in more favor for Kagendra, or could be Wolves here. I mean, okay, so we've tackled a map that it's much more lenient towards close quarter combat. It's going to be slumps in S&D. Take off a very long distance map as well. I think there's going to be no map that would be safer for Kagendra overall. So it's all just going to come down to them, or both of them, playing and preparing and showcasing what they've prepared before this series even started.
Thus far, as we head on into Crossroads Strike, Kagendra has lost this map already. And Crossroads Strike was lost to Doyu Gaming. Wolves, on the other hand, have managed to take a victory as well as a loss on this map. The loss, of course, given away to Doyu Gaming. Doyu is a little too good when it comes to Crossroads Strike control. So we'll take note of that as we head on into the knockout stages a little bit later on. But as far as Kagendra is concerned, they better find a way around. And this map is not the easiest to play, especially when you can have a double snipe setup on the side of Wolves.
Oh, we absolutely saw that setup, especially for AMT with FDX and Shadop rocking the scopes. Let's see if it's going to be the same case this time around. Now, keys to victory here for his map itself. Mid-map control, really important.
See what M6 pulls off in here as they circle around. It's going to be Reef. And barely anything he can do out there.
Barely anything. 25 to 24. Early influence here on this alpha point, but we get to see that Kagendra is trying to swarm, looking to get a clean up as well to ensure that the progress won't break through here for Wolves. So looking like it's going to be a pretty decent formation here in terms of the defense for Kagendra.
What can they do in a situation like this as Kagendra leads with the kills? Wolves needs to be a little bit more efficient with the approach towards this control point. They're splitting apart. Finding that one angle as Peg moves on towards that B control point. Can he find it? Yes, he finally does start to tick the clock a tad bit on the B control point. Secure, and the defense comes through for Fran. Peg taken down. Too easy for Kagendra with a 10 life deficit now for Wolves.
You know, it was a start that was pretty slow here for Kagendra. Now we can see once they found their groove, they're absolutely controlling this match. 12-7, 20 seconds left. Klo pushes in. Nyan gets shut down. Zai gets a refrag, but in all honesty, the impact has to go down to the capture. It's dwindled down. The time is dwindled down. 8 more seconds to go. First round, going for the way of Kagendra.
It's way too easy, way too quick. 5 more seconds left in here. Clock's going to be paused a tad bit, but what can Wolves do with just 4 more lives left?
Absolutely nothing, man. I mean, to get the influence on Bravo, there's going to be more than enough for them to put the time in a stagnant state, but with only 3 players remaining up against 9 lives, I mean, I've seen comebacks on the other end of the spectrum of Call of Duty Mobile, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon here, especially up against Kagendra. 1-0 now, putting up a fight.
I have to agree with you on that one. And Kagendra fighting for their lives, but Wolves now on the defense. Kagendra needs to be a little efficient, investing 2 players in here. Can they get it? Fran gets the first one alongside Me6 as well. Big openers for Kagendra. 3 in a row, and that is super effective. First segment sneaked away already at the A control point.
Oh, really good run for Kagendra. Klo zoning in, pushing down this mid lane. Whipping out the purifier, unfortunately not able to get the kill. Actually, yes, but could have gotten some more. Exchange shutting him down. The rest lives on here for Kagendra, and that's going to be the fastest A capture point so far here on this run of CDSI.
Crazy stuff out of these players. Let's see if they can circle around and continue to punish the players of Wolves, who are pretty efficient on the defense, but Kagendra a little bit more efficient on the attack. 7 lives lost, make that 8, make that 9, as they are sneaking away this B control point. Wolves just needs to win out every single gunfight without failing whatsoever. Exchange finding one, Zen trades out Peg in the meantime, and Klo finds King. Things not going the way of Wolves at all.
Not gonna go to their way at all. 10 lives remaining now. 1 segment into capturing the Bravo, but in all honesty, Kagendra, they don't even need to go for capture anymore. Just go for the slay. Play by KD. Till then, you're going to secure your second round. Fran shuts down 1. Looking for some more right around. It's going to be Zai shutting him down. And, you know, it's really unlikely that Wolves will be able to recover in this situation.
Pretty rare to see a team recover from a state like this. And I'm not going to leave things up to some sort of miracle because, you know, although miracles can be made, not in the game of control where Kagendra is so confident. 2-0. 2 more rounds to secure, but there's still quite a lot. If you ask me, Wolves might just take a comeback anytime.
Anytime. I mean, game is never over. Not until it's over, so.
Really?
Kagendra. Yeah, whoa, really, right? No way. I used that line in the line event for Call of Duty Mobile as well, and the audience, one of the guys said, "Oh, really?"
It ain't over till it's over. Really? No, I thought it was over.
It's a Kobe line, okay?
Zen streaking himself up. Underkiller drone alongside the Preddy. Preddy's gonna be very effective in a map like this, super open hills. But Zen only manages to secure that 1 slay. And Wolves this time around a little efficient to sneak away that A control point. That first segment almost completed but prevented. Exchange and King now streaking themselves up. And it's going to be Kagendra with the 18 lives trying to circle around and play defense. This time it proves to be a tad bit more difficult.
A bit more difficult. Nyan. Bag though. Can you step it up for Nyan? Only gets 2. It's going to be good damage for Damon. Ooh la la. Now we get to see more fight being brought up now for the side of Wolves. 1 more segment to go for this alpha point capture.
Let's see if or not Kagendra can make its way right back in here. 10 more lives left. Peg finds 1. Fran trades out Peg. Back and forth we go, but Wolves still has got more lives and they are on the attack. A control point almost secured already by the prevention from the side of Kagendra. Therefore, they focus their efforts onto that B control point instead, but nobody's capping. They all want to play for lives.
Yeah, 6-12. Convincing round for the side of Wolves. Can Kagendra turn things around? Let's come and find out. Reef shuts down one. Can they get the refrag? Now, on the process, Mi6 does go down, so it's going to be leaving Kagendra with no response whatsoever, and Reef is getting tagged up. Fortunately, does come out alive. Fran gets the proper read onto Zai. Now we get to see more kills being brought down here from Kagendra.
3 more lives left. Kagendra. Can they punish? They are on the defense. 2 more. Clove to secure Nian. But Peg makes that 1 as Zen gets taken down. Clove 1v7. Players circling around. They find him and will secure 1 round back.
Ooh, 2-1. Another round greeted. And we get to see the defense laid out here for Wolves. Kagendra on offense with a really fast run for Kagendra on the second round, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see if that's going to be the same case now. King gets a big opener with a Sparrow. Invest fully just to get that mid-map control.
27-25, Wolves. Down 5 lives. Kagendra down by 3. Wolves on the defense though. They don't have to worry about much as long as they can hold this. Kagendra can keep it fresh back and forth towards that A and B control point, but it's all going to be dependent on how fast they get to execute that. Fran with a triple! Make that quadruple. 4 kills in a row. Can he get a 5? Answers no as Zai finds him. Zai now on a streak. 3 kills for himself already, clearing off the markers on this A control point.
Just like that, he falls back. Still continuing on. A pretty exchange found in the scene as well. We'll shut down 1. We get to see that Zai and all over the squad of Wolves is somewhat in control of the situation, but one thing that Kagendra has to worry about is really not allowing Wolves to have a lot of playing ground. So as of right now, it's still going to be a 50-50 battle. We do see a lot of investments being put up now. Both War Machines at this scene is getting invested, KJ.
Lives all equal, but it is Kagendra on the back foot here. They are on the attack with barely the surface scratched on either side of these control points. 25 seconds to go. Clock not paused, and now it's going to be a split push coming through from the side of Kagendra. No, it's not even a split push. 4 players going to attempt to pull away this A control point to buy an extra minute on the clock. 1 quick swoop in here from Wolves could just put the end to this control match. But Wolves are going to give it away.
Just well give it away. Let the time extend. Play on Bravo. But in the process, they are longing to get the kills as well. So they do take down 1, but they get traded off regardless. Fran out. Clove connects. Now the time gets extended. 14-13. A minute to play with.
2 life deficit. 1 minute added onto the clock for the side of Kagendra. 3 life, make that 4 life deficit. Reef goes in with a very heavy investment of the Sparrow, which does go ahead to deliver. Nian taken out as well. Reef on a roll. 3 more shots out of the Sparrow. Can he get yet another? Yes, Peg on the side. Reef does not get taken down just yet. Zai finally puts the nail in the coffin. 4 life deficit for the side of Wolves. Make that 5. And Fran gets the double for himself. Wolves, can they secure this? Looks to be tough.
All going to come down to this mid-map control from the side of Exchange. If he can extend, get this wrap around, could make the biggest play of his life. He takes on 1. Can he find 2? Unfortunately, he runs out of ammo. Now it's only going to be King left alone for this round itself. And they exactly know where he's at. And he's going to go down to his knees. 3-1 now. Match point for the side of Kagendra.
3-1 indeed. Can Kagendra finish this off? Wolves on the attack. And they look threatening this time round. Kagendra, look at them. 4-man push towards that A control point is going to be the claw whipped out as well. Instantly punished. A waste of an operator on the side of Kagendra, and Wolves making a beeline now. Look at this. Quickly circling around. Is player number 5 going to get taken out? No, he takes out the player beside him instead. The objective player still gets that 1 segment secured, runs away, expecting an attack, and there is an attack. Clove is just absolutely confused as to where Nian went. Zai gets Clove. This is a fantastic attacking play by Wolves.
And a fantastic spray down from the side of Mi6. Takes down Exchange and Pig. Now we get to see bit more control. Fight here for Kagendra once more. Looking like they are starting to pull away with this one, but the life is actually still on for the set of Wolves. They're making good progress here on Alpha, but Fran from the back ends will go out, put up an Annihilator. Showtime gonna go on a spree, but misses the last shot. Won't be able to convert, but the damage has been done.
Clove now, Purifier. Circling around, tense moment. They'll see waste the operator. Zai has been spotted from afar. Clove burns one down, but traded out by Zai. That's what he did not want, but it is the situation that he has to face. Zen, on the other hand, managing to get 4, make that 5 kills in a row. He's on a roll. 3-kill deficit though, as Kagendra, they try to prevent this. Wolves slowly inching away at that A control point, but 20 seconds left. Freddy's gonna get brought in, takes away a single life, but they'll take away anything as long as it secures this round for them.
13-7. Wolves hanging for dear life. Kagendra, keep in mind, only one more round away, and I think that's gonna be game 4 lives remaining. 2 seconds left on the clock. JJ well played. Kagendra, they take the 3rd game.
They pull one round back. They pull one match back. Apologies. But Kagendra, they are down 2-1 now. And as we head back into an SND matchup, been there, done that. And the last time we did see Wolves kind of take Kagendra on, it was a back-to-back round annihilation that Kagendra just could not prevent. Initially, it seemed to be equal, but towards the end, it was pretty much one-sided. And that was when Kagendra took the bomb. And this was when the team of Wolves was on the defense. But is that going to be the same? We have to wait and see exactly which map we get dragged into.
Yeah, I mean, we go back to search and destroy here, AJ, and whoo, this is going to be pretty spicy here.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, the first search and destroy was, you know, it was a 50-50 run. Although Wolves was able to put up a stunner and win like 5 rounds in a row. That was a bit of a blunder there for Kagendra. But disregarding that, I think that could be one engagement that we can use as well as to, can Kagendra actually put up a fight against Wolves? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Is it convincing? Not so much.
Not yet. Not yet. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the end of the road just yet for Kagendra. Wolves wants it to be the end, but there is still a little bit of fight in this team. And surprisingly, Crossroads Strike just could not be pulled away. I mean, surprising only to the fact that Kagendra did not manage to show us a lot of stats, but at the same time, Wolves did lose 2 of those Crossroads Strike. Of course, the second one being to Kagendra. Prior to that, against Doyu Gaming, this is where the weakness of Wolves was a little exposed, and you did see Kagendra take advantage of all of that information obtained.
Yeah, absolutely did. Now, whew, no, things is going to get spicy and things is going to get slowed down once more. As we move over to search and destroy, adaptability is what I'm hoping to see here from Kagendra. It's a no question if Wolves can do that. They absolutely can.
Yep.
So, I think it's all going to come down to what map we are going to be heading straight into as well. So, we've tackled slums. We move over to... it's so hard to call which map will be played next. But before anything else, let's talk about the statistics here for Crossroads Strikes Control. 142-112. Really dominant win here from the set of Kagendra.
The only 2 maps left for the play of S&D is going to be Firing Range as well as Express. And if we do head on into Firing Range, it's not going to be great for Kagendra. They have got a little bit of an unfortunate, couple of losses there, taking the L against Kingzone as well as Doyu Gaming. But looking at this matchup, it was a fantastic run. Both Fran and Clove getting 38 eliminations each.
Yeah, dynamic duo. Fran has been like this ever since the start of the series overall, coming from Search and Destroy. For a moment, he had like, 14 kills? He was leading the lobby alongside with 9, if I'm not mistaken. So, it's a really good call for them here with Clove. And looking like it's going to be Fran getting his first MVP count here on this event.
A wonderful opportunity turned into an MVP title for Kagendra's Fran. Hopefully it's not the last that we see of him Hopefully it's not the last that we see of a victory from Kagendra over Wolves. Maybe a reverse sweep is just on the table. Quite a lot to ask for, but it might not be impossible at this point.
Impossible. You gotta break through. They gotta go through Search and Destroy, though, which we initially talked about has been their worst game mode here on CDSI. So a lot to prove once more. They didn't bag the win on Wolves on the first run. They were on the lead pretty convincingly at some point as well. So it's just a matter of getting the closeout here.
Yeah. Of course, as we head on into this next map, for the sake of Kagendra, we might just land on Express, where it will be in their favor because Wolves has jumped on in there, and Doyu Gaming has managed to sneak away a victory from the side of Wolves. Could have exposed their weaknesses just a tad bit, but if we do drop into firing range, I'm afraid it might all come to an end. A bitter one for Kagendra.
Bitter one indeed. Ooh. Firing range. Might just get forced out, to be honest. I mean,
I have no idea. We have to wait.
Gotta wait. Now, maybe we can bring in Callie to predict the
point. No. Callie's not spoiling. Callie's making great predictions in the comment section.
Yeah. Super great predictions. So on point. Love it a lot.
It's all right. But of course, I'm just holding myself back, man. As we head on into this next match.
You gotta contain yourself, bro. You gotta contain yourself.
Because recently I had a conversation with myself, and I told myself, you know what, AJ, you're not gonna be mean to anyone. Whatever words that comes out of our mouth is gonna be sweet words that only puts happiness into people's hearts, never ever breaking their hearts, right? So Callie gets away with that one. But as we head on into this next matchup, it is a high probability that Wolves ends the series right here, right now. Looking at the abysmal run Kagendra has had thus far on the game mode of S&D, but anything can happen. Initially, we did see some progress from the side of Kagendra, only to be turned around, and we head on into firing range. Pusangala.
Now, on paper, should be a game one here for Wolves, but if ever Kagendra work on their firing range, maybe till then, might be able to see a fight. This is round number one will open up. Really a dominant defense is put up here on for the side of Wolves.
Let's see if Xching can turn things around here for himself. Those nades not going to connect just yet. Wolves taking a very systematical approach towards this A-bomb site. And now a push comes through. White Warehouse finds absolutely nobody inside as they circle on around, and the backstab from Zai. Nian finds Fran. Peg's gonna find one for himself as well, and the defense of Kagendra broken down just like that.
You fall into shambles. Reef. Can you do it? 9. Gets you on the read. Zai sprays down, takes you out of the chase. And now the first round given for the side of Wolves. No fights. Nobody's dropped here for Wolves.
Too cool to get dropped, the boys from Wolves. Kagendra this time round. Let's see if they can get the deed done towards that A-bomb site. Wolves pushes on forth yet again. This time a retake setup for Kagendra. Nobody's at A. Let's see how this one turns out.
2 players on this wrap. Reef shuts down Zai. Xching on the front lines. Specifically, actually, inside the bomb site. Just about that, but Nyan gets one cut off here from the back lines, make it a double. Now it's going to be Me6 left alone to clutch things up here for Kagendra. Playing on barrels. King going to get the bomb planted. Now Me6. Can you make the play of your life? 38 seconds left on the clock. DLQ in hand. And a dream. As he scopes in, goes for the shot down that mid lane. Not able to connect. Same goes inside that bomb site as well. We get to see Wolves retaining the momentum 2-0. And in all honesty, this is exactly the same Kagendra that we saw the first time they went on firing range search and destroy. No changes whatsoever. Need to see them step up. Moving over to round number 3. It's going to be the same. Take care for Wolves. Playing on this wooden parameter. Defense-wise from the side of Kagendra. Pretty default here, AJ.
Yeah.
1-2-2 setup.
Lined up. Grenade. Does it connect? Exchange. Sends one straight towards Clove. Timing. And it does not do much damage. Fran gets his position all smoked out. He delivers one smoke right back up towards that mid, expecting a rush on in. Finds one. Zai shut down. Fran finds it, but Peg trades him out. Peg fire. No, Clove turns on Peg. And this is Kagendra now with the advantage, but King quickly sorts that out. 3v3. Can he find yet another? Nian with a quick scope against Reeve. What a flick to the left. Zen gonna be found again. And Nian does get traded out right after he finds Zen, but a 2v1 Clove with the CBR4. Goes up against King's Locus as well as Exchange. Let's see how he pulls this off.
Oh, not even standing a chance. King shuts him down. Wolves, they went 3 rounds back to back to back. No round whatsoever for the side of Kagendra. And you gotta talk about Neon just holding that back line out from Kagendra. 6 kills already on his name.
Kagendra. What can they do to win this back, man? It's just such a devastating approach. Every single time they step on the front to take on Wolves, they get annihilated. Back and forth sometimes we go, but a majority of the frags to the side of Kagendra. Both players getting tagged up, Reef as well as Clove. Can they walk out of this? Fran does manage to frag one right back. King taken out. Zai trades one back. Peg finds Reeve. Zen finds Peg. Back and forth we go, but the numbers now to the side of Wolves. Exchange. No, B6 steps it up. 2v2. Zai, can he take it down? Yes, he does. Traded out by Fran. Back and forth we continue. With Fran now finally taking on Nian. Nian backs away. Timing! But Fran gets the slide.
Finally, first round here for Kagendra. And you know what? In some way, I want to take back one thing that I said about Kagendra. They are offering a bit more diversity in comparison to what they did on their first run for Search and Destroy firing range. It's just really all going to come down to the executions now. So let's see if they can retain momentum.
By diversity, do you mean losing first and then winning?
Okay. Now, if we were to take the first Search and Destroy and Hardpoint, maybe, yes. But I was talking about specifically the firing range one, my guy.
Okay. Fran, wow. Bangs finding nobody. But enough to scare Wolves a little bit, maybe. Just a little bit. Not too much. Enough to make them pro.
Not too much. Too much of anything is not going to go nicely at the end. Ooh. Good kill. Big pick off here from both ends of this back from Fran on Peg. Neon on Me6. And we get to see a 4v4. Fran is still hungry. Give him the good old kills. But looking like he's not going to be able to get anything at all. While Wolves having this quad formation here just around this wooden parameter. Pretty hesitant on what they want to do.
Much better defense this time around from Kagendra. Zai is not going to find anyone just yet, but as I say that, Reef makes a mistake. Runs out, a little bit too noisy, gets shut down. Fran from up top, and Zen shuts down King. Then circles around White Warehouse, joins his brother. Exchange is not going to have too much of a problem with Fran at all. Zen needs to recover a tad bit. He gets involved with Nian. Both of them back away. Zen now slides on fourth. Exchange, can he get taken down? No, the head glitch will not play against him. And he backs away.
And Zai from the back lines, cutting Clove off, leaving Zen alone in a 1v3. Lurking, waiting for any pushes from the side of Wolves, but it's not happening anytime soon. They're just playing for the post plan. Neon gets a clean shot on the Zen. They retain back the triple round lead.
I've got my Hokkien mee waiting for me. It's getting a little cold already. In fact, it is cold by now. Arrived an hour ago.
Is microwave not a thing at your place? No. Okay.
It is a thing, man, but it's not like eating the food hot as it arrives, you know?
Yeah. It's not as fresh.
Yeah.
We like things fresh. Oh, fresh shot from Me6. Takes down Neon. that's going to be an early 4v5.
Zai circles around. Is he gonna find anyone? Nobody aggresses on fourth. Clove's not gonna get tagged by that nade. But look at Zai following up. Beautiful slide. Locus. Clove just needs to make one mistake now. But he tosses in a nade. Clove! Didn't play that trophy.
Let AG eat, WardeN you cast. Okay.
Ruga, my man. I love you, Ruga.
Bomb. Still in the direction of the A bomb side. Two players here on this mid lane. One already pushing out in the open. Zai beams him down. Zen out. Peg pushes in, gets an angle onto Fran. Now we get to see another pull away here from the side of Wolves.
Wow.
Peg on a spree, going berserk, leaving Reef alone in 1v3.
You should leave the Reef all alone. You know, they are suffering quite the extinction out there. If y'all are confused what Reef I'm talking about, you should go snorkeling less. Unless you don't snorkel at all.
Coral Reef.
Yeah, coral reef.
Okay. Oh.
Temperature of the
this
seas
round.
are rising. Coral reefs are getting bleached.
I got my hair bleached.
Are you a reef?
Not yet.
Okay. Nian. It's not gonna find anyone just yet, Peg. Ay, ay, ay. These nades are spicy.
It's kind of ironic that Fran got a God nade. He was the God nade on the run for slums. It's taken down. An eye for an eye. Now, looking like it's going to be a setup now as we do have Peg already pushed up inside the white warehouse. Two players funneling on long as well. One left here on WardeN to watch out for the lurk. And looking like it's going to be a free side here from the set of Wolves.
Can we find round 6 for Wolves? Booms saves me 6 and Zai trades out Reef. Once again, the Great Barrier Reef in a lot of trouble. Clove. Nian already with a scope. Zai will not survive against me 6. This time it's a much better round from the side of Kagendra. Still on the defense though, need to find a way towards that bomb.
Left. Exchange slides in, takes down one. Zen longing to get the refrag, and he absolutely connects. Now Me6 from the back lines has to deal with King, but he goes down onto the GS. But Zen gets the kill. The question is, does he have enough time?
Yeah.
More than enough time. Kagendra scoring their second round.
Imagine he tries to defuse and then accidentally stops. Blooper reel for the year.
It could go into the reels of Call of Delicacy.
Fire 2.
Nah.
Game pretty much still on the side of Wolves. Kagendra, signs of life. As I say that, Zai and Peg take 2 lives away. Chloe and Fran put down instantly. 3 more. Reef still in a lot of trouble. Just 1 kill in the game so far. Needs to step it up as Zen finds Zai. Got sticky out of nowhere.
He's the one,
He's the one.
I would sing, but I don't know the song. King from the back ends, shuts down one. Gets the double as well, gets the triple. Oh my, it's like sitting ducks, man. Shooting range.
I mean, he's playing firing range down to the T, bro. Backing away, head glitch, nobody spots him, no sniper glint. Pops 3 players back to back. So quick, they couldn't even communicate his position. Ooh, and Neon finds B6 with a spicy shot.
Neon, 9 kills so far. Could afford to play aggressively. They've been leading this game. Neon on a double. Longing to get the triple as well. And he gets the hit on the Reef. The reaction time is so fast for Neon.
Yeah, man. Zai now gonna finish Zen off. Can they circle around and find more for themselves? Clove. Tactical's not gonna connect. Peg. Inside of the white warehouse. Clove just needs to play this a little patiently. Just exactly that backs away. It's a 2v5. Terrible situation to make a comeback from, man. Reef, man, he just finds Zai making a mistake. Foot sticking out. Exchange trades him out. All to Clove, though, who has been struggling all throughout this matchup.
2 kills. Get the clutch, get 6, my boy. Looking like he's just gonna go down now. 2-7 Wolves, match point. I was expecting more of a fight here, man, but whew, firing range, truly not their forte.
I can't complain at all. Like I said, my Hokkien me is waiting for me. It's gone cold. I'm hungry. Kagendra doesn't look hungry. So I say Wolves can finish this off right here, right now. Center 2. 2 more rounds. 1 more for their match point. Let's go, baby.
They might be hungry, man. They might just want to give up and have their meals right after this match.
Yeah, boy.
Wolves gets an early kill onto Reef. Not going to be the most impactful kill there is, but kill is a kill. And very default format for the side of Wolves. On the contrary, Kagendra, exactly the same thing that they've been suffering at close and firing range to destroy, as they just have a hard time committing to a bomb site.
Hard time committing because every time they show up, Wolves just slices them out of the equation. Peg spotted Fran. Quick shots coming on through. Information given away. Me6 now trying to trade them out. Does exactly that. Peg taken out. Nian's going to get traded out as well. Beautiful shots by Fran. Headshot will connect. Fran now inside of the white warehouse. And Kagendra on a roll.
Is it going to be enough, though, to win the round? What? Exchange gets a spray on to Fran. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Zan, Me6 has been 2 valuable players here on the search and destroy for Kagendra. The question is, can they hold their grounds? Oh no! Exchange shuts down Zen. Bomb gonna get planted. Me6 with the scopes, left alone. Can you clutch things up? Zai under his hands. Now it's a 1v1.
Bomb planted already. Kagendra, they have the advantage, but look at Exchange coming in for the rush, and he does. Oh! Shot from Me6 gets the hit mark and the finisher. Way too smooth, Kagendra. That one a tad bit clunky towards the end. They get the clutch either way.
They get the clutch either way. They live on, making Wolves dodge that match point. And we get to see another round greeted for us. Round number 11. Default format here for the set of Kagendra. Very dominant defense here for Wolves, specifically on this A bomb side.
Greg, too easy. Trade and Nian finds a flying Clove. Takes his head right off. Peg finds Reef as well. Back and forth we go in terms of the trades, but only 1 life taken away from Wolves. 4v2 for the match point on the Chinese side.
Boom. Me6. Ay. Eagle's eye precise. King out. Me6 out, I mean. Zen left alone, but she won't last any longer no more. Wolves on match point.
Basically the series point for the one and only Wolves. Kagendra, if they wanna prevent this victory, they gotta be able to pull away a total of 7 rounds back to back. Let's see if they can do exactly that. Fran managing to find 1, finds 2. King taking Reef out, making this a 3v2. Make that a 3v1. Zai all alone. A round for Kagendra seems possible.
Quite possible. 1 peak. Opportunity on front. Me6, closest player there is. He gets the kill. Can he get a double as well? I mean, 1 kill won't cut the chase, not just yet, but still going to continue to run it down here on this bomb site. Information relayed, in all honesty. Fran, Clove, play together, play safely. Don't go for it. Individual isolation. You're going to go down. But Zai takes down Clove. Fran now left alone to be the denier of Zai to clutch things off. 12 more seconds to go. Can he get this one through? He goes for the shot, goes for the punch, and he gets the clutch to seal the series down. Kagendra out.
Too cool for school, baby, and that's exactly what they did. to Kagendra. They schooled them in a perfect game of S&D. Wolves takes a fantastic victory, and they allow me to have not my dinner. At this point, it's supper.
I don't. Hey, Mustachio, I am so sorry for you.
Why me?
Yeah, man. I know that Tommy. I know that Tommy hungry.
I'm fat, so I kind of burn some
you're
extra
not.
calories.
Not unless you change over the months. The last time I saw you in GM3, oh my days. Man was about to beat me up, bro.
Well, it looked like Wolves. Kagendra was ready to beat Wolves up, but that kind of got turned around a little quickly. But not to the detriment of Kagendra, because at the end of the day, they still do make it through to the knockout stages. It's just that they don't get the position that they most definitely wanted. We still do have to take a look at the overall leaderboard of Group B before we do bring the day to an end here, WardeN.
Yeah, definitely. Whew. Well, we got to determine now who will rise, who will fall. I mean, we were able to determine that long time ago. So it is going to be the King Zone and eStar not advancing to the next stage of the competition for the knockouts. On Group A, it's going to be Standpoint and Z1.
31 to 57 kills. This was a one-sided matchup, sir.
If it's not going to be kills, let the rounds speak for it. I mean, really good effort for Kagendra. But if we were, let's say, vouching for Kagendra to win off a series, it all had to go down to the respawn, which unfortunately on takeoff they faltered. It was a very convincing win for the side of Wolves. Moving over to Control, the only game that they won, it was a pretty dominant run. That was the Kagendra that we knew. We head straight back to their not so comfort zone, search and destroy, and it quickly went downhill.
Downhill indeed. Look at the KD ratings: 1.5, 2.2, 2.14, 1.57, 1.83. Super positives for all the players on the side of Wolves. A little bit on the underside for Kagendra, to say the least. But you know exactly who's going to be picking up that MVP title with a 1.68 rating. The one and only Zai with 7th MVP count of the group stage. This guy.
Yeah. It reminds me of Yoki. I think PJ, to be honest, just bagging those MVP counts over and over and over and over again. It just goes to show how consistent he is as a player. Man, wild, bro.
Wild indeed. And of course, the group stages comes to an official end, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with the conclusion of this final series of the day. Kagendra versus Wolves. Wolves walks away with a 3-1 victory.
Yep, definitely. Now let's take a look at the highlights. I mean, King went on an absolute rampage, but let's talk about the clutch here for the side of Zyle. I don't exactly know why they let that play for Zai slide. It could have went their way. Keep in mind, It was a 1v3. The bomb was planted. Could have played for a time, or could have played at least close together if they were longing for the elimination. A premature mistake, in my opinion. And I think that it goes to show as well that they really have to fix their search and destroy. It's not just the whole game plan, but more of how they play it personally. Because mechanical wise, they are absolutely not so promising as well. Like that very mistake on that last round just shows it, man.
I think it's just unfortunate unfortunate short calls from the side of Kagendra. I think if you want to compare some of the engagements on Crossroads Strike, for example, on Control, Kagendra looked very capable. In fact, it was a pretty decent 4-1 victory over the team of Wolves. But in S&D, like you said, WardeN, it's just not their cup of tea. At the moment, they seem to be bombing out. But I believe they do have a week to practice, because today's Sunday. We will not be having any matches on the weekdays all the way up until next week, I believe the 16th, where we will see yet another day of showdown. So there's a lot of opportunities for them to find that improvement, but I wonder how much can you improve in the span of 5 days?
One day could make the difference as long as you really dedicate the whole day, And I think it's all going to come down to, because I think for the whole round of junior games, AVC and now Kakendra, they aren't really known to having coaches. So that's going to be one big factor that they might be considering coming from this day to the knockout. So having a coach in line that could help them, or if ever they do have a coach, please dedicate your time to prepare for the knockouts, because completely when you enter the knockouts, safe to say that there's going to be a completely different competition. You can expect a different Q9, different AMT, different Wolves, and so on. You can imagine what's about to come.
Absolutely, man. I mean, same team, potentially different strategies in there to find a couple of amazing victories over their opponents. Not going to be easy, though, at the CDSI Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational, as the Chinese teams look more than threatening out there on the battlefield. You've got Wolves, you've got Q9, you've got Douyu Gaming, who have been absolutely spectacular in the competition. But, of course, on the side of Garena, things look fairly decent as well, I have to say, WardeN.
I mean, every Garena team in the group stages, at least disregarding the play-ins, made it to the knockouts. That's going to be West Point Mamba, Low Kings, AMT, Blacklist, International, and Kagendra, of course, Kagendra. So that's going to be a really promising run that I can't wait to see play out. Now, in regards to the playoffs bracket, I mean, if I was to predict what will the matches be, I think it's going to be West Point Mamba, Low Kings, and Douyu Gaming on top.
Yep.
Followed with no. Actually, it's going to be, I think, number one, top one to top two, top one to top two, something like that. So if I'm right, it's going to be West Point Mamba, Low Kings up against Wolves and Almighty up against Vault, something like that.
Something like that. Good guess, WardeN. Good job. I'll give you a candy later.
I'm gonna just give you an idea on how it could go down. No, actually, it's Douyu Gaming and Almighty, West Point Mamba, Low Kings, and Kagendra. Could be the case.
Sounds a little bit more like it. But of course, as we wait for the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it seems like Wolves has put on a fantastic display just so that we can know exactly what we can anticipate later on for the knockout stages. And I don't know exactly who's going to be facing them all the way down to the end, but Wolves clearly not an easy team to take down.
Yeah, man. Whew. Wolves, I mean, keep in mind they were the third runner-up, or the third placer during the run for CDFI. They did take down Blacklist International on that bottom bracket. So, and for the finalists, I mean, let's see if the invitational run for AMT will be promising once more, because they did win that CDFI. So let's see if they can go back to back.
And AMT looks like they are looking pretty decent as we head on into the knockout stages. And Ramon Manuel is absolutely right. Shout out to you, brother. You rock.
You rock, man.
We're still waiting for the standings as we try to buy a little bit of time, and it seems like production's just taking a tad bit longer than I expected. At the end of the day, really doesn't matter. I mean, if I look at my own calculations here, what do we have? Give me a second. So we just had a 3-1 victory with Wolves picking up 3. That means they go up to 12 points. They equalize with Douyu Gaming. Kagendra goes up to 11. So it will be Wolves that takes that second spot. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Kagendra and Volt down in the lower bracket alongside Q9 and Blacklist ROG.
Now, come again if the trade-offs will be, if the bracket thing will be the same thing that I expect. You can totally expect that the first matches could be West Point Mamba, Low Kings up against Wolves, Douyu Gaming up against Almighty, Q9 up against Vault, Kagendra up against Blacklist International.
I wonder if they will be able to show us the playoffs bracket as well. It seems like we are not going to be able to take a peek at that by the time we bring this day to a close, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But don't forget, this coming Friday, all of this action will most definitely continue, WardeN.
Yeah, and that's where I'm not saying that group stages with every game it doesn't matter. It absolutely does, especially if you want to book your ticket to the knockouts. But during the whole run for the knockouts. 2 series losses consecutively will put you out of the equation for CDSI. So AJ, a lot of stakes will be put up high, and I totally expect that the talents will get filtered out and will improve as we move over to the next stage of the competition.
Most definitely, man. Of course, at the end of the day, if you are in the lower bracket, on the other hand, just a single series loss will kick you out of the competition. So the teams, they need to not just be ready, but they need to take it all the way without faltering whatsoever. But that brings us to the close of the group stages officially as we set things up for the knockout stages, WardeN.
Yeah, definitely. Well, AJ, it's been an honor. It's been a pleasure casting this group stages with you. On the last day, we've tackled the 8 teams that will be advancing to the next stage of the competition. West Point Mamba Kings, Almighty, Q9 Cloud, Blacklist International, Toyu Gaming, Vault Kagendra Wolves. See you in the knockouts. But for now, we're going to be calling it good night. Peace out.